the secret? Is it going to be outright pace, or are you going to have to play little strategical gambles to try and get on the lead lap with these lead two cars?
I think it's a mix of both, actually. We just really need to push as much as we can, as just pure pace-wise. And then, yeah, we need luck. We need a good 60 for our car then once, which was yesterday also not the case. So we were always in the wrong direction, kind of, or just unlucky, I would say. So maybe luck is on our side, and if the pace is good, let's see where we end up.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned luck, because just at the end of qualifying, you guys were on pole position, and I went to interview your team boss, Sandrine, and as soon as we finished that interview, that pesky Herbert Porsche took pole position. Now, I haven't interviewed her since, so that should be good luck, surely.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe we have the winner interview after today, but I think, to be fair, it will be tough. So we need luck. Just from pure pace, I think we can't make it up. So yeah, fingers crossed for us today, please.
Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Max Hofer there for Haas Racing Team, the Antiguan team. So let's keep on shuffling. Let's keep on moving up the grid. So our leading AM car is the number 15 Cicciato BMW Italia car, but we have two AM cars here right behind them. The CP Racing Mercedes number 85, the big 6.2 litre V8, and that is Charles Espenlaub's helmet perched there on the car. So I would think, given that we can't see anyone from CP Racing, Charles in the car first? Yes, he is. Let's see if we can grab a chat with him as well. We haven't spoken to Charles yet today. Charles, seeing that your very colourful helmet is there on the top of the car, your turn to start today?
Yes, sir. Well, I'll give it the start, and then we'll hand it over to the other boys and see how we do.
Yesterday you were running so well, and just a bit unlucky with that puncture, and particularly where it happened as well. What's the strategy today to get back up in the lead with these AM guys?
Yeah, kind of the same deal. You know, we got unlucky on a couple code 60s, and then that puncture happened at the wrong place where it took a long time. Some of the other guys we know had some punctures, but they were able to get in. And you know, it's racing. There's a lot of luck involved, and hopefully we have a little better luck today.
Now, your teammate Shane Lewis was telling me he went on a full track walk last night to investigate. Did you go with him, or did you just copy his notes this morning?
No, he's got a little more gusto. I was back at the apartment asleep already, so no, but yeah, we always give a lot of feedback between each other, and we should be good to go.
Good luck.
Thanks so much.
Charles Espenlaub, he's going to start the number 85 CP Racing car. Now I want to talk to these guys here, 911 Racing. If we can see a driver. Leonard, if he's there. Leonard, can we grab a quick chat? Come on, it's the second time a day. We're making this a tradition. Tell you what, your weekend started bad, and it's just got better and better and better. You're in the lead of the class, but not only that, your biggest rival, they've got a 5-lap penalty. It's a good Sunday here in Monza so far.
Yeah, looking good so far, but yeah, we have to be realistic. They are a bit quicker than us on the straight, so yeah, five laps is a big gap, but yeah, the race is long, and we'll have to see.
When you saw that the RD Lamborghini had that penalty, did that change your approach today and how you approach the race?
Not really. We tried just to finish the race and achieve the best result as possible. So yeah, the strategy stayed the same, and we hope yeah, to be on the podium, on the first place at the end of the race. And yeah.
We wish you the best of luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
So the 911 team with their beautiful, it's actually a 991 GT3 Cup machine, but with the MR pack on it as well, kind of endurance racing pack. Let's go a little bit further down, because if we got Seb to come down, the 992 class, our most populated class in this race. And we've got 3 cars on the lead lap after the intervention break. We've got the Neuhofer car, we've got the Willy Motorsport car, and we've got the Team Red Ant Racing car. Let's see if we can speak to Savino De Castro. Savino, I tell you, we're doing very well.
How are you? Fine, thanks. You?
I'm doing very well, thank you. You're the first to ask, thank you. You guys were awesome yesterday. You fought through the field, and now you're right here in the hunt for a race win.
Yes, yesterday started in the final of grid. Now in the second place. We try to push hard, me and my friend Sergio. and hope to finish well. But the other car is very fast. In this race, all driver push a lot. And yesterday in first stint, like a train, very difficult to arrive. In Monza, every time when you see Formula One, you start rear, it's very difficult to arrive in the front. But work a lot to arrive.
Now, of course, last night we finished the race and you go into Parc Fermé with the same tyres, the same fuel. How prepared are you for the start of this race? Do you have good tyres? Do you have good fuel?
Yes, you have to, when you finish the race yesterday, you can touch nothing, and you have low pressure, very low pressure. And 2 laps, you must make the tire a little hot. It's very difficult, brake and tire, and you must look very well the first chicane, because when you brake, the tire and brake tell you, "Whoa, please don't push a lot. It's cold," but it's okay, no problem. It's normally for a race.
And I know your teammate Fabrizio, he can't drive in the race, but he must have enjoyed watching you guys charging through the field yesterday.
Yes, Fabrizio crashed in qualifying, broke a part of the rear in the middle of, but maybe next race must stop. And we try, me and Sergio, next race to wait Fabrizio in Barcelona.
We wish you all the best today. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Sabino De Castro, he'll be taking the start here in the 992 class. We'll keep forging on. Red Ant Racing, they're sitting there on the lead lap as well. Now we are going to see Red Camel Jordans restart the race, but they will start from the pit lane. Let's see if we can speak to Saif Al-Ameri. If we can grab Saif, can we grab a quick chat? Yesterday it was certainly in this 992 class there was lots going on. How did your race go? How happy were you with the performance yesterday?
To be honest, it's really no one can predict it. You know, some guys they are getting punctured after 90 minutes, some in 2 hours, 1 hour. So we spend the whole night to.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
today we actually had 5 wide on the start-finish straight. They ended up getting down into 4 before they headed through the first corner, and the only car that went straight over at the first section was the Super Trofeo. When it rejoined, all was well and good, and then they began that curve around the Curva Grande. It's quite hard. It relatively, from a driving perspective, it's not particularly difficult, but it burns out that front left and rear left tyre, that left side that takes an absolute beating. You cross over the second sector split, and then you head into the Rogier, the Variante de Rogier. It's a tricky little section. Normally we will see someone going straight on through there before rejoining afterwards and then heading into the 2 Lesmos. It's a tricky, complex little section of corners, both of the Lesmos being quite awkward. The second of which at turn 7 has this enormous run down towards Ascari, where you cross over the second to third sector split. You go under the old banking, which still remains in some form, and then you go through 8, 9 and 10. This is the Ascari chicane. It's bitten a few people over the weekend, none more so than Rubens Barrichello in qualifying, and of course on the exit there, the HRT Performance 967 came to a stop during the race, causing our first Code 60. Heading through what was originally called the Parabolica, the Curva Alboreto, to finish one of the 5.8 kilometre circuits. Whilst it might not look too much from above, from down low, it is a difficult circuit indeed, and of course a historic one, and that's why people love circuits like this. The history defines a circuit, and being able to race around there at any age is brilliant. It's an experience for all, especially when you're running around it at speeds like this. The GT3 cars are incredibly fast, running up to speeds of 250, nearly 260 kilometers an hour, coming down into the Parabolica. It's what makes this circuit such a test. Well, the weather at the moment, 23 degrees ambient. There is the rough hint that there might well be thunderstorms and such in the area. From looking around, it looks okay. There was a bit more cloud coverage than when we first arrived here this morning, around an hour or so ago. But realistically speaking, that temperature it's feeling a little muggy. It's feeling a little bit thick, like everyone's got quite a warm blanket on at the moment, as they all prepare for the second half of this race. We did 6.5 hours yesterday when we came into the conclusion of that. 5.5 hours, and here is the starting grid. So the Sheriff Sport PHX car is going to be restarting this race from pole position with Herbeth Motorsport alongside. Those two are the lone cars on the lead lap. Then we have the BMW Italia Cicotta Racing car that's in third position, but this is the car that actually has the fastest lap of the race. Not once, but 4 times yesterday it set the fastest lap. So we'll see if they can get themselves back onto the lead. The Haas RT car in 4th. Then E2P Racing and CP Racing in the GT3 category before we get to Kessel Racing, who had a couple of problems yesterday, being in 7th. We get to the first of our GTX cars, being the 9 Elf Racing car, the 719 that will be starting. And to be honest, they are under pressure in this because the RD Sainz car is not actually a million miles behind on the circuit. The Vortex V8 car, they're having a couple of issues yesterday, including contact with that red camel car coming down into the Rettifilio. They'll be starting from 9th, and then we get into our 992s. Neuhofer, Willy Motorsports and Red Ant Racing all on the same lap, all fighting, and that will be a very tight fight indeed. RPM Racing having a couple of issues yesterday, then RBM Motorsport and EST1 in 16th on row 8 as we roll down through the rest of our field. That 992 category is going to be incredibly competitive. A few more of those being Toro Racing after 4 punctures yesterday. They'll be starting from 17th on the road, with Q1 Track Racing saw Rubens Barrichello getting behind the wheel, and the return of the Red Camel Jordan's NL car onto the grid. And then we get into the fight in the GT4s. You've got Atlas BX Motorsports, who are dominant in the category thus far. Team ACP and the BUGGYRA ZM Racing car that had a brake change yesterday that went a bit slow. The last car on the grid will, of course, be the Holmgard Motorsports TC car. That one in that GT-TC category that's been so much fun. The David versus Goliath, and effectively in that GT-TC, it's a non-championship category. There's no extra points up. They've just been effectively the TCR has been
Hello everyone and welcome to the third round of the European 24-hour series. We are here in Monza for the second day of this 12-hour race. Yesterday we had 6.5 hours, today we have 5.5 hours. If you didn't watch yesterday, we finished P3 in our class, and so today we are starting P3. Adam is now in the car doing the formation lap, so very, very soon the race is gonna start. What else? It's a very nice track. Yesterday was a lot of chaos, so hopefully today we will have another exciting race. So enjoy and see y'all later.
A brake change. That was the prediction they were having yesterday, which was kind of interesting because seeing the methodology difference between each of the teams. Some teams were changing brakes, some teams weren't. Quite a lot of I think all of the GT4s, with the exception of Atlas, and of course that TCR car, have all changed brakes. The TCR car changed the entire disc and caliper and pads all in one go, and then the BUGGYRA car, I mean, unfortunately for them, they had a very slow stop when they were trying to change out just the pads. On board with Lokai Toro Racing, they had a very difficult day yesterday, but they're all in it for learning. Having a chat with Adam Christodoulou late on in yesterday's race, the frustrations for that team. 4 punctures yesterday. They said they don't really know what more they can do. On board with the RPM racing car in the pit lane, same as with the Vortex. We did get the note from Peter Mackay there down on the grid that the Red Camel Racing would be starting from pit lane, so they will be joined by that Vortex car and the 907 RPM Racing, Chrome Racing sponsored, bright green, you could not miss it, that 992. So they'll get 2 formation laps today, as far as I'm aware, so they'll just keep going around. They're currently coming to the end of the first of their formation laps. They're on the backstretch now towards the Parabolica, but towards the Curva Alboreto. And like you said, the goal today, we've done the survival part of it. I know there's still 5.5 hours left to go. We've done the survival part. Some teams have played their cards in the GT3 category. Again, as we were talking about there on the grid, whilst it is the Shera Sport PHX car leading at the moment, Pierre Caffer did do a lot of driving yesterday, and that car, I don't think, pitted quite as close to the end of the race as we saw from the Herbert Motorsport car, where they're effectively prepared. There was the talk of whether they were going to kind of go round a little bit further, to lead Alfa Romeo behind the wheel and try and lap the #1 Shera Sport PHX car. But alas, they decided to pit to make sure that they were prepared. So they're actually on fairly fresh tyres. And if you're confused, joining us in the Creventic 24-hour series for the first time, thinking, what on earth are you talking about, Lewis? Well, I will explain. When we finish the part 1 of the race, this is a 12-hour race. When we finish part 1, the cars are all thrown into Parc Fermé. Straight away, they're brought into pit lane, or, well, not into pit lane, into the paddock area. There's a cover thrown over the top of the car, and it's effectively like, right, that is the first half of the race done. If you haven't pitted or anything like that, if you haven't stuck any fuel, that's how you're restarting the race. You don't get to have a pit stop before we start. You are the car that came to a stop at the end of the race. At the end of the race yesterday is the car that is in now. And if you do any sort of adjustments, any preparations, any repairs or something overnight, if you request that happens, then it's a 5-lap penalty. I can't remember, there is someone who's had, I believe it might have been the 720 RD Science Cecilia Racing Team car, but I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on that one, but I believe someone did take a 5-lap penalty. Peter Mackay can definitely tell us more when he's up in the commentary booth. So we're heading through Ascari at the moment, about to head onto the backstretch down toward the Parabolica, and about to get this show back on the road. Again, 6.5 hours complete, 5.5 left to go. Should take us to around 4 p.m. local time. When it came to code 60s, we had 4 yesterday. The first of those came out within the first hour. Will we get any today? Will we get any punctures? It is toasty out there, although slightly cooler than yesterday at 23 degrees. They are lining up, heading down into the Curva Alboreto. It will be the Shera Sport PHX car leading the way. And once again, it is going to be a tense and hard-fought battle. There was a lot of disappointment in pit lane yesterday, but there was a lot of joy in pit lane as well from some teams, from some drivers. Some of the stints yesterday were world-class. What are we going to see today? GT3s, 992s, GTXs, and of course that GT-TC category with GT4s and TCRs out through the Curva Alboreto they go, and the control will be handed to the #1 Sheriff Sport PHX car. As the red lights are on, once they go off, once they go green, we will be racing once again in Monza. They are on the start-finish straight, and we are about to get back underway. The racing begins once more here at the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza, and it is a great start from our race leaders, already trying to unlap themselves with the BMW Italia Ciccotta racing car that's straight down the inside. They had a great start yesterday, but already trying to fight back into turn one as the Herbert Motorsport car racing their way through the first corner at the Rettifilio. All is well and good, no one skipping over, no damage, no drama, no nothing as they head through the Curva Grande once to start the race. There is a battle for third position with the BMW Italia Ciccotta racing car. That BMW M4 having a bit of a fight with the Haas RT car. Max Hoffa's trying to make his way through as we head up towards the Rogier for the first time, and there is a switch for third. So the Haas RT Audi R8 LMS takes over that third position from the BMW M4, and there is a move in the road. There was a little bit of contact between the pair of them though as they were coming down into the Rogier, just side by side. Max Hoffa trying to squeeze over and try and push that BMW to one side of the circuit. Again, what the Haas RT car is working for now is not to get past the next two cars and gain those positions, it's to work past the next two cars and get themselves back onto the lead lap. And as they're coming up towards Ascari, Hoffa's quite close to the rear end of Alfred Renard to try and make his way through. Doesn't make any moves as the Super Trofeo car is actually trying to work its way past Kessel Racing again. Some of these not poor positions just to try and get into track position in the early stages of the race. That's one of the things that's really, really difficult about this style of racing, is that once you get into those early stages, once the races restart, you're around a lot of traffic, and I think there might be a puncture already for the Willy Motor.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Fantastic looking Ferrari 296 is going to effectively get out of the way and allow Neuhoff to get through, but in doing so they've actually slowed down Red Ant on the exit of Ascari, and that means, oh my goodness, Red Ant have pulled over to the right hand side as well. They got squeezed out onto the grass by Kessel Racing on the exit, and I think there might be some damage. I saw something flick up off the rear end of the car, and could there be further problems for Red Ant, or was it just how they were driving off the road? In the battle in the GT-TC sort of category, I will say the TCRs actually dropped back to the rear. We will head down though into pit lane because Paul Smith, who's down there, has a little bit of a note from Willy Motorsport.
Yeah, just speaking to one of the guys down here, just asking them what happened there, and he said it was out of the second chicane. They got pushed out wide of the exit. That put the car into the gravel, and that's where they picked up their puncture from.
Thank you, Paul. That's good to hear there. Good information from Willie Motorsport. That was a fairly excitable start to the race, wasn't it, Lewis?
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you've come up here at quite some decent speed, so I expect Brian's been absolutely ragged from the back of pit lane. Let's see this bit, though. Yes. Kessel Racing out wide. Oh, sorry, Kessel Racing pushing, rather, Red Ant out wide.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, with the chat in the paddock is that the curbs might be causing a bit of an issue for particularly the 992 Cup cars, and yeah, it seems like that. Yeah, the curb causing an issue there. So Billy Motors into the pits, and the rear left taken away, and it's completely come away from the rim. So that's such a shame. After fighting up through the field there, Lewis, all day yesterday, they get onto the lead lap. They start on the lead lap today, and they've got to go and do it all again now. Yeah, motorsport is a it can be a brutal, nasty game, and yeah, unfortunately, in that occasion, that is how it is. Seeing again with the with how that puncture is, obviously, it almost seems as though it's where the camber is. But when speaking to when speaking to Toro Racing, they're kind of not running actually that much camber, but it's coming off on what would be the inside of that left rear tyre, and it's where it's splitting. And obviously for that, it's split and then just pulled apart. Some others are allowed, can get back into pit lane without any major drama, as here comes the battle for third, Haas versus BMW Italia Cicotta. But they've got past the Herberth car, so this is their battle for second. Yeah, so Herberth have dropped a few positions. It's still third because the Haas, the Herberth car still on a lap ahead. Of course, yes, you're absolutely correct. Yes. So yeah, a steadier start for Alfred Renauer. His older brother, they're identical twins. His brother Robert Renauer is waiting in the wings, and yeah, he didn't do any driving yesterday. He did a pit stop, but he's waiting ready to drive. So Alfred just taking it steady there as well. Shera Sport PHX leading the way with Elia Earhart at the wheel, and Elia really is putting a great start to this race together. Lap times wise, yeah, down at the Earhart, the only driver into the 1 minute 49s. So at this early stage of the race, the pace is fairly similar to yesterday. It's interesting to see what track conditions we get throughout the whole race, the second half of the race here, Lewis. Yeah, we're at the moment we're getting a little bit of a visual of this of a replay between that fight into the first corner. So BMW Italia Cicotta did actually get ahead ever so slightly, but the Haas RT car was able to fire it straight back down the inside, and they actually hang on to that third position. Like you say, temperature-wise, it's not, at least feeling-wise out there, it's not too dissimilar to yesterday pace-wise. And the fastest car yesterday at the end of the race was actually that BMW Italia Cicotta BMW M4. So there is clearly some pace in that car. And we are seeing plenty of that in that tight fight for third. It is the tightest battle on the circuit at the moment after the 992s having their earlier issues. And I don't think Red Ant quite have the pace at the moment to keep up with Neuhofer. They've actually lost 3 seconds in the earlier stages of this race. Still in touch though, which is the main thing in the Neuhofer car. They have Felix Neuhofer at the wheel at the moment. Red Ant have Arnold Nebeling. So that's the way the order is in 992. The number 15 BMW Italia Cicotta car in GT3, they've put William Thomas Frere in the car. He was putting in the great pace yesterday. He's a lot of experience, been racing for well over 15 years, and yeah, he was brilliant yesterday. And he's fighting away with young Max Hofer, the Austrian that we spoke to on the grid in the Haas RT. Audi. Now, I made a special point. Ever since we had in qualifying, Haas RT were on pole position. They were just about to take it, and then they got. I went in and interviewed Sandrine Haas, and they got pipped off pole position. And she's we've been superstitious ever since. So Sandrine, I made sure. Don't take it personally that I didn't speak to you. I just didn't want to curse it. Is that you trying to take credit for the pole position somehow? Well, they didn't get pole position. No, but of the Herberth car, I've got that much of a source of power. You're trying to affect it in some way, Peter. E2P into the pits after just 9 minutes of running. Now we're going to see a bit of this. Yeah. We've got last night we stopped after 6.5 hours of racing. No, it doesn't look like there's any issue with tyre or anything like that. So we stopped after 6.5 hours of racing. This is part 2, 5.5 hours of racing, but the cars went into Parc Fermé with whatever fuel was in their tank, whatever tyres were fitted to their wheels. So this is E2P have obviously gone into the parc fermé with a fairly light car and have had to come in to fuel it up early on, but it will all extrapolate over the course of the day.
Yeah, like you say, some teams have played a card yesterday to try and keep themselves in the battle somehow. There's a couple of battles happening on circuit, including the battle still for third in the GT3 category, as well as for fifth position. Although I will say, I think it's just spread out a little bit. The fifth position in the 992s, actually fourth position in the 992s, because Rabdan Motorsports, Christian Zochling, who's behind the wheel at the moment, has taken over fourth position courtesy of the Willie Motorsports pit lane. And I will say, Sabina De Castro did have the pace and was right on the rear and has dropped off just a little bit, just trying to get back into the rhythm of the car and maybe being a little bit extra cautious of the curbs to avoid getting another puncture. Of course, right at the start, as we see, there's also the Kessel racing car in the pit lane. Right at the start of the stint, the cars, the tyres will be fairly low pressured, right? And so if you're abusing curbs when they're low pressured, the likelihood of a puncture is higher. And so maybe there is a little bit of that about where that puncture came from, maybe attacking a curb a little bit too high when the tyres aren't up to pressure yet.
Certainly, Sabina De Castro, when we spoke to him on the grid for Willie Motorsport, he did say getting the pressures up over 2 formation laps was really difficult, and that clearly bit them there. And you know, you don't have to. You can be shown the curb by another driver, so it's all very well saying just stay off the curbs, but you can easily be shown out wide. So. Alfred Renauer, as always in the Herbert team, playing a very canny game here. He started on the lead lap with Scherer Sport Audi. Yes, Scherer Sport have opened up a bit of an advantage, but Alfred Renauer just following Haas in the Italian BMW car, and actually the Haas RT and the BMW Italia car, they're slowing each other up here, I think, Lewis. They really are. All that they're battling is they're really not getting their ideal pace down.
No, certainly not. And once again, they do continue this fight as the BMW Italia car is going to go too deep into the Rettifilio. So Haas is still able to hang on. There's contact as well with second in the race. The Herbert car gets into the rear end. They're both still on the road. They're both still going forward. And I don't think there's any damage to the front end of that Herbert car. But like you say, as those two are battling for third and fourth, right ahead of the car that's running in second, it's costing the car in second time. And like you say, Alfred Renauer, I think he's doing a great job of not getting too involved and allowing things to happen. But as we're about to see a bit of a replay, I mean, try and describe this one.
Yeah, I think the BMW number 15 Italia car just got checked up a little bit, and that I don't think Alfred Renauer is quite expecting it. It looks like they both got away with it. These new generation GT3 cars, of which the 992 Porsche and the BMW M4 are two of them, they do have quite a lot of aero work. You know, that aero work, those big rear diffusers, has clearly come down from the GTE cars. Yeah. And when that sort of came in there a few years ago, and that's the GT3s have followed on. So yeah, you don't want to be getting any damage on that, because it's a really key point of keeping the rear stability of the car and the downforce at the rear of the car. Now GT4, Atlas BX are leading GT4 at the moment, but we believe they need a brake change. We don't know for certain, but we believe they do. They certainly didn't do one yesterday. Yeah. So will they be able to get to the end? Everybody else has done brake changes. Will they be able to get to the end without it? However, they have been passed. The Atlas BX Motorsport team have been passed by the TCR machine of Jonas Holmgaard Motorsport, because Atlas BX have just taken a pit stop. Just
pitted, yeah, of course, because we were speaking to Holmgaard yesterday, and they were saying that they pitted relatively late yesterday, and again, it puts them in a slightly better kind of position today. As much as it's a non-championship category, having a few conversations with the Holmgaard team yesterday about this GTTC thing, they're like, oh, they're loving it. They are loving the idea that they actually have people to fight with, and it's that, like you say, it's that David versus Goliath. They know they're a little bit like the underdogs, and they're just going for it. I love that mentality.
I love it, and I think it might inspire more TCR entries to come and take them on. I think that Roy Edlin made that point yesterday, making a really good point that yes, he would like to see more TCRs come, and it's a brilliant element between those two crews. Paul Smith is down in the pits. Paul, what have you got?
Yeah, just with the pit stops happening right now, the 911 team, they pulled in right in front of the Toro Racing team, who were doing a brake pad change on the front of that car, and it was quite an angle that the 911 car had come into their pit box, and there was almost a clattering of the equipment from the Toro cars that pulled out of the pit stop.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, it's a bit tight there down in pit lane in certain places, but it's a friendly paddock here in the 24H series, so there's always there's always good camaraderie in there as well. So coming back to the pit stops with the TCR there, Lewis, their strategy, clearly they don't have the same one-lap pace as the GT4s do in race trim. They managed it in qualifying, but in race trim not so much, but they do have a very good fuel mileage on that TCR machine, very good tyre usage as well. They only, a lot of the time, only need to replace the front tyres. It's almost, they've done the do your homework on the Friday night rather than panic do it on the Sunday night. So they've made that investment last night by filling up, giving away track position, but they're gaining the benefit back today. Yeah, like I said, they've left themselves in a good spot. I mean, I like the strategy. I'm more of a front. I'm a bit like Paul. I'm a bit more of a front-wheel drive kind of guy. I do like myself a little bit of touring car action, especially it's the idea of kind of taking a touring car, which is normally associated with sprint racing rather than endurance, and so it is a little out of its comfort zone. Whilst the TCR regulations, there's a bit of a squiggly stuff in the braking zone from the Haas car that's being driven by Max Hoffa coming down into the Roger. But yeah, those TCR cars, they're not they're a little bit designed to be applicable in endurance racing. It's just seeing them in endurance racing has always been quite cool. I remember the Nürburgring in 2018, seeing a couple of them going around and thinking, hey, do you know what, this is actually quite a cool thing for the future of endurance motorsport, where if maybe you don't have the budget to go GT3 racing, maybe there is the chance that you can go and do something in the TCRs as well. It's what creates such a special sort of environment within paddocks, where you can see these random cars that maybe you wouldn't necessarily see endurance racing anywhere else, and so it's what makes it even more special, I guess. It does, yeah, it really does. So one team, they got a great spirit, is the ACP Tangerine Associates car, the American in that machine at the moment. Who do we have in that car at the moment? We have Catesby Jones. We had a chat with him during qualifying, and he was just loving his time at Monza. He says this is just a wonderful circuit to come to, and he mentioned that a lot of the corners are quite grooved, they're quite cambered. You look at the Lesmos, for example, is a good example of that, Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. And they're having a superb time racing in the GT4 category. And he says they're very much, they said, look, our strategy is keep it on the road, keep it out of trouble. Yeah. We'll see what comes our way. And they're running in the older generation M4 GT4. Of course, we've got the new, I think it's the so they're running in the F82. The new ones, I think it's the G82. BMW nomenclature is a tricky one. Makes Porsche look simple. Yeah, I'm not getting involved in that one, because I get the feeling that a lot of our listeners and viewers might get irritated by my. It's BMW, isn't it? But no, I've got to say, I said yesterday when we were out on the grid, because I was following you around. You were getting followed around today by a man with a flat cap as well. It was terrifying. Yeah. But no, when I was following you around yesterday, the BMW comes out of the pit lane, that Team ACP car. And I remember looking around at you being like, oh, that sounds a bit rough. And you looked at me and went, no, that's just how it sounds. And I was like, oh right, fair enough. They didn't quite have the speed yesterday, but I will say, Atlas and their preparation when it came down to speed and consistency were actually really quite dominant yesterday. Yes, they're challenged by that TCR car, but in the GT4s, the bit where the points are paid out, they're in a very, very strong position. Yes, they are. Yes, they are indeed. So Atlas, they're definitely pace-wise, they were absolutely on it yesterday. Now, no fresh penalties in yet today, with the exception of the mention of the red camel team was involved in an incident with the GTX Vortex. They've had a intervention break. Also the number 720 GTX Lamborghini Super Trofeo for RD Sainz, 5-lap penalty for them on the race stop. So that we've taken that another car during code 60. We'll do it. So that's 60-second time down. And car number 7-1. That was the GTX Vortex.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. Obviously, the RD Science Studio Racing team, that Super Trofeo, it's gone 5 laps down. But if you actually go and look at what lap it was before it got that 5 lap penalty, as far as I can see.
They're about 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster. The RD Science Lamborghini, I mean, any circuit that suits Monza is a very fast car. It's got a lot more power than the GT3 Lamborghini Huracan.
Right.
And will have less drag as well, less downforce. So yes, it's a very fast car, and good drivers as well in that Lithuanian squad.
I mean, to be fair, I've always said I really like the look of the Super Trofeo because they just. It's the thing is. I'm not dealing with any of this Paul Smith. I don't really like Lamborghinis type deal. I couldn't believe I hear it.
You could see a picture of my face looking at it, going, "Okay, Paul, all right."
The thing is I look at that Super Trofeo and I think that thing looks ridiculous, and at the same time I'm like, I love it because it's such a Lamborghini, and a Lamborghini has to look ridiculous. If Lamborghini looked like an Audi R8, which each of their own, you'd be like, oh, it's a bit of a boring one, isn't it?
What our listeners and viewers won't know, but I'm going to tell you, is that Lewis McGlade, that was Lewis McGlade, ladies and gentlemen, not Peter Mackay here at the Global Commentary Centre, but Lewis McGlade is wearing the loudest shirt in
it's
Milan.
Ridiculous.
It's white, purple, green, yellow, blue. Have I missed any out?
There's a bit of
in there,
salmon
in there
pink,
as well.
yeah.
Do you know what? It looks like you're about to walk onto the stage in the Ali Pali to throw some 180s, actually. It's got that look about it.
I did. It's definitely a golfing shirt. That is for sure. No, I did a broadcast last week in Germany, and I showed up on the Wednesday in this shirt, and I was not planning on wearing it on the broadcast. Bearing in mind it was on camera and everything, and the broadcast director took one look at me and was like, "You have to wear that on air." And I was like, "No, surely not." He's like, "No, it's a demand now." I was like, oh, fair enough. We don't have any crazy loud liveries in the grid, but I will say,
the Willy Motorsports.
The Willy Motorsport ones is good.
And I saw they've got matching shirts in the pits as well.
I know.
So just a hint, I wouldn't quite like one of those.
Same.
I would wear that with pride.
I would wear that on the golf course.
Yes.
But no, I will say the only thing with it, because they.
Collar, though.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Thanks, Paul. I suppose if you've got damage to repair, good time to do a brake change. Yes, two things at once there.
What's the limitation on when it comes to damage repair for the amount of mechanics? I know you can have 4 team members on each car, and that you have to wear the yellow vest.
That's right.
So I guess if you've got 2, if you're saying, look, we only need 2 people on the rear left quarter of the car repairing that damage, well, we've got 2 spare mechanics out there, so you might as well then, like you say, go out and go and do a brake repair. Whilst that was going on, by the way, the BMW Italia Chapter Racing was in the pit lane for a regular stop.
Regular stop, and that they've done a driver change. Attila Abro has jumped on board.
that puts it briefly put the CP Racing Mercedes up into 4th, but Charles Espinel has just come in for some fuel. Meanwhile, Jonas Holmgaard brought in the Holmgaard Motorsport TCR. It's a little bit earlier than I expected, to be honest. After 25 minutes of running, I thought they had a bit more fuel left in the tank than that, but I'm sure they'll have got a plan there. And Magnus Holmgaard taking that car out onto track. So, Elliot Earhart leading the way then by just a handful of seconds. Alfred Renauer, I think, is managing this beautifully. He's just 3.5 seconds behind the leader, Elliot Earhart. He's taking no risk, keeping out the way, well, more or less keeping out the way, apart from that little brief skirmish with the 15 car. And yeah, I think Alfred Renauer, Lewis, he's really just keeping it tidy, not taking any risk, and they've got good driver time left in their fast drivers as well.
I was going to say, this is the thing that we were talking about yesterday. When it came to the battle on track between the Shera Sport PHX car and the Herberth Motorsport car, the Shera Sport car did use quite a lot of their pro driver, which is Pierre Caffer. They did use Pierre Caffer quite a lot yesterday. Did catch up with him post-race. They were very happy with how they'd gone about things, but you're absolutely right. The fact that Rob Renauer is better, you know, he's not driven yet. He's got a lot of time in the car left to go. They're in a comfortable position, and whilst we've completed the first half of the race, we're in a decent position in this race. We've still got 5 hours left to go. It's still an endurance race. You still have to pace yourself, and I think that's exactly what that 91 Herberth Motorsport car is doing right now. Is just not trying to overexert at any point in this opening stage of the second half of the race. You almost have to treat it like it's a pure race restart and kind of see where you are in a couple of hours. As Rubens Barrichello out of the car and now discussing things with the team.
Yeah, having a bit of a debrief after his first stint. Relatively short stint for Rubens there, 27 minutes at the end of this race. But Paul Smith is down with the man himself, Rubens Barrichello.
Rubens, we've just seen you come in having a bit of damage repaired to the car. How is it out there this round?
No, I had a puncture. And the team was not prepared. So I had a puncture. I stay in the fuel station. There was nobody from the team. I think he's taking a nap. And then I stopped on the penalty because of a code 6 infringement yesterday. There was nobody there, so we didn't take the penalty. And I came in and he said, oh, it was too late. So I've asked, do you want me to go one lap round with a tire exploded, so you guys get ready? So it's a bit of a situation where we lost too much because of decisions taken.
Unfortunately, these things happen in endurance racing, don't they? But there's only so much that teams can prepare. But still, you want that communication, don't you, from the team as well, to give you a bit of help out there.
Listen, I'm very easygoing, and I love what I do. I really love. I put a lot of passion. I was giving a lot, even though we're 6 laps behind. I was giving everything I had. So if the team is not prepared for a late call, then they're not prepared for me.
Well, let's talk about the car. Whilst you were out there without that puncture, how was it feeling out there? Were you feeling confident that you were able to push on with that car?
For some reason, our car doesn't have the straight line speed. But I was able to, look after and just have the tires prepared for the later part. Unfortunately, we are having an issue with tire management, and that's where we're having our problems. But everyone is having the same. The team just have to be prepared, and this is for enjoyment. It's not to piss her off. So I'm just so competitive. I need everyone to give the same thing. I give a lot, so I need them to give it to me.
Thank you for your time, Rubens.
Thanks for that, Paul. Well, Rubens Barrichello never change. One of the reasons why Rubens Barrichello was so loved in his days in Formula One was his passion and his just sheer drive to succeed and his love for motor racing. And clearly, from that interview there, Lewis, he has lost
none of that.
No.
None.
No, he's still, you can tell he still really, really cares. Like he said, he's still competitive. He still wants to, he still wants to compete. He still wants to be at the front, regardless of what race it is, whether it's for fun or not, it doesn't matter. He's still there. He still wants to compete. Did just see a lot of liquid coming out of the underside of the Vortex car. I'm not sure what it was. It almost looked like it was just water, but I don't really know. But it was certainly a lot that had leaked out. The car's in the pit lane, it's up on the jacks, and the door is open. The passenger side door is open. It's we're being told it is water. So
okay, that's it. Let's. What could that be? There's several places that could come from, but
maybe mechanics just spilled his bottle.
Maybe
just to keep us on edge.
The aircon unit, maybe. I don't know. I doubt that very much. That there's an aircon unit in the Vortex. So, of course, the Vortex it was running very well until it ended up in the barriers at turn 1 after a collision with the red Camel Jordan Stodinel Porsche Cup car. So, at the front of the field, Shera Sport lead. The Haas RT car right in behind is right there in behind, but is a lap down. It started the second part of the race a lap down. So interesting. Max Hofer appears to be relatively comfortable behind Elliot Earhart, and is just sitting there, kind of running the laps. I wonder how much fuel conservation is going to be an issue here as well, Lewis. The teams will be trying to extrapolate their stints and trying to figure out how many stints they've got. We've gone just under 5 hours to go in the race.
Yeah.
They'll now be thinking towards the end, and there'll be certain points that they want to hit. Of course, that can be thrown completely out by code 60s, but they have to kind of plan accordingly. And yeah, I wonder how much fuel saving is going to be a part of this as well.
Well, you were speaking a lot about back timing. You Paul was speaking a lot about back timing pit stops yesterday, and what that means is that you're kind of like trying to prepare yourself not only for the halfway point of the race, which awkwardly fell at 6.5 and then 5.5. Which, if it was bang on 6, you're kind of like preparing yourself for the second half of the race. You just copy and paste that, you do it again. Whereas with it being on 6.5, which I think is excellent, by the way, because it's. I like making strategy for teams and drivers awkward, because when you make it awkward, that's where you have to think outside of the box rather than just going, oh, let me just copy and paste the thing that I've done time and time again. It doesn't work like that. I do believe that Haas RT car has just come into the pit lane. So Max Hofer, after half an hour of the rerun, was actually right on the rear end of that Shera Sport PHX car, has entered pit lane and is being fueled up as we speak. So with them pitting now, the GT3s they are doing roughly an hour. I think, or is it slightly less around here? Was it an hour yesterday?
Yeah, it's around that. It does depend if you get code 60 as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 formation laps, you've got to think that as well. And at formation lap, yes, you're not at full throttle, but you are trying to generate temperature. You're accelerating braking. So it is worth noting on the fuel calculation. Herbert 992 GT3R Porsche, sitting very, very comfortably. That gap has stayed very steady at around 3.5 seconds, and Alfred Renauer, as he always does, just so solid at the wheel. And the great thing about it, for me doing my grid walk, he has on his just on the left-hand side of his driving overalls, it has in big capital letters Alfred, so I can tell him apart from his identical twin brother Robert.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, sometimes you get yourself mixed up if you had an identical twin. Thankfully, I do not. I've only got an older brother, so we're okay on that one. But like I say, I mean, the pace from the pair of them is actually very, very impressive, and they have this consistency. Like you say, Rob seems to be the faster of the two. We didn't see him out yesterday, so we'll see him in the car a little bit later on today. They're leaving themselves in good positions, though. And like I say, with where the pit stop is, I kind of get the feeling that the Shera Sport PHX car might be in fairly soon, but not 100%. I don't remember when they made their last pit stop yesterday, but we certainly have a 2-horse fight for the race lead, roughly separated by around about 3.3 seconds. The fastest lap, by the way, in the GT3s has gone to, guess who? Well, I said it earlier on, the BMW Italia Chapter racing car. Well, they took the fastest lap on 4 different occasions yesterday, twice from themselves and then twice from elsewhere, but they did set on 4 separate occasions the fastest lap of the race. They're clearly a very, very quick car, and on the previous lap time, Tilly Brow actually set the fastest lap of the race. They're presently running in 7th overall, behind the 903 Red Hat Racing car, which of course is in the 992 category, so it means they're 6th in the GT3s. But there's clearly some decent pace coming from Tilly Brow.
Yeah, Tila's really their gun driver. Raced single-seaters when he was a teenager, now 36 years old. Very experienced, but classified as a silver or semi-pro, as we call it here in the Ventic 24H series. Driver change going on down at Haas RT. 35 minutes stint there for Max Hofer. He took the start of the race yesterday and done the same again today. I think this looks like the brake change going on at the front of the Haas RT, and a bit of grass on the front grille there, the front left grille. So has Max Hofer, as he had a trip through the grass here, because that grass was not there when we did the grit walk this morning.
Yeah, it's all over the left-hand side. There's a few spots where you can pick it up on the left. Actually, no, I don't know if there is. I'm really thinking about, because most of the time, if you run wide through the Roger, if you run wide through Lesmo 1 or 2, you meet gravel before you meet grass.
Could have been a thing in traffic, possibly.
It could have been navigating traffic and picking up grass.
We'll get Paul Smith to find out what the story is there. As Sheriff Sport, they march on. They've clearly got a good amount of fuel in there. Now, yesterday we saw Herbert pit later than Sheriff Sport.
Yeah.
By about 15 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes. So we believe Herbert have an advantage on the amount of fuel that's in their tank and the tyres that are on the car as well, of course. So this might well come back to Alfred Renauer. In fact, he is starting to pull a bit of time. He took a couple of tenths out of Elliot Earhart last time by. The Vortex is back out on track. They had to bleed the radiator. That was where the water was coming from. And it's back going again. They just don't give up. They don't know the word quit, do they?
Again, so when they had that incident with the red Camel Jordans.nl car, I was in the Vortex garage, and I saw it come in, and I remember looking at it thinking, no, that's toast. And was it 15, 20 minutes later? It's back out on the track, and you're thinking, obviously by that point all they're trying to do is they're effectively trying to get to the halfway point of the race where they can then maybe have a little investigate and think, look, do we need to work on this overnight? What do we need to take that 5-lap penalty? What do we need to do? But yeah, they've been a very impressively run team. It must have been less than that, because yeah, they when it came to the restart, obviously the Super Trofeo lost 5 laps, and the Vortex was ahead of the Super Trofeo, if I remember correctly, on the restart. So they can't have lost more than about like 6 or 7 minutes yesterday, which is just baffling.
They do have a 60-second penalty to serve, which is for their part in that incident. So yeah, they do have to. I don't believe they've served it yet, have they? Yes, they have. So they have served it. Yes, so they got that done while they were in the pits. Yep. So they've served their penalty. Have Vortex. They're free to go. Gap is coming down at the front. So Sheriff Sport, Elliot Earhart is coming down. I think this is a tyre wear issue, and Alfred Renauer again has played the canny game, and he's kept his Hankook tyres in better condition and is now starting to push and put Elliot Earhart under pressure. We thought that Earhart was pulling away 3.5 seconds or 4 seconds it looked like at one point, and now it's really starting to come down. 2.7 seconds at our last timing point. So Alfred Renauer, and there's such a mental aspect when you see the leading car in front of you getting larger and larger, and you're getting closer and closer. That is such a motivating factor, and that's exactly what Alfred Renauer is powering himself towards at the moment. Last lap by, he took 0.4 of a second out of Elliot Earhart, who's coming up to a bit of traffic going into Ascari.
It's the Atlas car. It is the GT4 leader, the GTTC leader as well, who the Sheriff Sport car is coming up to. And to be fair, looking at it, it seems as though the Atlas car is not actually a million miles away from putting that TCR car, the Home Guard Motorsport car, once again a lap down. To update you as well on a couple of other penalties, I'll give you one that's just been served. There was a 10-second time penalty for the Haas RT car. That was for being in a car. It was an incorrect position, I think, on the race start. False start, not respecting correct position on grid formation. So that's where the Haas RT cars received a 10-second time penalty. But there has been a 60-second time penalty for the 907. That is the RPM Racing car, the Tracy Crone sponsored one. That was for working on the car at the start of the race on the grid. So they've been slapped with a couple of pit lanes.
Yeah. Leader is in the pit lane, so Sherra Sport PHX come into pit lane. They're filling up with fuel and will then send their car down to the pit box. Herberth motor on, so Herberth getting very, very close indeed. Paul Smith is down at Haas RT with team owner Sandrine Haas.
Well, Sandrine, we've just seen your drivers swap here. How has the opening of this race gone for you so far?
Well, not too bad, but of course we'd rather be first than third. So now it's still 4 hours and a bit to go. So hopefully we'll be on the better place later on.
And we've seen your driver come in with the car looking a bit like a lawnmower. How do you feel about your drivers taking a trip to the grass?
If they go on a field trip and they go back on track, it doesn't matter as long as they don't break anything.
But looking forward now, where can you get yourselves? Can you see yourselves getting challenging for the front two here?
Well, that's of course what we're aiming to, but it depends what happens on front and everything. I can't. Being there is already good.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Take care.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, I'm not superstitious.
Brilliant. Love it. Brilliant stuff from Sandrine Haas as always.
She's a good sport.
She's a great sport. She's a great sport and running a superb team as well. The car is so beautifully turned out. And I love that. They can go through the grass and just don't break anything.
Yeah.
Would you want to be a driver going back to the pit lane and you've broken something on the car and they're going into the truck? No.
Yeah. No. I mean, I get the feeling that Sandrine Haas is the kind of lady that will give you a good telling off in the pit lane if you've sent it a little bit too hard. So, but to be fair, you need people like that in motorsport. That's what creates good teams, and this team has an amazing following. She was telling me a couple of nights ago about some of the amazing things that they get in support. Amazing.
Yeah, in Antigua.
Even elsewhere.
Yes, as well. I like how they're sponsored by one of the local cafes in Antigua at the back of the car, Charlie's Cafe. So if you're going to Antigua, go to Charlie's Cafe, support SRT's sponsor. 4 hours and 48 minutes to go, and it's Herberth Motorsport who have popped into the lead after the Sherra Sport Audi came in for service. Let's see how long it's going to be that the Herberth Porsche continues. They did pit about 10 to 15 minutes later into the race yesterday, and of course that is then carried over into today. So at the moment they're looking pretty strong, are Herberth, and Alfred Renauer in the car at the moment. But we'll wait and see who goes in next. They have a choice here. Do they really try and land a punch and put Robert Renauer in and really put some hot pace in, or do they put Ralph Bond in the car and keep continuously just knocking out those laps? Because yesterday, Ralph, he was the man of the meeting yesterday. For me, his stints were just so consistent and fast. For an armed driver, fantastic.
There were a couple of drivers that really, really impressed me yesterday. Charles Espinal was actually another one of them in the CP racing car, doing quite a big stint. But yeah, Ralph Bond was incredible, absolutely incredible yesterday. And I mean, got out of the car and was rightfully so quite sweaty. I was going to catch up with him, and then he kind of gave me a look as if like,
I'm tired.
Give me a minute, yeah. And I was like, yeah, of course. But no, like, It wasn't a very, very impressive stint. I think the big thing with the weather that we've had this weekend, because it's not just the fact that it's hot, it's the fact that it's thick. It's really quite humid. It's quite, there's a lot of, exactly. You don't want to stay in the race car for too long in those kind of conditions. So anyone who's taking it all the way up to the maximum time of around 2 hours they can do in one stint, anyone taking it up to that, I mean, hats off to anyone that's able to do so, because these cars are running hot out there, and in conditions like this, it is immensely, immensely difficult. I mean, I think an hour would be more than enough for most people.
You've got to think as well, in that Mercedes, the CP Racing, Charles Espinel, has a 6.2 litre V8 pretty much in front of your feet.
In front of you, yeah.
So that's got to have an effect on the cooling or lack of it. So, Herberth continue to march on. They lead at the moment in GT3. In the 992 class, Red Ant Racing, they lead after Willie Motorsport had a puncture and Neuhofer Rennsport had to come in and take a regular service as well. So in the 992 AMS, that's still Krone Racing that lead over X1 Racing there, so they're still having a strong run. 911 in GTX, they continue to lead in GTX over the RD Sainz team. Has got a lead of 2 laps, so RD Sainz are they're really motoring on. They're coming back from that little deficit that they had with the penalty for working on the car overnight. In GT4, it's Atlas BX Motorsport who lead at the moment. They also lead in GTTCE by a lap over the TCR machine of Holmgaard Motorsport, Magnus Holmgaard. But they're not long out of the pits, so watch for that Holmgaard car just cycling further up the field.
Yeah, certainly so. Just looking as well, once again, the 2 Audi R8s remained fairly close on the circuit between the Sherra Sport and Haas RT post pit stops for the pair of those. Back out onto the racetrack, but of course a couple of laps in between all of them. They've just navigated the lap traffic of the Rabdan motorsport car that I said earlier was actually kind of running in a fairly decent position, but it is that Red Ant car that seems to be working their way forward, that's getting in and amongst the GT3s. And you know, we were saying before about the chance that potentially one of the 992s could work onto the overall podium. It's jumped between the Red Ant and the Red Camel car. Unfortunately, the Red Camel car is completely removed from that. I don't even believe they went back out. I know you were saying about them maybe starting from the pit lane, the Red Camel car.
Yes, it is.
But
Red Camel,
as far as I'm aware,
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
That is the case, but then you have teams like Autolando who have put in all the work. They've come out here, they've tried their hardest. They didn't even get out for a single lap in qualifying. That is how difficult their weekend has been. Obviously didn't start the race, and it's such a big shame for a team. You never want that from anyone, whether it is drivers, teams, mechanics, whatever, to have travelled all this way, to have put in all the work to get into this position, and then show up, and then the race starts without you. It's like missing the last train at sort of midnight, leaving London Victoria and thinking, great, I have to spend the night in London?
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. So Elliot Earhart for Sport PHX is in second now after that pit stop, and Haas RT right in there behind now. They still got a couple of laps to. But they're kind of as they were. They both had a pit stop. So Haas RT, they are in third, but they are a lap behind the Sport car. So Herbert showing us a lap ahead at the moment, but that will come back to us when Herbert come into the pits. They cannot be far away from it.
No.
So how far? So Sport have been out on track. It's hard to tell actually. For about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it can't have been that long ago.
So there'll be maybe another 5 minutes or so before we see Herbert come into the pits. Perhaps Paul Smith can shuffle down there and see if there's any activity down at Herbert and see who's getting ready actually as well to go into that car, because that's going to affect the how their strategy worked as well. Sport, interestingly, Elliot Earhart doing a double stint. That seemed to be the Sport PHX strategy yesterday. Do longer stints. So they really did front load Elliot Earhart and Pierre Caffer. And they've got Michael Doppelmayr. He's completed his
another one.
Drive time. Oh, not again.
Left side, left rear puncture once again for Willie Motorsports. That is the second one in 50 minutes. They had one on the first lap. And Willie Motorsports will be coming back into the pit lane. We had, what, 4 for the Toro Racing car yesterday, and now we've got 2 already for the Willie Motorsports. It is not a code 60, just the warning of a slow car on circuit as it will return its way to pit lane, but that is a disaster. We do have a couple of extra fans in the commentary booth, and they do get in the way a little bit of the broadcast, flying their way around, just trying to distract us from this action that we've got going on. I do agree, by the way, the Herbert Motorsport car, it's got to be in the pit lane fairly soon. And again, a reminder as to how the rules work when it comes to the Pro Driver, which Rob Renauer is for that car. The Pro Driver can do half the race distance, which obviously we only have 4 hours and 40 minutes left to go. So you think maybe he could do the entire start end of the race?
1/3.
Not exactly. Oh, is it 1/3?
1/3.
1/3. So we're at that kind of point right now. But you can only do 2-hour stints. So.
And then you must have a break.
And then you must have a break, because the break that you have between your stints has to be half of the stint that you've just done. So if you do 2 hours, you must have an hour-long break. If you do an hour and a half, it has to be 45 minutes before you get back in the car. That's roughly how it works. And as we're speaking about all of that, by the way, guess who's in for fuel? It is the Herbert Motorsport car. So
that was just about right, because if you think we've been driving for 52 minutes, they pitted about 10 minutes before the end, and that would then mean, of course, that we have that's about an hour. So Daniel Alleman will be getting on board the Herbert Porsche. So one of the amateur drivers getting in the machine, but it drove very strong yesterday, as did Ralph Bond. So there's Daniel Alleman with the beautiful white, red and black helmet there, and Porsche strip across the visor as well, ready to get on board the Herbert number 91 machine. They finished P2 at the 12 Hours of Spa. Can they get that first win on the boards today?
I mean, they've certainly got the pace, they've certainly got the speed, and they've got the position in the race as well. I would say if I were thinking about like who's looking stronger in the race, as much as I do like the look of that Sport PHX car, I do. Part of me in my gut is leading towards that Herbert Motorsport car. It just seems to be the touch stronger right now, and seems to be moving forward in the race in the right way. One that wasn't moving forward in the race in the right way is the 907 that we're looking for here, the RPM racing car that presently, I don't know who's behind the wheel of the 907, I think it is actually Tracy Crone. This car, again, I said about the penalty that they had being the 60-second penalty as Willie Motorsports come into the pit lane. Herbert are released as well from the fueling area, so they'll come down, do the tyre change and the driver change. Will there be a brake change as well? The answer to that question is no. But what I was also going to say is the 907 did run wide, that RPM racing car. They did run wide on the exit of turn 1, dipping a couple of wheels in the grass and gravel. And as we were seeing earlier, especially on a hot day like this, the last thing you want is any grass over that radiator. And as I'm looking, look on the left-hand side, there is quite a lot of grass on the left-hand side of that air intake on the front.
Yeah, that is exactly where the radiator is on those 992 Cup machines. And interestingly, the latest Porsche GT3 RS road car, it's one of the first 911 road cars I can think of that doesn't have a front boot luggage compartment.
Oh, really?
Because there is a real aerodynamic benefit to have the radiator right there in the front at a certain angle, and the way that the air flows through the cars and pushes the front of the car down. The radiator then being in the front like it is on the race car. Of course, you don't need the luggage compartment on the race car. The GT3 RS does not have a front luggage compartment, so that's where they've got the idea
Which
from.
Is great, but then I kind of think about it as if I were to go and own one, not that I ever would. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have that kind of capital.
Track toy.
Exactly. You're not using it to go to Tesco or take it down the 18 holes at the weekend.
Any other 911 you could, give or take. But that's the 911 is such a versatile beast. You can now even get a Dakar version of it with four-wheel drive and race suspension. So everything from a 992 Cup car, of course, the 992 GT3R of Herberth into the pits. It looked like a pretty smooth Herberth pit stop, all told. Daniel Aleman on board, the Swiss driver. See what they can do at the front of the field. So William Motorsport going around.
Are they doing a brake change?
Yes,
well? It must be
brake change for the Motorsport. After yesterday going so well, today has gone pretty disastrous.
Surely,
unfortunately,
it was a rear left as well that had gone away.
Because this track, there's so many long, loaded up corners. Curva Biasano, the big kind of second corner there as well. But it's the Alboreto curve, which is really the thing. We were speaking to Shane Lewis earlier on, and he was saying you cannot believe how much you're loading up the front of the car, and he says if you just catch it the wrong way, it can go wrong. Well, Paul Smith is down at Herberth Motorsport. Paul, what have you got?
Well, I've got Alfred Renauer here, and well, how was that sim for you out there? It looks very hot up for these drivers.
I think it's getting even more hotter today. So first it was okay, so we're missing a bit straight line speed. So on braking we are really good, but our disadvantage is at the moment the straight line speed. It makes it really hard to overtake somebody else.
There looked to be a little bit of contact between you and the BMW. Is that the case?
Yeah, I think he was too late on braking. Then he slowed down too much in the chicane. It's the only chance with our car because we have much more less power than the BMW, and otherwise we cannot overtake this car. So we needed to push out of the corner, but BMW was suddenly too slow.
And the car though is fine though, there's nothing wrong with that from that contact though?
No, it's all fine, it's good. The car is running.
And I just want to get your thoughts as well. Racing at a historic venue like Monza, what is it like for somebody like yourself to come here and race at this tremendous venue?
For me, the circuit is pretty cool. I think they have a lot of good circuits in their calendar 2023. I hope they do the same next year. I personally love Monza with the long straights and hard braking zones. Makes it interesting.
Okay, Alfred, thank you very much for that. I just want to mention as well that Herberth Motorsport, they did actually have a little bit of a problem with the front right wheel gun. That meant that you had to use one of the other wheel guns to be able to finish the pit stop, but they were all back out fine.
Great stuff, Paul. Thank you very much for that. The flat cap looking excellent today, I must say.
It looks like a proper pit report.
It looks like a really good, getting all the scoops there as well. It looks like a Fleet Street hack there with he's getting all the scoops under his hat.
Do you think it helps him get all the hot gas?
I think so.
It must
a hot gas magnet, that flat cap that Paul is sporting. Now, just as we were with Paul and Alfred Renauer, unfortunately, if it doesn't rain, it pours. Car number 950, the Q1 track racing car, that was the car that Rubens Barrichello got out a short while ago. They've had another puncture, second puncture of the day. So Willy Motorsport have had two, and unfortunately there's been two for for Q1 track racing as well.
There's quite a lot. If you the Willie Motorsports car that's just coming through the first of the Lesmos, kind of, I'm trying to take a good look at the front of the car. There was a lot missing from the front, from the splitter on the front of the car. There's quite a lot taken off of it, particularly on the right-hand side. And so they're going to be losing a lot of front downforce. As much as it's basically just like a lip on the car, you are going to lose a lot of front-end grip. Now, of course, you can cure it a little bit with a bit of a lead right foot, but with how you have been having punks and stuff on the rear end, that is the last thing you want to do. So there could be some further issues with the Willie Motorsports car. They had such good promise after yesterday's race, after their rise up the order. Unfortunately, now for them, it seems to be going ever so slightly sideways.
For Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, though, they're looking at a whole championship picture. They're already thinking about next time with Estoril. They're really wanting to win this championship in this category. So for them, it's just, I think it's about just trying. Suffer. Clearly today is not their day. Suffer through today and just get it to the flag in as best a position as possible. One driver who is lighting up the timing screens right now is Loa Kai Lo for Toro Racing by HRT Performance. Loa Kai Lo, the leader in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia Championship. He's never raced here at Monza before, very little racing experience in Europe at all, and he is showing great pace, lapping right up the sharp end of the timesheets in the Porsche 992 Cup class. It's the same car that he races, not the identical chassis, but the same model of car that he races in Asia, but on a different brand of tyre. And Lewis, that's got to make the car feel very different. From brand to brand, each brand has their own style, their own construction, their own compounds. The car's always going to feel different.
Yeah, absolutely. I've spoken to a few drivers that have jumped even from cars where you would say, by the way, the Vortex has come back into the pit lane, even from cars that you would say should feel relatively similar, say, for example, a Lamborghini V10 over to an Audi R8 V10. You think, oh, they probably feel quite similar. No, wildly different. Wildly different. So, you know, especially when you're jumping between, every GT3 will feel different. The same GT3 from different teams will feel like a completely different car. And that's why the pro drivers are pro drivers. They're so good at adapting. They can get the pace out of basically whatever. For drivers like Loa Kai Lo, trying to learn even the subtle nuances between one car and another. I'd almost argue if you're jumping between two cars that should feel roughly the same, like a Cup car versus a GT3, you know, like from the Porsches, they should feel fairly similar, but slightly, obviously, one's faster than the other. That is almost harder because you have to work out you don't have to like relearn driving. You have to find out the subtle differences and then what you can apply and what you can't apply. Loa Kai Lo's done an amazing job, by the way. I was catching up with Toro Racing yesterday, and yeah, very impressed. And like I said, today basically it's an extended test session for them. Get them in the car, get them doing laps, and see what they have to do what they can prove.
And they've got a great kind of coach and mentor in Adam Christodoulou, and they're a driver who's won at the very highest level to kind of, and also just to guide by the hand a little bit of how racing works over here, the rules, etc. It's very different. So yeah, really cool program. Delighted to have the team from China, Toro Racing, over here. So at the front of the field, Elliot Earhart for Share Sport PHX has reassumed his position at the front after the pit cycle. Daniel Aleman in second position, just 23 seconds back. Now, curiously, the last time they were separated by 2,000ths of a second. So it's tight at the front.
Quite close.
But that gap has gone up. It was before the first pit stops. It was around 3 seconds. Now it's up to 23 seconds. That is all to do with the last pit stops. That little stutter, little issue with the wheel gun, a problem there for Herbert. That 20 seconds. A battle as close as this, that's going to take a bit of catching up on.
Yeah, of course, the way it works when it comes to pit stops in here, the fuel and tyres are done at not only different times, at different places in the pit lane. The fuel is done as you enter. There are 6 slots to fill up on fuel. If you're in and all 6 slots are full, well, it's tough. You just have to wait. And so once you've done that, then you go down and you visit your team, and that's where you do the tyre change. and they try and do them as quick as possible. You'll see them like running around, trying to basically do it almost as if it's a NASCAR pit stop. It's pretty impressive to see. As the Q1 track racing car returns to the pit lane with yet another puncture. Is this
the same one? I don't think it's the same one. Because we were getting a bit of, we'll come back to Q1 track racing in a minute. Is the GTX leader, the 911 Porsche, car number 719, Georg Goder. Georg Goder has got a damage to the rear wing on the right-hand side. What has happened to the GTX leader? So drama in the GTX class. Georg gets going again, but that rear wing on the right-hand side is damaged. It appears to be the only place that has damage.
I was going to say, and it's not as if the rear wing has been like shaved or anything. It's just the end plate that's fallen off, so there's contact here, I'm sure.
So what happened there was the BMW Italia car coming into the GT3 spec car, coming into the second chicane and moved across a little bit, and Georg Goder tried to give a bit of room and kind of ran out of room himself, put a tyre on the grass and spun around. We saw earlier in the week at the Ascari chicane, Rubens Barrichello actually putting a tyre on the grass and spinning around, so it is easily done, but it doesn't really explain where the
end plate went, because it was already gone. The end plate, so on the rear wing, you've obviously got the two end plates, the vertical bits on the left and the right-hand side of the end plate. And as we look at the car, it's the left-hand side. So as from a driver's position, from heading forward, it's the right-hand side end plate that's come off. Now that's odd because that really doesn't happen very often. In fact, it happens so not often. I've never seen it. I've never seen a car with an end plate that's come off and no other damage is done to the, like, it's not been through contact with the barrier. It's not. It seems as though it's almost maybe rattled loose. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, Georg Goder, he might have to come into pit lane to get the tyres might be flat spotted from that spin. So we'll try and get Paul Smith down there to find out what the story is there. It's a difficult one for race control to judge there as well, because it's multi-class racing. There is all of the classes on track have different speeds and they have to coexist.
What do you feel?
The BMW.
Here we go, throwing us straight under the bus. I know how I feel about it.
Straight under the bus. Okay, well we'll come to you then. I mean, I think it's a very tricky one, because there was a car's width. Yes. Was it tight? Yes. I think the BMW Italia car put the GTX car in a tough position, but there was still a car's width, and Georg Goder just was actually being a little bit too nice and put a wheel on the outside grass. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I was going to say pretty much the same thing. I think if I'm going to blame anyone on there, it would be the BMW Italia Chicago, but I don't think it's worth a penalty.
No.
It's more just kind of like if I'm the team, it'd be like oopsie daisy, sorry about that. Anyway, moving on, because the race is still going on. It's kind of, I'm watching it being like, it's just unnecessary to lap that aggressively and sort of basically like almost cut in ahead of the 911 car. You're not going to gain hundredths to even hundreds of seconds. You might get the odd thousand here and there, but realistically, you're not going to gain that much from doing so. Obviously, it's a racetrack. It's got to be hard out there, but you're not racing for position. They're not going to race you into the corner. It was all a little bit unnecessary from my point of view, but then again, not a racing driver. I'm just a fat commentator watching over the race, talking about it. So, alas, it is what it is. I'm sure both teams will have their opinions, but I can almost guarantee nothing will come of it, and that's right, to be honest. I don't think anything should happen from it.
So word from Neunendel, Paul getting the scoops down there, saying the car is fine. There is, yes, it's lost the wing end plate, but they're not overly concerned about that. So that's good. That could have been a lot worse, because the barrier is quite close there on the right-hand side going into the second. So it's very easy to get slammed into the wall there. So I'm sure it raised the temperature and raised the heart rates in the Neunendel garage. And for them to come back from the repairs from earlier in the week, it would be quite a story. Of course, we have the Spirit of the Race Awards. Many contenders for that. The award for the true spirit of endurance. I'm still on the fence. I've got a few thoughts on it, but we'll confirm that later in the race for you. Do let us know on the 24/8 Series social media. or indeed here in the booth. It's at Mackay Podcast, and you are at
Lewis McGlade 78. 78 is my racing number. It's not around. There's not 78 of me.
Okay.
78 is my reg number for a reason, by the way. It's not random. It's because when I first got into sim racing, which is the side me and you have been involved in a fair amount, I'm a big Sebastian Loeb fan. And Sebastian Loeb had won when I started, had won 78 rallies. He came back and won one more, and then won another one. And I thought 79 and 80 aren't good numbers. I'm going to stick with 78 wins.
It's the OG.
Exactly.
Loeb. Yeah.
Exactly. When he first started,
Sebastian Loeb rally wins. Very, very good one. That very good one indeed. So the gaps. Front of the field, Elliot Earhart lapping in the kind of low 1 minute 50s as he has been throughout the second part of the race. Daniel Alleman just into the sort of mid 151s, just on a mid 1 minute 52 there. The gap has gone up a bit. It's now up to 29 seconds. So Elliot Earhart is stretching this gap at the front of the field.
In the rhythm, clearly. I mean, obviously, having started the race and is still going on the restart of the race, that was an hour and 10 minutes ago. That Shera Sport PHX car, I'd suspect it'll be in the pit lane in around about 40 to 50 minutes. It would be around 40 minutes from now, because it pitted around about 15 minutes before half an hour. Yes, I'm throwing a lot of numbers out there. It's very confusing, but basically they went for around about 45 minutes, 40 to 45 minutes from the restart of the race.
But a full stint will be an hour.
But a full stint will be an hour, exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of why we're expecting them to not pit for about another 40 minutes, where they'll rescind the lead back to the Herbeth Motorsport car for a few laps. But like you say, that Shera Sport car, they're looking very, very strong indeed.
They are. Elliot Earhart, that will be, he'll be getting towards his maximum stint time. He's been in the car for an hour, and showing us an hour and 6 minutes because the pit stop times don't count towards it. Kessel Ferrari, car number 8, into the refueling area with David Fumanelli at the wheel, the Swiss team with Italian drivers.
It was quite nice yesterday. He was kind of describing about the car, about how it's obviously new and trying to, obviously, GT3 is being BOP'd and such, and he was saying about how when a car is brand new, getting the BOP right is actually really difficult, because when it's something like a 488 that's been around for ages, or the Audi R8, and obviously the Generation 2, the Evo version of it, like it can cause the odd little hiccup here and there, but it's still, you've got a basis of where to BOP from, whereas the 296 it's brand new, it's completely different, and so actually getting that BOP right, you need some things like this to at least get some form of basis as to where to BOP it in the future. But hey, it's fantastic. Oh, is there a slow car on circuit? Is that the BUGGYRA car?
It's taking a strange line into the Alboreto curve, but it's maybe just coming into the pits.
I think it must just be,
well, of course, the Ferrari have never won at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring until a few weeks ago when they got the job done with Fricatelli Racing. I mean, I think that proved how good the car is to go and take on the toughest 24-hour race in the world.
And survive,
win with a privateer team.
Yeah.
Yes, they had support from Rinaldi Racing, but shows that the car is a very, very good product. That is, as a product, that is exactly what it's designed to do.
Yeah.
But I was speaking to one of their rival drivers before the weekend even got going at the Nürburgring, and the new 296 GT3 without BOP, the 296 GT3, the new model, is 1.8 seconds faster around the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit.
Wow.
That really follows your point of that's not an easy thing to balance into.
Yeah. You're always going to get overbopped at some point. You're always, like, especially when it's that fast, it's so easy for them to go, right, if you're that kind of fast, and it's not as if it's like a number on a computer where they go, oh, it's this fast, so we'll take 2 seconds of lap time off. It is not like that. And just putting weight in or reducing power, that's going to BOP it for some circuits and not for others. That's not how it works. It is, BOP is such an immense task to actually piece together and work through. I mean, I've got a lot of respect for everything that goes on behind the scenes BOP wise, because it's just tremendous tremendously difficult.
Very complex. S1 Racing, the Estonian crew, in for a pit stop and just getting the car, getting it filled up with fuel. Of course, being a 911, the fuel tank is where the where the luggage compartment would be on a road going 911. You fill it up from the front. So in that 992 category is Neuhofer Rennsport. Not much between them at this stage. Tell you what, despite their penalties, this RPM Racing facing one at the wheel at the moment. They're first and third of all the 992. Have they served?
Literally about this, just check this right now.
Apologies to coming across that. Car has been given, well, the stewards. Driving behaviour on track, 30-second time penalty.
Gosh.
And then car number 90. Racing car, no, I was
yeah, no, that's
91 for Herbert. 10-second time penalty for intervention rating infringement. Car number 6. No, it's the BUGGYRA car. Intervention rating infringement. They've just served that 10. Then the driver's no okay, right? I've got to get more.
And while I think that's harsh, kind of, especially when you're doing championships and stuff like this, where it's not the elitist level. It is a strong field out there. It's not club racing. It's it's steps above that, but still, you've got everyone out there is privateers. There's no manufacturers out there and stuff like that. Everyone's paying for their own repair bills and everything like that. So you want to kind of almost keep it as, it is quite a wholesome paddock actually, more so than what I would have expected. And you kind of want to keep that. And in a sense, if you're going to penalise those kind of things heavily, you are heavily discouraging that kind of stuff, which means that you see less car-to-car incidents. In fact, actually, over the weekend so far, we've had 8 hours of racing nearly. How many car-to-car incidents have we had?
Not many.
Exactly.
Not many, and no real
that's
heavy one.
massive.
I mean, we had one between the Vortex and the Red Camels car, but that I think was more that was just an honest mistake. We were speaking to St. Louis this morning. He said his braking leg, left leg, is really sore this morning because into that braking zone, you are going in the Mercedes. You're 6th gear at the top of 6th gear, and you're coming off at the 150, and you are slamming the brake with huge amounts of pressure, and then just bleeding it off as you've gone all the way down the gearbox to 1. You're putting the car and yourself through immense pressure. You're doing that for an hour in a baking hot race car. That is tough. So it's very easy to make a mistake on the braking there because it's such a deep braking zone. GTX, the battle is on. The RD Signs, they're pushing on, but they've got great pace, but there is a concern for them over rear tyres. That Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo seems to be eating rear tyres.
Yeah, and that was, to be fair, they were one of the first teams I went into yesterday, and they were not particularly pleased with where things were. I think it was Nicola Michelon that I was having a conversation with, and he was basically saying the rear tyres, that they're going through them really quickly.
A lot of horsepower. It's probably the most powerful car.
I was going to say, it's all that power going down to the rear, and around here, you've got traction zones out of the Rettifilio, you've got a traction zone out of the Rogier. You're not exactly cooling the tyres down between the two going around Curva Grande. You're leaning heavily on the left-hand side going through Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, and then that entire run around the Parabolica. You're just asking that rear left tyre to do so much work. You don't get it cooled down around here, especially in the heat.
the number 720 RD signs, that car we're talking about, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, it's just blown straight past the 296 GT3 Ferrari. So it's gone past, I mean, it just shows you just how much speed it has on the straight. It doesn't have the same cornering speed, doesn't have the downforce for braking, etc. But on power, it is an absolute rocket ship. You can see why it's such a popular car. You think the amount of those Super Trofeo cars around the world, there's a series in the Middle East, it's in Europe and the United States. They are such a popular car for amateur drivers, but for pros as well.
It's because they look cool.
They look amazing. If you, I saw one going down the pit lane, I'm going, that honestly, you could put that in the next Batman film, and it could just be paint it black. So, either they don't have any. So they've GTX. Gap in the front. Wow, the gap in the front is really, really growing now. It's up to 4 seconds. Since the start of the race, I think, yes, it's rising. Actually, in truth, he's been in that car for the best part of hour and a half, but when you take out the grid laps and the formation laps, etc., so great performances in the machine will bring up the gap to Herbert Motorsport in second. Then in third it's Haas RT, but BUGGYRA,
we did wonder if there were problems.
Oh, BUGGYRA Mercedes are really dragging Paul down there to find out what's going on with BUGGYRA. What a shame for the crew. This is racing, truck racing. They are such an impressive crew. You can get a car in and out of the desert in Dakar. This is a new venture for the team. They're transitioning into endurance circuit racing, and this has been a learning phase. Went relatively smooth, but today the mechanics are pouring underneath the car to see what's what, to see what's going on.
There's also quite a bit of grass in front of them. They're looking at something quite aggressive under it. If you're looking at stuff under the car, it's not normally a very good time. That is the championship. Every time I went down to Atlas and had conversations with them, they were like, obviously, the only thing that we're really focused on covering here is making sure that we are ahead of BUGGYRA and kind of refocus on getting our championship lead back. Frustration there. We did wonder why it was going so slow. I did wonder if it had a puncture. It's actually one category we've not seen a puncture in.
Paul Smith is down in BUGGYRA. Paul, what's the story?
Well, stop charging the battery, and the alternator is right in the power of this car. So that's what you on the axle stand. So the working
It was enough to take out one of the HRT cars early on yesterday, but BUGGYRA, this is the thing, they are used to having a service truck go to a stricken rally car or a stricken rally truck in the middle of the Dakar desert. If there's anyone who can get this fixed, it's BUGGYRA.
Yeah, back out on the racetrack at some point today. Yes, it's not going to be some is going to be very important today, and in champ again. Once we're done with this race, we're over halfway through the Prevented 24-Hour Series of 2023. Just 2 more official rounds left to go. We've got the 24-hour race in Barcelona, Estoril as well, with a 6-hour qualifying race and a 12-hour race. But then for me, a big highlight going to Villarreal. I know it's not Champions round, but I can't wait to see that.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. BUGGYRA 6-hour endurance race. Brake change going on at E2P Racing. And is it going particularly smoothly? I'm not sure if it is. You know, it's not a particularly elegant process. You think just how hot those brakes are. Mechanics have obviously got their gloves on. They're having to really be very careful handling those brakes and get it done quickly. So E2P Racing in their 911 GT3R are trying to get their brake change done with 4 hours and 7 minutes of the race to go.
So, am I right in because the only team that I've seen do thus far a full disc.
Adiku, tvůj stint je sice za tebou, ale najednou máme auto v boxech, co pak se stalo?
No, asi po hodině 20, co jsem jel, tak se z ničeho nic rozsvítila kontrolka, že kleslo napětí, takže evidentně jsem si to myslel, že alternátor, takže jsem dojel do depa, říkal jsem to klukům, vyměnili jsme se, ale ještě nechali Alču vyjet, ať to zkusíme, se to třeba tady nespraví, ono kolikrát to auto se zpamatuje, když se to chcípne a znova nastartuje, takže ale nespamatovalo. Tak, bohužel se nespamatovalo a svítilo to dál, takže teď měníme alternátor, aby jsme mohli ještě pokračovat dál.
Jaký byl ten tvůj stint? Jak se dělo?
Byl překvapivý, protože já jsem měl jenom odstartovat a za 15 minut přijet a vylíst. A z ničeho nic mi řekli, ještě si tam posedíš a díku pojedeš dál, takže to mě dost překvapilo, protože jsem na to nebyl nachystaný, nebyl jsem napitý a nebyl jsem úplně ready. Takže, ale to jsou ty vytrvalostní závody, takže člověk se musí hned na to zase psychicky připravit, odsedět si to tam, odkroužit, ale jelo se mi pěkně, protože jsem jezdil pěkné časy, nebyl takový velký provoz, sice párkrát zase krizovka, ti rychlí předjíždí kolikrát hodně blbě, ale dopadlo to dobře, takže za mě spokojenost.
Jak velká ta ztráta teďka bude asi, se předpokládá?
Vůbec netuším, za jak dlouho to kluci zvládnou udělat. Vidíme Alču, že se chladí, protože v tom autě teď, když to stojí, je tam třeba 60 stupňů. Dneska je fakt extrémní vedro, zase praská hodně pneumatik, kde vidět, že to je náročné. Pozor, pozor! Je to náročné a musíme si dávat pozor. No, tady vidíme, že zase Code 60, Mr. Vortex v kačírku, takže uvidíme, doufejme, že to kluci vymění a pojedeme dál.
Díky, Adam.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Energy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Because of course these wheels, they use 5 nuts in the GT4s compared to that center locking nut that you see on the GT3s, so no brake pad change for them.
Right, thank you, Paul. That's
not duped me.
No. To me, that's a surprise. To me, if they think they can get to the end of the race on the same brakes, that they're going to have a long brake pedal by the end of the day, I would think, especially in this heat.
it's kind of like, as much as I love the idea that they're trying to take it in the GTTC, the unofficial category, they're trying to beat Home Guard and whatever. At this point, I'd be sat there thinking, whilst, yeah, I do want to win that, I'm thinking points, I'm thinking championship, I'm thinking...
Tak, máme tady mladý ještě 2 akademiky. Čau kluci.
Ahoj.
Ahoj.
Jak se vám závody líbí? Koukám, jestli tady asi... Ty jsi taky mladý kluk. Jak se vám to zatím líbí? Jak jde táta?
Výborně.
To znám toho řek.
No, líbí se mi, že umí dobře předjíždět na brzdách. A to já neumím, to se musím naučit.
No, tak vidíš. Co ty, jak se ti líbí vůbec atmosféra tady na závodech?
Mně se to líbí, jsou to vlastně první velký závody, na kterých nějak jako jsem, i když jako jenom jako divák. Ale je to přijde jako zajímavý, je to akční, je docela, takže vlastně to baví mě to.
Takže vy máte další závody, kdy kluci?
Příští víkend.
Příští víkend, takže budete pořádně topit?
Samozřejmě.
Ano.
Ať držíme palce.
A já budu dělat mechanika.
Z jezdce se stanu mechanikem.
The metal expands when it gets hot, and that's what can cause the issues of basically what we were seeing yesterday. BUGGYRA's stop yesterday, when it came to them changing the brakes, I think it was somewhere in the region of around 6. On both sides. The Code 60 will end in 1 minute, so we don't have too long before we get back under racing here in the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza. And I will say that as much as we're seeing like the odd fan here and there, everyone's come out for a lovely little day in the Royal Villa of Monza Park. It's beautiful, delightful out there.
Lots of people walking their dogs. I mean, I think that's the ultimate dog walking
And
venue.
cyclists. I know how much you love cyclists.
I have to say I'm more fond of dogs than I'm
I counted this morning, we went past 98 cyclists on the way to the circuit in a 20-minute drive.
Did you manage to count that with, amongst all the other hilarity? Yes. Back to green flag racing then here in the 12 Hours of Monza. We're just coming to the top of another racing hour. It's going to be 4 hours to go here in this race. Scherer Sport PHX versus Herbert. Who's going to come out on top? We'll find out. So, number 1, Pierre Caffer, Scherer Sport PHX. So they took that opportunity in that Code 60 to take a driver change, to take Elliot Earhart out of the car and to put Pierre Caffer in. Now, we saw yesterday Pierre Caffer was certainly the fastest driver in that Scherer Sport PHX car and arguably the fastest driver in the race. And he marches on at the front of the field. The number 91 Herbert car, they decided to leave Daniel Alleman in. So it's a little bit of a difference in strategy here where Herbert came in and took a pit stops there a little bit out of kilter. What this does mean though, Lewis, if we ran green to the end of the race, this would mean 3 pit stops to go for Scherer Sport PHX. If it was green all the way in, they can do it on 3 pit stops from here.
Were they able to fill the whole tank?
No, but they might not have needed to.
They might not need to. Yeah, that is a good point. That is good, because obviously where they would have pitted.
Yeah. So I think they can get home on the end of the race. But let's take a look at the standings and see where we are right now after that Code 60. Back to green flag racing. It's Scherer Sport PHX who lead the way at the moment from Herbert Motorsport. So it's 2 real stalwart teams of the series. Scherer Sport versus Herbert, Audi versus Porsche. Fantastic. Don't write off Haas RT. They're sitting in 3rd at the moment. Car number 21, Mika Panu at the wheel. And CP Racing, relentless as always. Charles Espenlaub driving that machine at the moment. They're up to 4th and trying to work the strategy as best they can to move up the field. They've just moved ahead in the AM class ahead of BMW Italia Cicciato Racing, who have just had to serve a fairly sizable penalty for contact on track. Then in 6th overall, and leading in the 992 class is Redan Racing with Kai Lertz, the young Belgian, on board at the moment. Then it's Neuhofer Rennsport. They're in 7th overall and 2nd in the 992 class. And Kessel Racing, they round out the top 8. E2P Racing are 9th, having just done a brake change with Antonio Siniero taking aboard that car. Then in 10th, it's Rabdan Motorsport by HRT Performance. What a story that would be for that crew to come over and get an overall top 10. They're 3rd in class at the moment. 4th in class in 992 are Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors. They're 11th. Then it's RPM Racing. And Toro Racing, after a really horrid day yesterday, they are fighting back up the field. They're in 13th overall, 6th in class. Est1 Racing from Estonia, they're in 14th. Then in the GTX class lead, despite a bit of a heart-starting moment, a slight disagreement with the Italia Cicciato BMW, leading in GTX, it's Neunun Elf Racing with Leonard Oim at the wheel of the car at the moment. Then it's RD Signs with the Sulai Racing team in GTX, and it's getting closer and closer all the time in that GTX battle. In 17th, it's Q1 Track Racing. Eduardo Menosi on board at the moment. They've had a tough day at the office. Then it's your leader in GT4, Hong Yoon Kim for Atlas BX Motorsport leading the way. And Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, they've just kept their nose clean. They've kept quiet, and they're up there into 2nd in GT4. Then it's BUGGYRA ZM Racing in.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Through. We'll see.
Maybe some concerns from yesterday, of course, with the front left. The temperature is up at the moment. I don't know what the track temperature was, but I remember getting a mechanic when I was down at Red Ant Racing. Went out, scanned the track, and it was like, yeah, it's 48 degrees. And I was like, oh, that is uncomfortable. You could almost fry an egg on it, but not quite. And obviously, the higher the temperature is, this track is being baked by that enormous orange ball of fire in the sky. And when it does so, some of these teams do struggle more so. I think to prepare themselves and get themselves in a better position with it, I think that could be the strategy from CP Racing, trying to get to the end of the race without blowing a tyre, rather than, doing that.
That has certainly been the story of the weekend, how you manage that. But this is a circuit. That's what motor racing is about. It's about the variety of challenges. If you play football, every football pitch is the same. Yes, you have the atmosphere of the stadium, of course, but the pitch is the same set of dimensions. A rugby pitch, the same. But in motor racing, every circuit puts a different demand on the car and the drivers. And speaking to some of the drivers, particularly, they're talking about, coming around Alboreto, the old Parabolica curve, you're leaning so hard on that left-hand side tyre and for so long, and then you're trying to open up the gas and the car's moving around, and you're asking a huge amount from the tyre. Well, you're watching the Hankook 12 hours of Monza here in the 24H series. 3 hours and 53 minutes to go, and it's Sherasport PHX who lead. So the gap at the front starting to grow, with Pierre Caffer laying down a huge amount of pace at this point. Although last lap was a little bit steadier, 155.2, so perhaps some traffic there for Pierre Caffer, but as Scherer Sport are deploying their quick driver, trying to make as much of a move as possible. The gap is 15.3 seconds, so actually in that last stop, interestingly, Herbert went for a very short stop there, Lewis. A minute and 58 seconds for Daniel Aleman and Herbert Motorsport, and 3 minutes and 54 for Scherer Sport BX. We've got Paul Smith down in the pits. Paul, down to you. We'll come back to Paul Smith in just a moment. He's down getting the scoops from all the drivers and the teams.
It can be hard to unmute that microphone. I found that yesterday.
It's a bit fiddly, yes.
Yeah, I don't have the finger there to quite pull it off. Maybe Paul's having that kind of problem. That's why we'll never hear him for the next 3 hours, 50 minutes.
The man who keeps his nails well trimmed. Mine got a bit longer, actually.
Is that it? Does it help?
Maybe, maybe it does. Yes. So through the pit cycle, does that mean then that Daniel Aleman came in just to change tyres, or just fuel? Because whatever they did, it was a lot less in the pit last time around.
I don't 100% know. What I do know, though, is looking at the 950 Q1 track racing car. Oh, they've not got a puncture. Anyone listening? They do not have a puncture, so that's a good sign. What they do have, though, is a bit of damage on the front end. I'm not 100% sure as to what's gone on here, but it seems to have released some of the clips from the front of that bumper and from the bonnet, and the bonnet is wobbling and waving quite a lot.
They're not the first 992
no,
cars have this issue.
I've seen one yesterday,
yeah, I don't know if this may be an aero thing with the high speed. I'm not sure, but the front hood is flapping about. As well. It is still secure for now, but you wonder if race control are keeping an eye on that and seeing if does it require a black and orange flag to come in. That car has certainly had a tough weekend. It's had all sorts of corners cut around it. So Paul Smith is down in the pits and the paddock, and getting a look on what the conditions are like.
Motorsport went and the Rabdan Motorsport team, they went and did a favour for me and put a little temperature probe on the pit lane here. 37 degrees is the pit lane temperature right now, so it is rather hot down here, and I am thinking that black chino trousers was a massive mistake to make.
I made that same mistake on Friday, Paul. I've got the light-coloured ones on today. So that's a bit cooler track temperature than yesterday.
It
got
quite
to
a lot
49
cooler
at some point. So it was very, very hot at the big hot part of the day yesterday. But here it's 29 there. So.
But that hot part of the day was later in the afternoon. It wasn't like around now. Yeah, that did come around a few hours into the race. Obviously, the race started at 12 o'clock local time, which is where we've just passed, and that it was around this kind of temperature around that point yesterday. So I kind of get the feeling that if the temperature goes up in a similar way as to what it did yesterday, we might actually be in the same vein of trouble when it comes to the heat coming off. Like I said, I can't remember exactly when it was, but I think it was around about 4 o'clock. It was about where we're going to end the race, when I went down to Redan and had that first kind of conversation, mostly because I was just completely in awe of Kai Roletz, who was doing that incredible job.
In his second car race?
In his second car race, he raced at Spa a few weeks ago. He's done a lot of karting. He's been karting for about 10 years. And I will say his parents, mum and dad, who are down there obviously supporting when he was 16, you're going to let yeah, off you go to Italy, see you later. They're down there supporting. Both very, very nice. Had a good conversation for a while with them.
That was very good, very good.
That's why I stopped doing my job for a bit. I was too busy on the chat.
That was, but then we've been able to use that information. That's what it's all about. It's good. We've just seen the fastest lap of the race set. So as Paul said, 37 degrees track temperature, a bit cooler than yesterday. It's going to climb though as well, because there is real bright sunlight now on the track. But we have just seen from Attila Abreu in the BMW Italia Cicciato racing car, 1 minute 49.464. That's even 0.4 of a second quicker than Pierre Kaffer managed to put in last time by, a 149.8 for Kaffer, 150.1 for Daniel Aleman. So the track's quick at the moment. Mika Panu, 149.9 there as well. So, also, BMW Italia, they've just improved that fastest lap again, a 1:49.404.
Which is actually faster than yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday they did a 49.426. So they've gone a few hundredths faster than yesterday. So I think that's kind of showing the track temperature is a little cooler. They're not slipping and sliding all over the place. The ambient temperature is around about 23 to 25 degrees outside. Obviously, it depends on where you are on the circuit. And most importantly, there is very little wind around. You can see by just looking at the trees in the area, there is very, very little in terms of a breeze, which when it comes to the predictability of a race car is kind of good, because it's the gusts of wind. We were talking about this in qualifying. It's when it gets quite gusty that this becomes very, very difficult to drive, because you'll get a gust of wind going through a corner and you think, I've just lost it, but I don't think I did anything wrong. And it's like, no, you didn't do anything wrong. You just got hit by a gust of wind and it spun the car around. At least that's all my excuses when I spin in sim racing. Must have been a gust.
It can be.
Nothing else it could have been. Definitely not my talent.
Eric Zhang at the wheel of the Toro Racing Porsche 992 at the moment, the 33-year-old from Guiyang, multiple race winner in China GT and Ferrari Challenge, and a winner already here in the Creventic 24H series, and doing a top job at the wheel of that machine right now. Toro Racing, they are trying to really pull themselves up the field. They're in 7th in class at the moment, but if they keep at this and the rest have issues, they are starting to get closer and closer to the top of the order in 992. Red Ant Racing still lead in 992 with Kai Rilertz in their number 903 machine, but Martin Raginger has been installed in the Neuhofer Rennsport car. So Neuhofer Rennsport, they have unleashed their secret weapon, or not so secret weapon, Martin Raginger, who was brilliant yesterday, and he'll be ready for action now.
Just in the 950 has come into the pit lane. I think it's just for fuel. No puncture on that this time, which I think it will actually be the first time they've come into the pit lane. The Q1 track racer car is the first time they've come into the pit lane when it's not been for a puncture, unfortunately, this afternoon. It shows how well their afternoon has been. A few penalties to come out. The number one has received a 10-second time penalty. The number one is that Shera Sport PHX car, has received a 10-second time penalty, which has been issued, not served, for exceeding maximum refueling amount during a code 60. And I'd say if it's 10 seconds, that means they've not exceeded it by much.
Not by much at all.
But they've exceeded it, obviously, like, it may even be half a litre. Doesn't matter.
And the thing is that you've got to serve that penalty in the penalty box. You've got to drive in there, take your 10 seconds and drive out. And it's adding at least 5 seconds on with the time you go in and go out. So, that's enough to make a difference at the front of the field. And Pierre Kaffer, he holds a lead of 24 seconds at the moment from Daniel Aleman. But that's gonna really hold them back, the Shera Sport crew.
Pierre Kaffer can't do too much more when it comes to laps, really, because he did quite a lot yesterday.
50.2 last time by for Pierre Kaffer. Still lapping quicker than Daniel Aleman. But yeah, he's looking at the driver time. It's we'll take a look at that. But meanwhile, Paul Smith is down in the pits at Q1.
Rear left is currently off the car, and they're not exactly in a hurry to put a replacement tyre on. The team are just having a look around the car. They're cleaning out the front grille as well. But Rubens Barrichello is on the headset. He's been very animated, so I think this was, again, another unplanned pit stop. They went straight past the fueling area, so they didn't even stop for fuel, so definitely something going on. There was a lot of people looking at the rear left tyre that came off. There's another tyre going back on now, but it's a used tyre from what I can tell here. It's not a brand new tyre. And still, the car is up on the jacks. There's a lot of looking around. And now they're going to send the car away. So, issues for the Q1 track racing team. Meanwhile, down in the BMW and the M4, the Tangerine Associates, they're currently doing a brake change. And that is the full job. The brake disc, pads, the lot. They're doing that, and it's just taking them a bit of time at the moment here. So, they're trying to get that car Back running. In fact, the front left corner was the issue. The tyre is going back on now, so they should be back out of the pits in just a few moments' time.
Thank you, Paul. So well, if you went to your BMW dealer and had all new brake discs and pads, they'd be oh, that's 4 or 5 hours labour, sir. That would be yes, that would be a big job. So more issues for Q1 track racing, and Rubens Barrichello in that crew getting more and more animated and involved. It just shows you that when you bring somebody in from the very, very top level of motorsport, someone who's been at the Formula 1 level for so many years, you don't get to that level and stay there without having a serious passion for the sport, having a serious determination to do well at every possible opportunity. So, and a brake change there for ACP Tangerine Associates. They at the moment are sitting second in GT4, and with the problems that BUGGYRA are having, they can afford to take a bit of time, and BUGGYRA's still in the garage. They've got 4 team members underneath the engine bay trying to fix that broken alternator. So a real problem, real shame for BUGGYRA, but there's 3 cars running in GT4, so for them it's just about get the car out there and get over the checkered flag. You could almost get away with the alternator not working, putting a new battery in and just going out and doing the final lap to make sure you're classified. Just to get onto, exactly, get the podium and stuff, whilst, you're not going to fight for any decent positions. Basically, whatever it is that's going to get the car around. Like I say, it's a really tough position for BUGGYRA, but like I say, they're not a new team to the world of motorsport. They're new to this kind of stuff, but doing Dakar and things like that. They've got their experience of what I love to call a motorsport bodge job, which is basically just putting it together just so it can get out there and do what it's got to do, and then worry about the further problems later on when you're not actually doing the race. That's why you see so much duct tape being used in race paddocks. It's kind of like, there you go, that'll do, that'll keep it together, off it goes, and we see what happens. I will say, once again, with the Team ACP Tangerine Associates car coming into the pit lane, what that does mean is that surely, and this is, again, the expectation is that Atlas BX Motorsports car does have to come into the pit lane to do a brake change at some point. They've not been doing it, with less pressure on their shoulders from the rest of the GT4 contingent. So even if they did have a slow stop, even if it did take 16 minutes, that the likelihood is they'll still probably hang on to the race lead. Yes, not of the GTTC category, but of the important one for them, the GT4s. Yes, for their overall championship ambitions, absolutely. In the 992 class, Kai Rehlertz leads for Red Ant Racing, but Martin Ragginger there in second. He's just waiting for our time screen to shuffle around. So it looks like Red Ant Racing are moved a lap ahead of the rest in the 992 category. It's certainly very, very close to being a lap down, if not for Martin Ragginger, for Neuhofer. So Ragginger trying to fight back on Kai Rehlertz to try and get back onto that lead lap in class by the looks of things. So, and if anyone can do it, Martin Ragginger can do it. 153.1 last time by for Ragginger, 154.2 for Rehlertz. So there's definitely a time being taken out by Ragginger at the moment for that Neuhofer Rennsport machine. Yeah. As once again, I think the temperatures, by the way, I think I just saw they just increased a little bit. Obviously, I'm running off of like a weather station and stuff, but I do think it went up and then came back down and has gone back up again to 23 degrees ambient. So once again, hovering roughly about where it is, with the top 3, like you say, with Mika Pinal behind the wheel of the Haas RT car. Having a chat with him yesterday, feeling pretty casual. They're just trying to keep the CP Racing car at arm's length. Still Charles Espinal behind the wheel of that car, but again, the expectation is that we'll see the CP Racing car back in the pit lane in not too long, as he's done 1 hour and 45 minutes. So he's got another
sort of 10-15 minutes left out on the race circuit before he has to return to pit lane. Kessel Racing's team manager has been told to report to race control.
Not for the first time this weekend. No. Not to the first time. Well, let's get down to the pits with Paul Smith, who's with ACP Tander and Associates, and Catesby Jones.
Well, Catesby, you've just come in, given the car over. How was it out there for you in your stint?
It was a really nice stint for the morning. You know, the sun's out, so it get a little bit slick at the end, the last half an hour, and the tires were pretty much gone. But this track is so much fun and so consistent versus some of the other tracks we go to. So I was really pleased with the stint, and the guys just did an amazing job changing out the brakes in like 4.5 minutes, and tires and driver change. So we're in a good place, I think, to finish out and hopefully do okay.
You don't get that.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Over the last little while.
Anthony Lee's behind the wheel of the Rabdan Motorsports car. It's LMDV behind the wheel of Kessel Racing. By the way, those the track limit excursion was down at turn 2, which is obviously the second part of the Retifilia, that first chicane. And the other incident, the car contact, we didn't see who the car contact was with, but that was at T11, which I believe is classified as the Curva Alboreto, is the last corner. So there's been contact down there. Normally, if you're in a GT3 car, that Curva Alboreto contact is normally with someone a lap down. Because you don't, I mean, yeah, obviously it could have been with someone lapping, but generally...
They're in a different class as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's so easy to trip around, especially if you're in a GT3, tripping over a GT4 around Curva Alboreto is so easy, because the speed they're carrying for the corner is so wildly different to you. And I'm sure with it only being a 10-second time penalty, it's probably a lighter bit of contact. But yeah, it's not great for Kessel Racing over 20 seconds, and also a call to race control for the team manager. They've done that a few times.
Yeah.
They've called quite a few drivers to, quite a few team managers to race control. I think, yeah, sometimes it's more. It sounds really serious. I mean, every time that I got called for the headmaster in secondary school, it felt like it was my last life. But no, on this, I think it's more just sort of like, look, we're going to explain why, and then you take that information back to the team. Could be more.
Could be, yes, could be. So 39 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. Pierre Caffer opening up the gap for Sherrow Sport PHX over Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And then it's Haas RT just maintaining there in third position. And 36 seconds back from them is the fourth place CP Racing car. So CP Racing are in with a hunt of getting on the overall podium here. Let's get down to Paul Smith in the pits.
Q1 track racing, and well, the team are all stood around one of their tyres. It's the left rear, because once again they've been down onto pit road, and it does look like it was another puncture, and it's not really obvious to see where the puncture is, but it was definitely losing air pressure in the tyre. So the team had taken the tyre off of the car. And, well, if you're ever trying to find a puncture on a bicycle tyre, what do? You get some washing up liquid, mix it with water, put it on the area and see where the bubbles come from. And that's exactly what they've done. They've found just a little pinprick of a puncture there. And so that's it, that tyre is pretty much done.
Thank you, Paul. Nice to see that the old tricks are still working, whether it's a bicycle tyre or a racing tyre for a Porsche 992 Cup machine.
If it works, it works.
It works, exactly. They still have on the throttle grips, on the handlebar grips on a MotoGP bike, you'll see the metal wire. It's an old BMX trick, and it basically is there basically to tie on the throttle grips so they don't come off the handlebars.
Really?
Yeah. So Neuhofer, Rennsport, Mark Ragginger in a battle for overall possession with Antonio Siniero in the E2P Racing Porsche, but they are not in the same class. Siniero in the full GT3R, which is a class above the GT3 Cup that Ragginger is in, but different experience levels there, you know. Mark Ragginger, he's driven Porsche Cup cars for 15 years. He's a stalwart at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. He's driven the Falcon for nearly 15 years.
Is it really?
Yeah. He's really a stalwart of the team.
I mean, like you say, when you find a team that you work with, you obviously want to kind of stick with them, and the team want to stick with you as well. If you're kind of constantly delivering, even through the highs and lows, that is the point of being a team, is that you stick with each other when things are going right and when they're going wrong. We do have a lot of that team camaraderie, obviously, at this kind of level of motorsport. The higher level you get, obviously, towards the likes of Formula One, it's very swift to throw it straight under the bus. There was a little bit of lap traffic. That's ETP Racing that have made their way through on the Neuhofer 992 car, Ragginger behind the wheel. A little bit dicey through traffic there, but clearly had the confidence and had the space behind to chop in as they head down into Ascari, now up towards the Curva Alboreto. And you can see how fast the 992s were going in a straight line there, because it was getting a little bit on the brakes. Obviously to get a little bit of brake pressure up as well, but was just tapping the brakes also to not repass going down to Curva Alboreto was the Neuhofer car.
Yeah, Martin Ragginger was in a real ding-dong battle there for overall position with Siniero, but again in different classes.
Oh, yeah, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. So that the Antonio Siniero did manage to get it done, and he put a pretty brutal move there on Ragginger into the Ascari chicane. So yeah, the young Spaniard making sure is reasserting his position in the GT3 class. Pierre Caffa continuing to march on the gap now, up to 44 seconds. The Scherer Sport PHX the lead over Herbert Motorsport. So this is Daniel Alleman's been in the car for 1 hour and 4 minutes. So I think probably won't be too long before we see Herbert come to pit road to fill up with fuel and install a new driver into there. Whether that will be Ralph Bond, whether it be Alfred Renauer or indeed Robert Renauer. We haven't seen Robert Renauer in the car at all. We've seen him helping on the pit stops, but we haven't seen him actually driving yet.
No, I think, by the way, speaking of long stints right now, you might stay out a little bit longer, but Charles Espenlaub now up to 1 hour 54 minutes and 50 seconds. It is a long stint again. They cannot pass 2 hours. The team will keep very well apprised as to when the CP racing car that's presently running in 4th position in this race, when they need to get into the pit lane. They're probably going to do another couple of laps. Speaking of long stints, by the way, Solano de Castro in the RPM racing car has been in the car since, I believe, the start of the race. It's now 1 hour and 51 minutes for de Castro. And obviously had run wide at a couple of points, picked a little bit of grass, and when they'd come in to sort that all out, it clearly wasn't enough for them to decide. I think ETP, by the way, Neuhofer are still fighting. I've just seen them switch around on the tower there, and I don't know if that's actually on track, if that's a representative gap, but they might still be in a little bit of a ding-dong battle there.
E2P got by Neuhofer, and I think now they're into clean air. The braking of the GT3R of Siniero will help to pull away from the cup car of Ragninger and Neuhofer Rennsport. So yeah, the cars, the stint time, Charles Espenlaub and Sabina De Castro will need to come into the pits very soon to not blow through their maximum driving time. They're allowed 2 hours of driving time. And once they've done that 2 hours, they need to take a 50% of that stint time break, so 1 hour if they've done all the way up to 2 hours break. So, Toro Racing number 930 off the road, and be careful not get beached in the gravel. Eric Zhang.
And that's not in a good spot.
The driven wheels are on the hard tarmac surface though, so
this is going through. This is in Ascari. Has.
Oh, is it?
I believe so. I believe. Oh, might not be.
Code 60. Code 60. That's a dream for CP Racing, and it's a dream for Willie Motorsport, because they both need to get their driver out of the car in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah.
So you know, at the moment you've got Espenlaub. Yeah, he's been in the car. He's already in the pits. He's going for it. So, and they can fill up 100% fuel in a Code 60 anyway. Can CP Racing, and Eric Zhang, I think rightly, is waiting to get. He's got his driven wheels on the tarmac, so he's not going to get stuck.
Which this is at Ascari. I'm almost sure it's at Ascari. It's blind on the way in, and you know, I really respect this, because it's such an easy thing to stick it in reverse and think, no, actually, I'm just going to go. Then you rip off the front bumper straight away, because obviously it's, the front bumper is kind of embedded a little bit in the gravel, just a touch, and also you're reversing straight out onto the racing line. Now, we have seen before drivers
take it out of gear. He's got it in gear.
Yeah, I think so. No, we have seen drivers flat out straight back onto the racing line, even at the highest level of motorsport. Cough, cough. Sebastian Vettel did it in 2019. Went straight back onto the racing line at this part of the circuit, and got into an incident with Lance Stroll. That's kind of one of the things you don't want to do around there, because it's so blind on the way in, and it's so fast. Even at this level, it is incredibly fast. And so I think that's a very wise and patient call from Eric Zhang, not to just stick it in reverse and give it a go. And like you say, he's getting a little bit of communication now from the marshals to be like, please, can you take it out of gear so we can actually try and get it out. But for Toro Racing, he has hit the barrier on what is the left-hand side of the circuit. It's pulled.
So he's maybe not got power.
Potentially. It doesn't seem as though there is, because from what I'm seeing there, it would have been front entrance into that barrier. That's kind of like what makes sense roughly to me. And there's not much damage on the front end of the car, so I think they might have got lucky, but they are going to get the Zoom Boom out onto the circuit to try and get it recovered.
Yeah, so that timing-wise, CP Racing, they are playing the strategical masterstrokes today. Yeah. They knew that they had to play some cards today to get back on track after that really inconveniently timed puncture. What I mean by that was that it happened coming out of Alboreto, and they had to do a whole way round on their own, under green with a puncture, and that cost them a lot of time. But now, all of a sudden, CP Racing are back in the game. They're in the hunt for an overall podium here, and so Toro Racing now back on terra firma. I don't know. I think there's a bigger issue at play here.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'll be able to get back
fire up this car. Oh, off it goes.
Go on. Yeah, it does get back.
Yes.
Nice.
So it should be a pretty short Code 60 then, because unless there's any barrier repairs to do, it will be a relatively short bit.
I think all that's come off the barrier is the thing holding the tyres together.
An alarm come up on the dashboard, water temperature. So is there damage to the...
he did hit front. If it's front in,
radiator.
As much as there might not be any visual damage, it could well be the radiator inside. You've also got, I think as it's hit in, it's gone to the right, because he's also got the right wing mirrors folded in. Oh, that's amazing. You can fold that one back out again. I'm surprised that car's not got more damage on it.
It's almost like scuffed it and sort of glanced off the wall, but nevertheless, let's see how this shakes out after this Code 60. It'll be relatively short Code 60, I would imagine. So 3 hours and 23 minutes to go here in the 12 Hours of Monza Part 2. And we've still got number 1 Scherer Sport in the lead. Daniel Alleman is in the pits. He's taken the Herbert Porsche into the pit, so they've decided to take this opportunity to go in. Now, did Scherer Sport pit? I'm not sure if they did, you know.
No, I don't think it did.
No.
Stint times. I know obviously this is like driver stint time, but it's, you know, they've pitted twice, which is about where I would have thought they would have been. So
yes, they have been in twice. Yeah, so that means they haven't gone into.
They haven't gone into pit, exactly.
Okay, so they could potentially go onto a lap on their own here, depending how long Herberth are in the pits for and how things shuffle out there. Because Pierre Caffer had opened the gap up to over 40 seconds, so that's getting on for half a lap, getting there for half a lap at least. So,
We're getting a great aerial, though, of how manic it is going into the fueling sequence. You've got the home guard car in there. You've obviously got the number 1 Scherer Sport car, which I've just seen has come in, taking the 4th of the booths to receive fuel. So that Scherer Sport car is in pit lane.
Now there's a word for this. It's not cement dust, any word. It's gypsum, I think they use now.
Gypsum.
It's just it's not that it's good for the environment. It's just less bad. But it is really important to, unless it's some sort of adhesive to stick the barrier back together.
Yeah.
But yeah, the team going to the Monza track team straight into action to get the barriers sorted out. Very important at all parts of the circuit, but particularly Ascari, as you rightly said, Lewis, very fast through there. And those 992 cars, they do like to take up quite a bit of curb to be fast, and they're bouncing around and really easy to do. Well, the Iron Man of the hour, he's powered by In-N-Out Burger. It's Charles Espenlaub after 2 hours at the wheel, and he's down with Paul Smith.
Safety gear, not. But yeah, I definitely earned an In-N-Out burger, but you got to fly all the way to California to get one.
Yeah, unfortunately, don't have them over here in Italy. But I mean, nearly 2 hours out there from the start. You know, just what are the challenges for you in this Mercedes over some of the other teams, with it being a front-engined car?
Yeah, so we're really having to take care of our left front. I know a lot of the rear-engine cars are having problems with their left rear. It's our left front. And of course here, you know, you end up on the curb with the left front a lot. So, you know, we got to be real tidy with the car and just manage that. Michael, our engineer's done a lot of setup changes to try and help us manage that. And it looks like the Hankook tires are doing quite well. They look great when we get them off the car. So.
And do we expect to see you back in the car, or is that you done now for today?
Possibly, maybe at the end. It just depends how it all plays out. I got to give my left foot a rest. It's some 3 heavy braking zones here, man. It's a fantastic track. Love to be here, and obviously a lot of history, and most of all of being in Italy.
Well, this is the thing, you know, it's a real physical effort for you guys out there in the cars, and I do believe that Mercedes does have a particularly stiff brake pedal there.
Yeah, for sure. I can show you all the tape I've got on my toes there trying to keep the skin on it, but yeah, it's not a super technical track, but it's obviously a really fast track. Lots of physical brutalities to the body, especially us old guys.
Thanks very much, Charles.
All right, thanks so much.
Charles Espenlaub there, yeah, he has earned that In-N-Out burger when he gets home to California. Brilliant. It's quite funny hearing about how of course the fireproof overalls, the standards always increase for that, and it appears that they're a bit cozier than the old version.
Yeah, like you say, obviously to try and protect you in an event of an emergency, of a crash, of a fire and all that kind of stuff. It means that they can get a little bit thick, and what happens? They get very, very warm. So when you think it's quite hot in a race car, think about, you've been to the shops, you then go back to your car. Your car's been sat out in the sun for half an hour. Imagine putting on a winter coat and then sitting in your car, not turning on the aircon at all. In fact, maybe even turning on the heater and then driving home. That's kind of what it's like. It is unbearable to measure. You have to go through a lot of preparation to get into that sense. And again, like the level of accuracy that you have to have then at that speed. from having spoken to a few drivers, effectively, like, you stop thinking about the heat for like, after a little while, because you start just focusing, because it's the only way you survive in a car like that is you just start focusing on what you're doing and making sure you are keeping hydrated. It is the most important thing. You actually have to be quite fit and healthy to throw a race car around. Anyone who says otherwise, give it a go.
Well, Atlas BX Motorsport have taken our advice. Paul Smith has seen them doing their brake change. I was convinced that they would need to do that, and I think that's a really sensible call from the Atlas BX crew. Yeah. They've got the time to do it, and they actually do it. Yeah, they've got the time to do it, not just in the GT4 category where they're dominantly ahead, but also in GT-TCE with the TCR machine of Holmgard Motorsport that has Martin Vedel Mortensen on board at the moment. So now that we're back to green flag racing after that code 60, 3 hours and 17 minutes to go. We'll start with Toro Racing, who were involved in that incident. They're back out onto circuit, so that's great to see. So whatever went wrong at that point is rectified, and they're back going again with Eric Zhang, who's just continued. He stayed in the car. So Elliot Earhart has jumped back into the Shera Sport PHX machine, taken back over from Pierre Caffer. And then in second, it's Herbert Motorsport Porsche with Ralph Bonn, who's got in, taking over from Daniel Alleman. Then Mika Panu in third for Haas RT. The gap at the front of the field, just as they cross the line now, Shera Sport lead by 53 seconds. So they took a slightly shorter stop there under that code 60 than Herbert did. Meanwhile, BMW Italia Cicciato, the code 60s haven't really played in their favour. They've just had a code 60. We're back to green flag racing, and now they're in the fueling box.
Yeah, and surely, I mean, they surely would have been waiting for the code 60 to have ended so that when they come in, they can take the full fuel, which obviously for CP Racing, they did come in under code 60.
But they can fill up 100%.
Oh, yeah, of course they can. That is odd.
There has been a few strategical miscues, but the team have admitted to that. They're new to the championship, they're new to the series, and there is a lot of the nuances. And you look at the teams that have moved up the order today, you look at what CP Racing have done. They know this series inside and out. They know the car, the tyre, themselves inside and out, and they've played the strategical game perfectly. They're up to fourth overall, leading in the AM class. Yes, they are. Ahead of BMW Italia Cicciato Racing, with Attila Abreu at the wheel now of that car. So Attila, he's the holder of the fastest lap of the race. Charlie Putman, the team owner of CP Racing, in the car right now in that Mercedes for his stint. And they've got Joe Foster and Shane Lewis waiting in the wings. A steering warning light coming on board one of the Porsche 992 Cup cars. And S1?
I think it's S1, yeah.
Oh, good, it's gone away again.
Yeah, I think it is the S1 car coming through right now. That is odd, obviously not what you want to see as a driver. Unlike what you would do in your road car when one of these alarms comes up there and you'd pull over straight away, phone a mechanic, and, well, to be fair, most people just do it, right, that's fine. Yeah, that's what you should do, pull over straight away. In a race car, it's generally like, keep going until the engineer says, no, you actually do have to come into the pit lane.
That was the RS, the very ever first race for the Porsche RS Spider with Team Penske and Porsche. They turned up at the first race in October 2005, Laguna Seca, and Sasha Maston's ready to take the start of the race, and a mechanic comes in and says, look, the steering temperature is going through the roof. The steering rack is going to be completely finished after 30 minutes. You're going to start, you're going to drive, but have fun because you're not going to be in here very long. And they finished the race, no problem. And it turned out that it was just a dodgy sensor that was sending the temperature through the roof.
Yep.
That wasn't actually reading it correctly. So Alessandro Cotrera for Kessel Racing has taken over from LMDV and back running again. They're just inside the top 10 overall, 9th overall in the Porsche Cup category. It's Kai Lertz leading for Red Ant Racing, head of Martin Bragginger for Neuhofer Rennsport, who's just set that car's best lap of the day, a 152.1, playing a 155.6 for Kai Lertz. So Bragginger, he is trying everything here as well, but with only 3 hours and 30 minutes to go, they can run him for 2 hours, sure, but then they've got to have him out the car for an hour. So they've got to be clever how much Ragginger they use over the next little while.
And like I say, this is where you're back timing everything. You're working out when you're going to make your last pit stop, and then the concurrent pit stops up until that point. We know that obviously with the GT3s, they're going for roughly an hour. And so, in and around that, so we would expect some of the GT3s, if they are back timing it fully to the end of the race, they'll be in and around about 12 minutes time. But of course, strategy in real motorsport is definitely not that simple. It's not so cut and dry. But as they head their way around once more, like I say, they'll all be thinking about that. But it's also the driver as well. Which driver do you want to go in at the end of the race? And if it is a driver that's currently in the car, you've got to be thinking about how much time, in the legalities of the rules, how much time of a break do they need? Like you say, if they do 2 hours, well, they've got to be out then with 2 hours left to go, basically, because they need to be out then for an hour preparing for the final stint. It's quite a juggling act for quite a team. Oh, I do want to talk a little bit of, because obviously, where we're from in the sim racing world. When I was talking to Colet's, and I wonder how many other drivers might have done this, because there is quite a lot of drivers on the grid that have never seen Monza. Oh, yeah, obviously you've seen it on television and stuff, but have never actually been around it. Now, when I was talking, Kai has a simulator that's been given to him. He doesn't do much sim racing at all, but it's there for training. Now this is like where we know quite a lot from the esports side of things, and from like all this simulator work that you do. Simulator work is becoming such an important, integral part of a junior's career moving into motorsport. Because if you've never seen a circuit before, well, you've got a laser scanned version, which means it depends on what the resolution is of the laser scan, but it can be down to like centimetre, millimetre accurate versions of circuits, so the bumps are all in the right place, the curbs are the right way, the banking in each corner is the right way round, and like, it's not guesswork. You're getting real data and real knowledge from driving. So you might go, hey, I'm getting into this 992 Cup car, and I've done it in the simulator, and I know that I can go through this corner with only a slight lift and maybe a downshift. Now you already know that. You don't have to work that out on the track. You've already got that information in your head.
Yeah, it's hugely important tool for familiarity. Hugely important, and if you're practicing as well with some top drivers, it's very good for racecraft practice also, and where you can make moves and not. It's absolutely so. I mean, Larry Tinvorda, the double Porsche Super Cup champion, he is hugely involved in simulator preparation and uses every bit of time in the simulator before going to a race, particularly on street tracks where you can't test there. You look at somewhere they go to, like Monaco is a perfect example. He can practice on the simulator as well. I mean, British touring car driver Rory Butcher, who's had a few appearances in the Creventic 24/8 series in the past, he has a very, very good model of his British touring car on his simulator that he can use to prepare and really get ready. So yeah, it's a hugely important tool, and if you don't use it, you're missing out. Haas RT into the fueling area, so that's Mika Panu who's brought that Audi in. 3 hours and 9 minutes to go. Ooh. I think they would maybe need a bit of code 60 to get home on 2 more stops. I think for Haas RT.
Agree, as will this team, CP Racing, who we're taking a good look at now. They're going through the first chicane at the Retifinio. And like you say, they in the same category with the Haas RT car. They've pitted not that long ago, and Charles Putman's got behind the wheel. It was around, actually, it was like 15 minutes ago. Almost certainly cannot do this on 2 more stops, and even with a code 60 intervention, you're going to need to come down for an extra little bit, the odd splash here and there. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how they're going to play it. I kind of get the feeling from what I'm feeling about when I'm looking at CP Racing is they're not really bothered about anyone else on the track right now. They're just doing their own strategy, which I've always said, when it comes to endurance racing, sometimes is the best way of going about things. Juggling who's doing what strategy, what tyres. Oh, they've done this. They're going to have to come in with 50. Sometimes that's just too much. Focus on what you are doing and what your team is doing and what the fastest way for you to get to the end of the race. That is the most important thing. And like I say, some teams do lose sight of that and over-egg the pudding when it comes to that side of things.
Well, CP Racing, they're up onto the provisional podium now with that pit stop for Haas Racing Team. That's going to come back and forth throughout the day, and is really going to come into how many Code 60s come out, I think, as well. Getting word that Max Hofer is preparing to jump into the number 21 Haas Racing Team machine. They've cycled through all their drivers. Max heads out of pit lane then, and heads off into another stint. In GTX, it's still Neun Elf who lead from the Lamborghini Super Trofeo of RD Sainz, but there is now only just 1 lap between them. Started off at 4 laps between them, so it's 5, excuse me, because there was a penalty. 5 laps that Neun Elf had as a lead. So RD Sainz are really running down that little Porsche.
Yeah, certainly. So, like I say, we know how fast that Super Trofeo is. So there is going to be a little bit of a battle at the top end of GTX. Neun Elf are leaving themselves in a good position, but with only 40 seconds, with the amount of time that it's gained up, do remember again that Super Trofeo started 5 laps behind the Neun Elf Porsche this afternoon, and that was only just over 2.5 hours ago. So there's plenty of time left in the race, being 3 hours and 6 minutes left to go in the afternoon's race. Obviously, the second part of the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza, the Cavendic 24-hour series. There is a lot of time for them to close it in. And I'd say, like, again, the GTX category is swinging very heavily in favour of that RD Sainz Super Trofeo, which, I mean, again, is good for, like, I say, I was down there yesterday and having a chat with them, and it kind of almost looks as if they were like, well, yeah, there's no chance of us really doing anything special in this race. We're just going to keep plodding along. And here they are. Again, that is another... there's too many examples of this, but it's another example of the spirit of endurance, which they're right in keeping of.
And it's almost a bit of it's been a 911 trick for... Well, this year is the 60th anniversary of the 911, and so many different racing machines have spawned from that same platform. And you look at, 50 years ago, Hurley Haywood and Peter Gregg turned up to the 24 Hours of Daytona in a little Porsche Carrera 911 RS, and they were up against V12 Matras, they were up against all kinds of saucy prototype machines that one by one fell by the wayside, and they saw off also Team Penske in a very similar car. So yeah, there is a lot to be said for just plodding along and keeping in there, not making the mistakes. The gap is coming down. The gap is now down to 39 seconds. 39 seconds for that battle in GTX. That's going to roll on. But remember, RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan, they are eating rear tyres as well. Battle for position in the Porsche 992 Cup class. Willy Motors go by the number 977 Rabdan Motorsport car. That's for 10th overall and 3rd in class.
Yeah, and that's quite a tasty move coming down into Ascari. Had a good move good drive off of the Lesmo, and that was what allowed Sergio Nicolai to get their way through. And again, that is a 2-driver outfit in the Willy Motorsports car. Obviously, after they had an incident day before yesterday in qualifying, and it meant they went down to a 2-car team, which is a bit of a shame for them. It was Fabrizio Broggi was the driver behind the wheel at that point, and he's fine, but obviously was basically medically ruled out of this race after that crash. So I'm pretty sure he's still down in pit lane watching out. I mean, I would be.
He was yesterday.
Yeah, he certainly was.
Yesterday anyway, yeah. And so
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
They hold the lead in that very hotly contested Porsche 992 Cup category at this point. GTX is just down to 36 seconds now in the favour of Neunund Elf Racing. Leonard Oim doing the best he can, but the pace of that Lamborghini Super Trofeo Huracan is really tough, particularly on this circuit. This is, well, it is just made for that Super Trofeo car. It's Poilas Paskevicius who's driving it at the moment. 2012 Lithuanian karting champion, so he's the semi-pro driver alongside two AMs, so they've put their hot shoe in there, Lewis, to run down the Neunund Elf team.
Yeah, which means that then the two AMs have done a lot of work today to get it even remotely close, and then handing it over there to Paulus to kind of do the right, off you go, go do the work as the 950 has come into the pit lane for its stop. I believe it's a scheduled stop. See, again, we've seen this car into the pit lane a lot of times. A couple for various tyre issues. They're trying to work out. I think they might have actually had 3 punctures. 2 of them were punctures that were obvious. The third was the one that they dipped into the soapy water, basically, to try and work out where the bubbles were coming from. That's what Paul Smith down on pit lane was saying about, you know, the old tricks are the best tricks, and sometimes you do have a tyre that's maybe going down, you're not 100% sure. There's an easy way to go and prove it, and that is exactly what happened on that occasion. Sadly, it's not been a great day for the team with Rubens Barrichello behind the wheel, but like I say, you can't win them all in the world of motorsport. Elliott Earhart continues to lead, and the lap times being set are very impressive indeed. 49.6 on the Rubens. The only car that is actually faster is once again the BMW Italia Cicata Racing car, the one that's actually set the fastest lap of the race. They've been flying, and once again, it's just it's tightening up even further in that kind of lead grouping. But when it comes to the actual battle for the race lead, it's a comfortable one for Sheriff Sport PHX at the moment. They're on kilter with pit stops when it comes to Herbeth Motorsport as well, and what that means, they've got a 1 lap lead at the moment. They continue to pull away also and navigate their way around the lap traffic. At the moment, there are no particularly close battles on circuit. Of course, we do have the one closing up when it comes to the GTX lead. The closest battle outside of that is that one between Vinny Motorsports by Eddie Motors and Rabdan Motorsports by HRT Performance, but the pair of those obviously switched over not too long ago, and so the advantage does continue to go out for the car that's running 3rd in the category at the moment, being that Vinny Motors by eBay Motors. I've got to say as well, when it came into the pit lane last, it was only 21 minutes ago, and so when it comes to their position as the team that's running 3rd in this race, they're in a really, really strong spot. And considering they had 2 punctures early on, I just don't know how they've quite managed to do it.
They just don't show any quit at all to really motorsport by Eddie Motors there. He's just got such fantastic spirit. And we spoke to Sergio Nicolai on the grid yesterday, Sabine De Castro today, and they're just so upbeat. They've had a tough weekend. They've got a race car that looks very second hand. They've had punctures. Their teammate put out with injury, and it's just not keeping them down. They're just ready to go racing it at Monza in the sunshine, and what could be better? Under 3 hours to go, so we're really now thinking about back timing to the end of the race. Who's got what in their hands? At the moment, the pace seems to be very much with Sport PHX. Elliot Earhart opening up a good gap, even or further extending the gap to Herberth Motorsports. It's now over a minute. It's the first time we've seen it at that for throughout the day. So 1 minute and 3 seconds there is the gap at the front of the field. You've got to think if Herberth, if they want to mount a challenge to win this race, Lewis, you've got to think that now's the time to let Robert Renauer loose.
Yeah, you've got to. I mean, to be fair, I thought there was a lap between Ralph Bottom and Elliot Earhart when I was looking at the live timing just a second ago. But no, you're absolutely right. It is just the 63 seconds between them. I mean, you kind of sat there thinking, look, have they left their ace in the pack for too long? Yesterday we said Robert Renauer didn't come out. Meanwhile, when you compare it to Sheriff Sport PHX, they were using their star driver in Kappa quite a lot, and you kind of wonder, right? If you're like Pierre Kappa's done some stints yesterday. I think he did pretty close to 2 hours yesterday on and off.
At least, yes.
And has done a bit this morning as well. So it's kind of like if they're using their pro driver, then if you want to win the race of your Herberth Motorsport, you've got to use your pro driver as well. You've got to get him in the car. But they've left it at a point now where they're either going to leave it for the 56 minutes and then chuck Robert Renauer in for the final 2 hours. But at this point, because Caff has been out of the car for long enough, at least for one of those hours, I do wonder if the Sheriff Sport PHX car could put Pierre Caff in, at which point, if it's pro versus pro, and you've got a minute lead.
That's very difficult, very difficult to run it down. There's got to be a difference in driving time, or a difference in driver grading, really, for there to be a big swing in time. It's an interesting one, and Sheriff Sport PHX have played it perfectly. Michael Doppelmayr, their AM driver, they've got his time done at just the right points, and they put, remember, in the very final part of the race yesterday, the last sort of half an hour or so, last 30-40 minutes, they put Michael Doppelmayr in, who's the AM driver. He's not as quick as a pro like Pierre Caffer. That's just the way things are. But they kept Michael Doppelmayr in the car. They got more of his driving time done, but they stayed in the lead lap. So they knew they were going to keep on the lead lap. That was a really important thing from Sheriff Sport PHX, and they've made the right calls at the right times. So that's the overall battle, and it's got two Pro-Am cars in the leading two positions at the moment. In the GT3 AM CP Racing, who lead with team owner Charles Putman at the wheel right now. After that was a heck of a stint there from Charles Espenlaub, dragged them up the field 2 hours behind the wheel of that big Mercedes.
He did. Was it 2 hours at the start of the day yesterday as well?
I don't think he did quite as much as that in the early stint. He certainly would have done more than that over the whole day. He was certainly, he did start yesterday as well.
Because as far as I know, they're doing it in the same kind of order. They had Espenlaub in earlier today, which is how they did it yesterday. Then they had Putman in, and then, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to think of which way round.
Either Shane Lewis or Joe Foster.
I think it might have been Shane Lewis then Joe Foster.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember, because I can't remember which way around I interviewed them. I'm pretty sure it was Shane Lewis first, and then they put Joe Foster in. So I wonder if they'll put Shane Lewis in again and kind of keep that rhythm. If you're in a team, this is a team of guys that have worked with each other for long enough. They know each other, they've got along, they've done a lot of races. You kind of get in that rhythm, so you know that Charles Espenlaub starts, and then and then that way, and then that way, and then, like I think getting into that rhythm. Sometimes it can be a little dangerous, but if it's if you're basically just going out with your mates and racing, then kind of keeping in that rhythm is important.
Yeah, it is. It is. We'll see. Guy Rilert continues to lead for Red Ant Racing. He's lapping in the 1:55s at the moment. Ragginger is going quite a bit quicker, sort of mid 1:52. So Ragginger is pulling multiple seconds a lap out of the Red Ant Racing machine for Neuhofer Rennsport. And Ragginger, if he wants it, he's got another 59 minutes of driving time left, which will take us to, certainly under 2 hours to go. GTX, where are we with that? Look at, it's coming down very fast. 23 seconds now is the gap from the 911 Porsche and the RD Sainz Lamborghini. But Leonard Orm is doing exactly what he needs to do. Just keep going, keep plugging in those laps, and they know that, you know, that Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo has got a huge amount of power. That's where their straight line speed and their lap time's coming from. But that huge amount of power, it's all going through the rear tyres, and it's putting them under pressure. But Vettel, Mortensen, TCR car.
Bit of damage on the front.
Did I see that smoke on the front left?
You need to take a good look at it.
It looks like someone's rubbing the bodywork.
It was certainly. It looked like, I wonder if we'll see it coming. They're coming down to the braking zone at the Roger now. If there's going to be anything here.
No,
it looks okay. It looks okay.
It's an immaculately prepared machine. The Sonax-backed Hongard Motorsport TCR cars. The only one in the field that they're really, really well prepared, and they are fighting with Atlas BX, who have done their brake change now in their Mercedes GT4. Remember, we've got a combined GT-TCE category, which is for GT4 cars and TCR machinery, and right now it is the TCR, the Cupra Leon Competition of Hongard Motorsport that leads from Atlas BX at the moment. Jong-Boom Kim driving that number 403 machine at the moment. Just waiting for our timing screen to circle around to see exactly what the gap is. It's showing the TCR car for Hongard showing as a lap ahead at the moment, but I'm not convinced by that one. I'm going to keep a close eye on it, Liz.
I think it's more. It could be a lap, but it would be more so down to when the Atlas car pitted and how long that brake change took. Remember that the brake change again for BUGGYRA yesterday took 16 minutes. Almost certainly didn't take that long for Atlas today, but still it might have taken them a bit longer than how long the pit stop took for the Hongard Motorsport car yesterday. And again, speaking of that immaculate preparation and stuff they do, again, I will remind you that so far in pit lane, the only team that I'd seen that had prepared the whole brake disc, rotor and pads assembly to change in one go was that Hongard car. They had prepared for that bit, and it was by far the fastest stop for brakes in the grid. That compares them to the GT3 runners. It was off, it was on.
Yeah,
it was a little bit of a struggle, but like it was like I say, to have. I know they're the only TCR car here. Yes, they're battling with the GT4s and stuff, but it shows that they're still coming prepared. That even if it's like, they're treating it as like a test for future stuff, because they're prepared for it. They know what to expect in the future. They know how to do this. They know how to do that. They're ready.
They're delighted to be part of this GT-TCE category, and we've spoken about it. They are absolutely loving it, and they do have a lap lead over the Atlas car.
It is.
Just over a lap lead. Yeah, maybe a lap and a quarter, or a lap and a fifth kind of thing. So it's just over a lap for the gap in the GT-TCE category. So Hongard Motorsport, that would be quite the story. And I think if they could get that done, they'd be in line perhaps for the spirit of the race. They're certainly putting themselves in a good place for that. Paul Smith is down in the pits. He's down at RPM Racing. Paul.
Nicholas, that was a tremendous stint, but how was it for you in the car today?
It's actually a little bit cooler today, so it's not that hard physically, but yesterday we struggled a bit with our drink bottles. I did a double yesterday without drink. That was a little rough towards the end there, but right now for us it's basically us to try to stay out of trouble and maintaining a good pace to keep the tires and brakes on the car. I think we did a last stop here. We did put a stop before the last one. We put the new brakes on, so we should be good to go to the end now. I'm not sure what other guys are at with that, but otherwise just settle into good pace and try to protect where we're at right now.
We've been seeing a few of the cars in your class having issues with that left rear tyre. How have you guys been managing that?
Yeah, we had one issue yesterday as well. And if you're really pushing for an ultimate lap time, it ain't gonna last. So, you have to stay off curbs as much as possible and really kind of squaring off the long corners like parabolic and stuff, not try to run like a really, really fast pace all the way through. You almost have to kind of V it off to kind of lean less on the tire
to make it last. So I was lucky this time now, full stint, to make that happen. And hopefully Philip can do the same, and then we see how it goes.
Now, of course, Monza, it's a historic track. They've been racing here over 100 years now. I mean, how is it taking these cars around here?
Well, historically, as you said, I'm an old fart these days. I used to come here and run Formula 3 in the late 80s. So I obviously have, great memories from here. And to come back here and run, in a GT car, the 992 car, Cup car is a fantastic car that Porsche have built. And, we've been here also in the LMP2 cars and GTE cars over the last, 10 years. So the track is nothing new to me, but it's always a new challenge, new tires, new series, new cars. So it's really exciting to be back here with Creventic, and they put in a really good show on and, good competition. So it's really exciting and fun to be here with Chrome Racing.
Thank you very much, Nicholas.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Nicholas Jonsson there for Tracy, for Chrome Racing, RPM. Fantastic to hear. We've been here back in racing in F3 car here back in the 80s. Pretty serious stuff. So great to hear from Nicholas, and he's going for the same trick that our cameraman Seb had gone for, the cold, wet, damp tile around the neck. It's an old trick, but it works.
Every time I walk past, talking to Seb yesterday, our cameraman, I'll be like, oh, it's really hot. First thing he did, picked his towel up, wiped his brow, and just nods at me. And I was like, brilliant, perfect.
Be more prepared, McGleed.
Yeah, that is literally it is just that. It is literally just sort of like, I'm ready for it. Why aren't you? It's like, yeah, well, no. To be fair. Yeah, it's all right. I put him through his pace. I got him walking around the pit lane quite a lot.
Right, watch this. Yeah. So 1 minute and 9 seconds at the front of the field. That gap is just climbing away. Yeah, it really is at this stage in the contest. And I tell you what, Kai Roulert's, he's doing. They've got that advantage. Yes, he's not quite lapping at the same pace as Martin Ragginger was, but you don't have to when you've got an advantage. Keep it, as we heard from Nicholas Jonsson there, keep it off the curbs, square off the corners more or less. In Alboreto, you're turning it into more of a V than a C, so that you're putting the car under less pressure. CP Racing into the pit lane. Charles Putman, after a solid stint, filling the big Mercedes AMG up with fuel. Power that afterback built V8, 6.2 litre V8. If you ever had a racetrack near one of those things, you see them warming it up, you see the mechanics warming up, or see it with the hood off, it is an enormous engine, but still packaged very low in the car and pushed as far back as possible to get the weight distribution in exactly the right spot. That pit stop now puts Haas RT up into third, so Haas RT and CP Racing are just trading away that final spot on the overall podium here.
Yeah, I've got to say, by the way, like what you said about being off the Alboreto curve, of course, that worked for some cars and not for others. That wouldn't work for the CP Racing car, for example, because what it's going to do is when you're veering it off, you're actually putting a lot more load in the initial point on the front left, because you're scrubbing off all the speed, you're pushing all that weight, or as much of the weight forward to the front part of the car, and then obviously as you start turning, you're pushing it onto that front left. Wearing the front left around here for quite a lot of the cars is not the worst thing in the world, but what you're doing is you're kind of, as you've then turned through the corner, you've straightened up and then you've got on the throttle, you're evening out the wear between the right and left on the rear, meaning whilst it won't be even, you're just taking a little bit extra load off of that rear left, which a lot of the 992s, especially this afternoon, needs to do. They've had a lot of punctures throughout the weekend, and certainly so. And I think that's the whole thing with Kai Roulert's, again, to add in the fact of, maybe he isn't lapping as fast as others. He's still lapping fast enough to do what that team needs him to do. It's not about lapping at optimal pace. It's not about setting best sector times every single time. That's not endurance racing.
He's showing quite a maturity.
It's irritating. I hate people when they're young and they're actually very good.
So talented and mature, yes, absolutely. So CP Racing, they go to work. New Hankook tyres going on that machine. Charles Putman has got out of the car with his jet black carbon helmet on, and a new driver installed. I did not quite catch who it is who got into that CP Racing car, but we understand it will be Shane Lewis or Joe Foster. Charles Espenlaub still having a very well rest after his marathon 2-hour enduro at the start, and and our intrepid pit reporter, Paul Smith, said, is that you done now? You done your bit? He's like, well, maybe I might get in at the end. You're going, that's
sure.
That's real fitness, fantastic.
It's a great story. Like I said, but I mean, on weekends like this, if there's a weekend where you kind of think, no, actually I won't do that extra stint. This is the weekend where he's like, no, I won't. Although, again, with it being such a historic circuit, maybe you do want to do that first, because you want to be the one to bring the car across the line, surely.
Yeah, you could be. And do you know my favourite Charles Espenlaub fact is, I mean, it's pretty cool. He's sponsored by In-N-Out Burger.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's very cool. The marathon stints, that's cool. But he was the pace car driver at the first ever Petit Le Mans.
Was he really?
How cool is that? Yeah.
That is amazing. That is a great fact.
Yes, yes. Very cool. He's been racing a long, long time, as Charles Espenlaub.
Who doesn't love Road Atlanta?
Oh, it's one of the best tracks in the world.
The only thing is, if you're the pace car driver, you don't get to attack it at full speed.
There's usually quite a lot of pace car interventions at Petit Le Mans. So you probably got quite a lot of
track
time.
To get a bit of mileage, yeah.
I wonder what car it was at that particular time. So, race leader has come in. Elliot Earhart has brought in the Shero Sport PHX Audi. That's it's not far enough on fuel strategy from the Herbert car to really give any particular advantage either way, but that does still mean that they will need, unless there's a huge amount of code 60, they're going to need 2 more stops to get home our Shero Sport, and pulls away very slowly from fuel. I wonder if Ellie Earhart had that car absolutely down on fumes, pulled it in, got filled up, and there was just a little gap in the fuel system there. As he makes his way down as he makes his way down the pit lane, excuse me.
Obviously, the speed limit in the fuel area is different to the speed limit in the pit lane, which is also different to the speed in the Code 60, because it is 20 kilometers an hour in the fuel area. It's 40 in the main pit lane, and then it's 60, obviously, under a Code 60. So maybe there was a little bit of that, leaving it at 20. It looked like it was crawling away at 20. These, I will say, these GT3s are not designed to go 20 kilometers an hour.
No, definitely not. Well, for fans of the plucky Neudun Elf Porsche 911, I've got 2 pieces of not displeasing news. The gap is now down to just 7.3 seconds, so Paulius Pascavecchius in the menacing-looking Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo is chasing that gap down fast, but they've also just they've just been issued with a 30-second penalty for a break of refueling regulations. So 30-second penalty to be served at the next stop. That is the last thing they need. They needed to be perfect today, and that's such a gut punch for that crew.
Yeah, to be fair, like they've been leading for pretty much the entirety of the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza thus far. They've been in a very, very solid position, and they continue to run in that solid position, but it is going to come to a close, it seems, as the BUGGYRA car has gone out just a little bit wide. Obviously, they are back out on the race circuit, so we did wonder if we would see BUGGYRA back out on the track, and the answer to that question is yes, absolutely we will. So they've had their issues resolved, and they return onto the racetrack. Obviously, a long way down, unfortunately, is BUGGYRA at the moment. They're actually the second last running car on the racetrack. The Vortex, which actually is still in pit lane, so actually they're the last running car at the moment. The Vortex has been in pit lane for 1 hour and 10 minutes. So I don't think we'll be seeing the Vortex out anytime soon. Michael had an amazing job of repairing the car yesterday. That one not working out in such an ideal circumstance today. So our race leader at the moment will be the number 91 Herbert Motorsport car. Ralph Bond behind the wheel, once again doing a superstar stint, as he did yesterday, and looking to move this race further into the clutches of the Porsche 911.
Ralph Bond, very consistent pace at the 150.7 last time by, and he's been in the car a reasonable while now. 43 minutes stint behind the wheel.
I think that has been the switch for the race league, by the way. Yep. The 720 Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the RD Science car, has taken over the race lead from the 9 and Elf GTX car, so there is a switch for the race lead. Paulos Paskevicius has taken it over.
Yeah, that was more a matter of when rather than if. There, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Ferrari sounds so fast. Like I mentioned, this circuit just made for that machine. Huge amounts of horsepower underneath that car. And, just a few car lengths behind, just a couple of seconds, is the 911 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup with the MR endurance kit on it. It's a slightly different machine as well. It's got the sort of wider arches as well. It's actually more like the old 997 RSR in a way, in its kind of profile. So, but it's not. It doesn't look good now for 911. They've got that 30-second penalty to serve at the next stop. But we know that the RT Sainz Lamborghini crew, that it does go through its rear tyres.
Yeah, and it depends on how much they want to be kind of a bit more reserved with it. I get the feeling that they should be fairly well reserved because they know that they've worked their way back up in basically less than 2.5 hours. And by the way, we've just passed fairly recently the halfway point of today's action. We did it 2 hours 45 minutes. We've got 2 hours 37 left to go. But so not got too long left realistically of this 12-hour race. It's nearly 10 hours of racing down, and with them having worked back up to that race lead from that position with their strategy and stuff, they realistically can afford to be a little more conservative on what they do on the tyres. Like, even if they had to pit an extra time from now, courtesy compared to the 911 car, that's not too bad because they know they've got the speed to come back and grab it again.
It is. It's far from done. Far from done. With 2 hours and 36 minutes to go. Elliot Earhart at the wheel of. He's been at the wheel of a while. Yeah, for 39 minutes. Down into second position now, but we are due a pit stop from the leading car, the Herbert Motorsport car of Ralph Bonn. And reiterating what we said a little while ago, if Herbert want to make a challenge for this race, they've got to put Robert Renauer in.
Yeah,
they have to.
They have to.
There's no other call. Particularly when Scherer have here, Pierre Caffer's going. His stint time is his mandatory rest time is now going to be done, and he can get in the car pretty much whenever they'd like him to.
It's just about how much time Pierre Caffer has in the car, because of course he can only do a third of the race.
He's got one more stint left, I think.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, stint and a half maybe.
I'm kind of wondering if it's not even a stint and a half. I'm kind of wondering if it's less than one full stint. Because of course the time there, with it being a third of the race, he can do 4 hours basically of the race. Stint and a half might be right. Yeah, he might have done 2.5. Obviously, he did a little one earlier on today as well. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see whether Pierre Caffer is required behind the wheel of the Scherer car. But I don't know. At the moment, that was a little bit too deep as well as we're looking at the Herbert Motorsport car. It's a little bit too deep from Ralph Bonn going into the Rogier. I don't know.
In the 150s though, is Ralph Bonn. In this heat, Ralph Bonn is doing an amazing job. He's had a great weekend. I mean, we asked Alfred Renauer yesterday. He must be Alfred Renauer on the grid actually saying, Ralph, your teammate Ralph, he had a great one. He must be delighted. And said, oh yeah, he was very, very happy with that. So 2 hours and 34 minutes to go in this race. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Lewis McGlade in the Global Broadcast Centre. And we've got Paul Smith down in the pits. So Lewis, thoughts on this race so far and what we can expect going into the end?
I mean, I'm not sure what we can expect. Things are starting to calm down ever so slightly. We've had lots of drama. Thankfully, I think teams have prepared themselves for today versus yesterday quite well, because they've reduced some of the tyre wear, particularly when it comes down to the rear tyre delaminations that we were seeing yesterday. It's been less of a thing. And so there is a lot of positivity rather, team to team through all of that. We've seen excellent stints, we've seen brave driving, we've seen plenty of examples of spirit of the race, and we also see the strong position the teams are looking in the team's championship. Haas RT.
Yeah.
This is before this round, right?
No, this is live standing.
This is live.
So the live, as if they finish as they are right now. So with Haas
Wow.
finishing in third, Haas RT would go up into the lead of the championship. Or sorry, that Herbert would get closer. Sorry, Herbert, because Herbert at the moment are showing as our leader. Santalot Junior team, who aren't here, they would stay on 76. So Haas RT, they would, if they finished on the podium, they would come out of this Hankook 12 Hours of Monza with 2 points ahead in the championship. Wow. Let's have a look and see what they are in the rest of the classes, because it's been up and down throughout the rest of the field. In the GT3 Pro-Ams, Scherer Sport PX, well, they're in a very, very dominant position. Even if they were to finish second in class and second overall behind Herbert, they would score a huge chunk of points at 72. In the AM class, well, that was CP Racing are having a very strong day at the moment. They're in 5th right now, just behind the number 15 car. That is the BMW Italia Cecchetto car. So let's have a look at how the AM class would look then over at if they were to finish as they were. And E2P Racing actually would look to be in the top of the order, joint up with Heart of Racing, who raced back at Spa, not here this weekend, and CP Racing would climb themselves up the order to 3rd in the GT3 AM class. And that's for the 24H series, powered by Hankook European Series, which we have 2 more rounds to go. The next stop is Estoril at the beginning of July, and then Barcelona in September. For 992, Red Ant Racing, well, they would, this win would be hugely important. They would move to 108 points, 4 points ahead of the Billy Motorsport by Eddie Motors crew, who are fighting hard trying to get position. At the moment, Billy Motors, they're at 3rd in class, but Red Ant leads the race in that class as well. Porsche 992 Cup, close in this race, close in the championship standings. GT4, well, Atlas PX, they lead in the class at the moment. How does that shake them out in terms of the championship standings? They've seen off, so far they've seen off the competition from Team ACP, Tanger and Associates, and the BUGGYRA ZM Racing crew. So they've got a kind of nervy 2.5 hours to go. In 992 AM, it's RPM Racing who would move up into a pretty strong advantage, 12 points ahead of Red Ant, with Porsche Baltic sitting in 3rd after their performances earlier in the season. Of course, although we have one category of car, 992, we have the regular 992 class, and we have the AM as well. We're getting a replay now of one of the Porsche, in fact live pictures of one of the Porsche 992 Cup cars, Lewis.
Not sure which, I think this might be the Red Ant car.
Yeah.
That we're taking a look at.
BUGGYRA ZM Racing, they lead the GT4 category by 4 points then if they were to finish as they were. Atlas BX Motorsports would close up the gap in the championship standings if they're able to get the win here today at Monza. Team ACP Tanger and Associates, they would get themselves on the scoreboard as well. They're in 3rd. GTX, well, it's a real battle going on for GTX. It looks like it's swinging in the way of the RD Signs crew right now, and if it were to stay as it were, they would open up a championship gap of just 4 points from 911 Racing. So this battle for race honours in GTX is really important for the championship, the 24H series powered by Hankook European Series. In TCX, well, the TCR crew of Holmgard Motorsport, they're in a class of their own at the moment, and it would still be the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport crew and Primus Racing who would be at the front of the field there. SK Racing in 3rd. TCR, which is the championship that Holmgard Motorsport are going for. And of course, coming into this round, the Bonk Motorsport team, they were up there as well, but Holmgard Motorsport would go up into the lead of the championship ahead of Ecoa Racing, and Wolf Power Racing will sit in 3rd position. GTX leader into the pits, RD Signs Lamborghini Super Trofeo. filling up with fuel. And I can imagine that car goes through a fair chunk of fuel, actually, with all that power from that V10 engine, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, if it uses fuel based on how much noise it makes, it uses fuel. Let's just say it that way. So the GTX leader then will go back the way of the 9 and Elf car, and all those championship calculations to throw basically straight into the bin, because it chops and changes. Got to say, amazing how close a load of those championships are. Love to see it. After 3 races of this championship, yeah, I know they're not the biggest grid, they're not the biggest field, but it doesn't matter. When the championships are tight at the top, none of those, genuinely, none of those that we've seen are clear-cut and obvious as to where they're going to end up when we get to the 24 Hours of Barcelona later on in the year to round out the European Series. Of course, again, we go to Estoril next, where we'll do a 6-hour qualifying race, and then the 12-hour main race. That is in July, in the I think it's the 7th and 8th of July.
Yes.
Yeah, it is 7th and 8th. Yeah. That weekend, though, that clash with the British Grand Prix, unfortunately, I know where I'll be, sadly enough.
I'll be in Estoril. I'll be delighted to be in Estoril too. Yes, can't wait for that one. Another track that we think is hot today, Portugal, south of Portugal in early July. It's going to be toasty there too. And some long radius corners there as well, so the teams are going to have to be on. They're really going to have to nurse the cars around that circuit in that kind of heat. Especially the end of the back stretch, you've got this really tight left-hander, but you're attacking it with so much speed, and a lot of the corners on it, they go on for a lot longer than you think. There's a double hairpin section at the end of sector 1. Was kind of, the first was more of just sort of like a 120-degree right-hander into a full hairpin, and then onto the back stretch we've got this fast kick. It's a great circuit, it really is true. Probably one of those ones that's a bit underrated. And such. Not my favourite racetrack on the planet, but certainly not my most hated. I know what both of those are, and thankfully the most hated doesn't feature on the calendar, and my favourite one definitely won't, because you've got to go to the other side of the planet for it. One discussion for Win the Bar later, I think.
Is it?
Yes, I think so. Oh, off! Car number 8, Kessel Racing Ferrari, takes a trip through the grass at between Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. Has to wiggle back and forth to try and get any of the debris away. Now, who is driving?
Alessandro Cotrera.
Yes, Alessandro Cotrera. So they might well have to come in. We've seen a lot of drivers picking up, when they have gone off, picking up sort of grass cutting into the radiator. Might be careful not watching temperatures going up on that Kessel Ferrari. But at the front of the field, Elliot Earhart continues to march ahead. Let's see what happened to Kessel. Alessandro Cotrera just carried too much speed into Lesmo 1.
Easily
done. Get it stopped.
It's an awkward corner as Lesmo 1. I actually think it's the most, for me anyway, Lesmo 1 was always the most difficult corner on this track, purely based on the fact that you always want to go for a late apex there, and the apex is never late enough. And honestly, I've done this enough obviously this is more sim racing stuff, but I've done this track enough on a sim to work out that I genuinely think I've never perfected the first Lesmo. And my pace is all right around Monza, but the first Lesmo, not a chance. It is really, really tricky. And having spoken to quite a few of the drivers yesterday, and spoken to a few drivers over the last few years about this circuit, it is a deceptively difficult corner, because it's only a 90-degree right-hander. Both Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, they're effectively 90-degree right-handers. They shouldn't be that difficult, and both of them are extremely challenging in their own right. As the Herbert Motorsport car is going to work its way off of pit lane, and guess who is behind the wheel?
Robert Renault.
Had to be.
The Alfred Renault, he's although he's done his driving earlier on, he had his yellow jacket on and was doing is helping out with the pit stop there as well.
That happens a lot. I'm surprised at how many drivers, team managers, something like that, they stick the viz on.
Robert and Alfred Helberth is their teammate.
Yes.
That is very much a family business, and they're there as teammates, but they're there as putting on a service for their teammates who have come along, and they contribute to the team and the effort. And yeah, it's very much a team effort there as well down at Herbert. Brilliant crew. So Robert Renault, he's we're 11.5 hours into this 12 hours in Monza, and Robert Renault has only just now getting his first win. Can only do a maximum doing, or Ralph Bond.
Well, this is the thing is, right now they have accepted their fate that they absolutely need a splash and dash. They're going to need a similar splash, because obviously they need to get to around about an hour left to 2 hours left to go before they kind of do it. And then we know how long stick they should actually be good to do it on 1 more stop from that point, 2 more stops from now. At the moment, it is certain that the number 91 Herbeth Motorsports car has to come into the pit lane twice.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. I think with code 60 you could potentially get home. If it's a long enough code 60, you could get home on one.
That was a little bit. I'm not going to judge you for it. No, I agree. I think though the thing is that because they have to, like they want Robert Renauer in the car for 2 hours. If the code 60 comes out, they almost, for their strategy to work with Robert Renauer, they almost don't want a code 60 because it would scupper that unless it happened at the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, they're going to have to take a see the man's call on that, I think. Cars are tired. Yes, we're racing for 5.5 hours today. They did 6.5 hours yesterday. They've had no rebuild. Straight back out again. So, you know, the cars are getting fatigued, the drivers are getting fatigued. The temperature just continues to relentlessly build. So you've got, if you look at the law of averages, there's going to be more chance of code 60 in these last couple of hours as that concentration starts to drop. Q1 track racing, well, the way their car looks right now kind of shows their weekend. It's been eventful. There's tape on it. It's a bit sacked off. It's sacked off. It's been such a difficult weekend for them at the moment. Driving that car is Marcus Vinicius Neves. Yeah, they just not.
A car in the 992 category that looks like it's in worse conditions than the Philly Motorsports by Eddie Motors car. Better position is it still third in class? No, I think it's fourth in class. That's the only one that looks like it's in worse. It's sort of similar to the Q1 track racing car. But the Q1 track racing car has been through so much more. I mean, like you say, it's been at least 2 full tyre delaminations and then 1 suspected puncture. And it's been in and out of pit lane a lot in the last 3 hours. So they should have been pit lane 3 times at least. That's higher rate. Rupert Barrichello. Vocal was about how much of a competitor he still is, how much. If you're listening to someone like that, he is far from done with his career in motorsport. He is, again,
He doesn't come here for a bit of a jolly.
He doesn't drive in sandals.
No, he doesn't drive in sandals, that's true. Shane Lewis on board the CP Racing Mercedes, and there's not much between. There's only 32 seconds between the leading AM car, which is number 15 BMW Italia Cicciato car, and the CP Racing doing a just to see how the track's evolved, and he's telling us that the track has really changed a lot over the course of the weekend. He also said when coming out the and if you catch it, because you are fully loaded at that point, if you catch it, you're in the fence.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, let's be honest. Let's think about that for a second, because that is an AM team. You know, GT3 AM being the CP Racing. That is a pro. For me, that's a pro level type move to go out there and investigate.
A lot of, and this thing is the same for Shane Lewis, for Joe Foster, for they are AM graded only by age,
but experience.
I mean, Shane's driven he raced at IMSA supercars in the early 90s. He raced at Le Mans, he raced at Daytona. He's hugely experienced. Likewise, Joe Foster, he's registered as an AM, but he's a former British F3 racer. He's competed all over the world, won big classes in America, won the Nürburgring 24 Hours in class. So they're only because of it's only their age that puts them into that category. If they were a little bit younger, they would be graded higher.
But it's those things that show it. It's those things that show that they still have that mentality. They still. I mean, it's why when you are like in the AM team, like the BMW Italia Ducato Racing car, when you're going against another AM team like that, you kind of have to treat it as if they are a team of pros, because they know what they're doing. Like I say, if they have an issue like that, they know how to deal with it. Getting a few sketchy moments in traffic as the Toro Racing car is having to deal with a car that's running in second position in the race. Robert Renauer trying to make his way through, going into Ascari and actually getting wrong-footed. It was actually the ETP Racing car that was working its way through ahead of all of that sort of started the kerfuffle and kind of almost caused a little bit of tripping up. Max Hoffer remains behind the wheel of the Haas RT car that remains in third position. And again, a reminder to all of you sat at home that if things do finish the way they're presently running, it should be the Haas RT car that will head to the top of the standings.
That would be. I think that would be a good result.
Antigua would party.
It would what?
Antigua would party.
Antigua, yes, they'll be dancing in the streets of Antigua. Oh, the poor Vortex. It's been in and out of the pits all day. They never ever give in, but the Vortex says on the front, "We are repeat." I think that means we keep going.
Maybe.
I think that's what they're trying to say there. Yes. So 2 hours and 16 minutes to go, and it's Elliot Earhart who leads then from Robert Renauer, Scherer Sport PHX Audi from Herberth Motorsport Porsche, Haas RT Audi in third position. So Kessel Racing in for their fuel up with Alessandro Petrera, and they, with a bit of code 60, they might get home on one more stop as well.
Yeah, they might need a little assistance. Again, if the reason why we say about the Herberth car and the question marks around them, as Hoffer also comes in for Haas RT, it's because of driver time and Rob Renauer trying to do because he can only drive for 2 hours. With how much time left in the race, it's a little awkward for them. For everyone else, if you just know you're going to change driver on the final stop of the race, it's actually not a problem. If the code 60 comes out at the right time, you're absolutely right. A lot of these teams could potentially make it. The only thing is, with 2 hours...
Come, let's go. So, Ali, your last stint is over. How did you feel?
Well, maybe I'm going to drive again, so we will see.
Sure?
Maybe.
Yeah?
It's either me or Adam. Someone has to go.
Okay.
I mean, it went okay. I was just being consistent. We're already out of the race because we had a problem, so we had to stop for a long time. So we're already a few laps behind the other guys. So it was just to drive and make it to the finish.
How is it to drive in such a conditions when outside is really hot and in the car is even hotter?
For sure, you get a sweat a little bit. But it's good. There's AC in the car, which is nice. Not most helpful, but it's something. And yeah, the conditions outside is really hot, and so it's tricky. But you know, we're still going, so that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Energy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Times there between those two cars, because it does seem that yes, the RD Sainz car is faster on a lap. Oh no, they're having to push it. 9 and Elf.
Oh no.
Oh, push it into the penalty box. Now this is the penalty that's been hanging over them for a while. That's been that 30-second penalty that they're now in the process of serving. Ah, so annoying. I'd forgotten about that penalty.
Did I see another penalty for the number 8, by the way? It looked like an exceptionally specific penalty as well. I think it was 30. There's a 32-second time penalty for the number 8 Castle Racing. I think it's about the 3rd or 4th penalty they've got today. They have served it, so it did come up a little while ago. That was for exceeding the speed limit under a code 60.
Oh, the 9 and Elf car, the leader in GTX, having to be pushed by one single
guy.
mechanic, and then 2 come to join.
That's
and
it.
the rest of the team coming through, going push, guys, push.
Come on, boys, put your back into it.
Fire it up. And it just filled up with fuel. I hope this isn't a more sinister issue.
Didn't the RD Sainz car have that yesterday? Because I'm pretty sure they got stored in the pit lane.
Yeah,
they had 2 people pushing, and then when the 3rd and 4th came along, it was able just to re-bump the car. But this could be bad. It was always it was looking bad for the potential race victory for 9 and Elf recently, just because of the charge of that Super Trofeo. And now it seems to be that charge might well have come to a close.
Well, not yet. Don't write them off yet.
Oh, yeah, never.
Leonard Ohm out of the car. After he's done a great job this weekend. He's been so solid, and he's had to put up with it. I've been interviewed by me on the grid twice as well. So it's a good sport. Is Leonard Ohm. So we'll see who's going to take that car on from now to the end of the race. Mechanics getting the tyre changes done, and all seems.
It seems relaxed.
It does seem relaxed.
Concerningly relaxed.
That's concerningly relaxed, yes.
As if like they know there's a little bit more of a problem going on, so it's just sort of do the tyres whilst they're trying to sort out all the other gaff on the car.
They're in at the dash, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're in at the dash.
Which could be an electrical problem of some description. We'd hope not for the 9 and Elf, especially because the thing is with them is the work they had on Friday night. I'm actually going to say I was going to have a discussion about this. Obviously, we've got 2 and a bit hours left to go. The Spirit of the Race Award, because we've got a few contenders for it. For me, I'm kind of like leaning towards Willie Motorsports. I think they've done an amazing job to come back in it. Part of me wants to go to 9 and Elf for the repair job, and whoever it was that got that part, that one part they needed on Friday night. Part of me is like, because they did not give up with the repair job on that. Here we go though. They've got the rear off the car, just having a little bit of a look into the engine bay, seeing what's right, what's wrong at the moment. Again, this does not look good for 9 and Elf Racing.
Oh, 9 and Elf, they've got the engine cover, of course, the engine out the back of the rear wheels on a 911. And yeah, there's a lot of the mechanics pouring over that machine.
I think this car might end up in the garage.
Oh, engine cover going back on though.
Yeah, that is.
It's going back to the garage. I don't know if they'd be doing that at this stage. Not picking up any engine noise on our.
Oh, I think he wants. Okay, so he's going to plug back into the
German.
into the car. So it is still Leonard Ohm, I think, behind the wheel.
No, Leonard got out.
Oh, did he?
Leonard got out. They did a driver change. Go on, fire.
Oh, this has been
interesting. You can hear them trying to turn it over. You can hear this. You can hear the starter motor going. Go, push, push, push.
This would be the longest lap of Monza I think anyone's ever seen.
If they're going to push it,
that
would definitely be worth the spirit of the race if they push the car for the next 2 hours and 7 minutes.
Oh,
they're going to have to bring it back again.
That I feel so bad for them.
Heartbreak.
As like I say, these mechanics, for all of the teams, have worked so hard. The drivers have worked so hard for every single team in pit lane. No one is short of that. And Nine Elf, they've done an amazing job to get the car out onto the circuit. They've done an amazing job to be leading quite a lot of the weekend in the GTX category. That must be absolutely exhausting.
Let's get down to Paul Smith, who's got a report.
Yeah, just down here in the pit with the 911 team, and I've asked a few people what the problem is, and they just won't give me any answers. So basically, I think it's a case of they're just having to try and find out what the problem is. But you see, the thing is, as it was going down the pit lane, it really was, it was trying, it was almost as if it was trying to get started on the starter motor with them pushing it, but it just wouldn't turn over. So something obviously is more sinister going on right here.
Thanks, Paul. Oh, the car getting pushed back into the garage.
I thought that might have been the case.
Yeah, that's such a shame. They're not done though. They are not done. Toro Racing, car number 930, getting into big old moment there. Leaves us 2 big dark lines on the circuit there coming out of Ascari. It's Eric Zhang at the wheel right now. Oof.
That's a good catch.
That was a very good catch.
Like I says, it is very easy. I mean, that car has been in the barrier around that part of the circuit already today. It would have been very easy to have lost the rear end and looped it there. It's the amount of commitment that you have on the exit of Ascari is pretty impressive. Just in the Kessel Racing car as well, did 2 wheels in the gravel on the left-hand side, leaving the second Lesmo. I was watching the Euro Cup 3 race earlier, and seeing how much track limit abuse there is in that, and it's just, they do throw those cars, you know, even though open wheelers and stuff, you see these in GTs and such, they really do push the very, very limit around the Autodrome, and that's Anello de Monza, like really pushing it, going, dipping 2 wheels into the gravel, kind of just exceeding it a little bit too much, throwing it up and over the curb. As the home guard TCR car enters pit lane, it's already done its fuel, and it's now coming into the box, and the Rabdan car leaves pit lane.
New driver being awaiting the Toro Racing Porsche as well, car number 930. Eric Zhang is in the fuel station at the moment, so see in a moment who's going to get on board that car. So Home Guard Motorsport are in the lead right now in the GT-TCE category for TCR machinery and GT4 machinery, but this may cycle them out behind the Atlas BX Motorsport car after this pit stop. We'll give a close look on that. The front of the field, well, Robert Renauer is last lap by, not on his usual pace of 153.3. That could potentially be a tangle in traffic of some kind. 151.3 last time by for Elliot Earhart, who's been behind the wheel for 1 hour and 11 minutes. Unfortunately, we've got on the time screen a slow car in Sector 2. So what is going on in Sector 2 of the racetrack? Hopefully, we don't want to use the P word again. And it's the Neuhofer car. It's the Neuhofer car. It's got a rear left puncture. This is Neuhofer in second position. They were trying to get themselves onto the lead lap in their class, and they've got a rear left puncture. Felix Neuhofer is having to limp back this Porsche 992 Cup machine as Toro Racing come into the pits for a driver change. But Neuhofer, they were charging so hard there, Lewis, but that is going to thwart their challenge with just over 2 hours to go.
Yeah, I think it might have been maybe even Lokai getting back into this Toro Racing car. But that's a big shout. I don't believe in the commentators, guys, but I was going to bring it up earlier that we actually hadn't seen a puncture for a while. Alas, now we've seen them once again. It is a 992. We've seen a lot of them getting them over the weekend. as it comes now into Ascari, and like you say, it's very, very scary indeed. But I was actually down in Toro Racing yesterday when they got one of the punctures, and it was when Lokai Low was actually behind the wheel. And I remember what they were shouting to the person who was on the radio to be like, tell him to go faster, because he was only doing 40k going around the circuit. And they're like, no, you can go faster. Even with a puncture, you can go faster than that. And right now the Neuhofer car is going ever so slightly faster than that, as we get a good overhead shot of it trundling its way down towards the Curva Alboreto. It's such a shame, a painful run. And like you say, for a team that's actually been in really, really good positions in the race, they're still obviously second in class. They're most likely going to lose a good chunk of time now, and their chances of taking a victory this afternoon, I think, have gone up with that tyre.
Yeah, it seems so. That's such a shame for Neuhofer. They've run a perfect race up to now. They've been just brilliant, and yeah, having to limp that car back very slowly, and it's tricky because you know, however fast, however slow you think you're going, you're probably not going slow enough, and you could be damaging the car. The tyre can flap round and damage the rear bodywork at that rear left. But it's Shinzi Shi who's got aboard the Toro Racing car, taking over from Eric Zhang.
It was very nice yesterday, by the way. Honestly, I went in there and I was like, look, I'm going to be cheeky. Who wants to be? He came up to me as if like I was offering him. He was like, yeah, no, go on, yeah, I'm up for it. Yeah, I was like, all right. Mate.
I love that. Yeah.
Like I think it was just like, again, for some of these drivers, you know, they're maybe not used to sort of any sort of televised coverage, any broadcast coverage. So when you get the chance to get your face on screen and stuff, yeah, you go for it.
So Eric Zhang, he's out of the car, and well, he had the best save of the day.
Big time.
Absolute best save of the day. Let's get down to Paul Smith, who is with Eric Zhang.
Eric, what a performance there in that one, but it looks like real hard work for you.
Yes, it was. It's getting very hot in my stint, and because I lost the GPS timing on my car, so I didn't know what time I was doing. I was just trying to get in my rhythm, but it's weird because we're still playing a little bit with the car setup, so tire pressure, so it's performing different every lap.
Yeah, you've got to say that yesterday was a big challenging day for you, but how have you been able to approach today differently?
Yeah, I think it's just, as an M driver, my learning curve is a little bit longer than many other drivers. So I think I'm not doing anything drastically different. I'm just, you know, trying a little bit more every lap.
And how has it been racing here at Monza? You know, it's a historic venue, one that drivers all want the circle on their sort of map, don't they, as where they want to race. How have you been finding it out there?
Wow, winning at this temple of speed. Who doesn't want that, right? But I guess it's just not our weekend this week.
Well, thank you very much.
Great to hear from Eric Zhang there. He's clearly been working hard in that car,
He was out of breath.
but he's enjoyed himself. If you could hear a smile, that was it. You know, that was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Down into the final 2 hours of this 12 hours of Monza here in the 24H series, and the heat continues to beat down on Monza International Circuit. And it's Sherra Sport PHX who lead the way at the moment from Herbert Motorsport, with Robert Renauer finally behind the wheel in that Porsche 992 GT3R. And then as the cycle goes back and forth, CP Racing have got themselves back up into third place ahead of Haas Racing Team on the overall podium. CP Racing lead in GT3 AM as well. Second place in GT3 AM and fifth overall is the BMW Italia Cicciato Racing crew. Then in sixth, it's E2P Racing, the Spaniards, Pablo BUGGYRA at the wheel of their Porsche right now. Then in seventh, it's Red Ant Racing, who lead in the Porsche 992 Cup category. Kessel Racing are in eighth overall. In Ninth overall is Neuhofer Rennsport, but they are dropping down the order at the moment. Well, as I say that, actually, they've got their puncture repaired, and they have been able to maintain that position, but have lost a lot of time with that puncture. 10th is Rapdan Motorsport by HRT Performance. Then it's RPM Racing and Willie Motorsport by Heavy Motors. Toro Racing by HRT Performance are in 13th, 6th in class. Then it's the S1 Racing crew with Alex Ryman and Yori Alayaira. Leading in GTX after the demise of the 911 car is Audrius Butkevicius for RD Signs and the Shalai Racing Team and their Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Q1 Track Racing, they sit in 18th. 9th, Bund Elf Racing, they're 17th, unfortunately, and dropping time as they get repairs. Atlas BX Motorsport lead in GT4 ahead of Team ACP Tangerine Associates by 3 laps. Then it's BUGGYRA Racing in 3rd in that category. And then the problems for the Vortex V8, Red Camel Jordans, Land Motorsport and HRT Performance, all hitting issues of various kinds, taking them out of the running in this race. And finally, don't forget our TCR machine, Holmgard Motorsport. Roy Edlund is at the wheel right now. He's still in the lead of the combined GTTC category for GT4 machines and TCR as well. And let's see if they can get that done with 2 hours to go. Let's have a look at the highlights of this incredible 12 hours of Monza. So Elliot Earhart leads them for Sport BHX as things stand. Robert Renauer for Herbert Motorsport in 2nd. Shane Lewis sitting there in 3rd. And now we're starting to get the calculators out, crunching the numbers, Lewis. Who's going to come out top here? Who's got the fuel strategy just right?
Yeah, exactly. It's where this is going to get very, very difficult for the teams. Again, this is where you kind of sat there watching it, kind of at the edge of your seat, being like, has my team got it right? Has my team got it right? At the moment, what I'm looking at, especially in the GT3 category, I think that Herbert have left Robert Renauer too late. That's not me trying to disrespect the other drivers. I know that like Ralph Bonn has been absolutely amazing. Daniel Alleman and Alfred Renauer have both put in their incredible stints. But if you've got a pro driver, you've got to use them, and I think they just left that one a little bit too late, and that is including yesterday as well. Obviously, maybe some learning point for the team. They, obviously sometimes might be like, no, actually, you lot want to do a bit more racing. Fair enough, but at the end of the day, you're racing, you're here to win, you want to win, you want to get onto the top step of the podium, especially around such a historic venue. And like I say, for the Scherer Sport team, it looks like it is very much advantage them in the category. Same as it is with Red Ant Racing. Unfortunately, though, we were bigging them up. At least one of the 992s having the potential of maybe getting their way onto the overall podium. I don't think that is going to happen anymore, but somewhere comfortably inside the top 10, it does seem as though Red Ant Racing are going to finish. They did have a penalty yesterday. I can't remember how much it was. I think it was 140 seconds. They had a penalty yesterday, which is obviously massive. They found themselves back into the race league courtesy of the issues of Red Camel Racing as well earlier on yesterday. Red Camel Racing unfortunately did not rejoin, and like you said, in the GTX category, it is advantage to the RD Signs Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and it is advantage for the and I think we need to big this up a little bit. It looks like it will be, with just under 2 hours left to go. the victory in the inaugural GT-TCR sort of mix-up, match-up, unofficial championship going the way of the home guard team, which, again, there's a little bit of a spirit of the race vibe in there.
There is. It's too early to call, though. I would say.
Absolutely.
Too early to call. We haven't had a damaged tyre for quite a while, and fortunately had one there for one of the front-running cars, Neuhofer Motorsport, Neuhofer Rennsport, excuse me, and it just shows that it can happen at any moment. It can strike at any moment.
Well, Eric Sam was saying that maybe he's talking more about how it is in the car, but he was saying it was getting hotter and hotter. I think he's more talking about like the exhaustion and fatigue and stuff in the car and how hot it was. But to be honest, I don't know about you, commentary booth, it feels like it's getting a little warmer in here. Out there in the pit lane, the sky's clearing up a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if it was warmer. The last check that we had, it was 25 degrees ambient, and the last time we actually had a track temperature taken, it was 37, so maybe that's one thing that Paul Smith needs to do. He needs to go and steal a mechanic, scan the track, and let's see what temperature is, because I would be surprised if it wasn't into the earlier 40s, which would explain why we're starting to see the odd issue come up again.
I think so. I think it's very much, from what we're hearing from some of the teams and drivers, it's a temperature issue, and it's as you spike that temperature through a certain part of the tyre, and then if you combine that with hitting a curb, it can easily cause damage to the tyre. So the key to winning this race really has been nursing it as much as possible, keeping off the curbs, and really trying to get the car and the tyres to the finish. The home car leading in TCR and GT-TCE coming through Ascari. Having it to the rear. Strangely, the rear left, a little bit of smoke puffing up there, so I think there's just a little bit of bodywork rubbing on the tyre on the right-hand side. I honestly couldn't tell whether it was the front right or the rear right. There's definitely the right-hand side of the car. Could just be a bit of bodywork arch rubbing. Hopefully nothing too much to worry about. Or is it?
No, it is running low on the right, on the rear right. I did wonder, because I was looking at it coming there into the Rogier, and it looked slightly dropped down. I mean, you can really tell by the rear wing. I kind of want to see here again. Now, I am absolutely sure something is low on the right-hand side of that car. It is the rear right. I mean, compare it left to right.
Yeah, you're right.
There is, surely that is, that's not just my eye. It might just be
a slow puncture.
Could be.
It could either be a slow puncture or something even more sinister if the damper is starting to go. I mean, frequently a few weeks ago at the Nürburgring 24 hour, they had their damper start to go with 7 hours to go, and it was completely shot with 4 hours to go. So,
okay, so where it smoked there, it was as he'd touched the curb on the left-hand side, which obviously putting all of the weight over onto the right. So that's where it still shouldn't be rubbing on the bodywork, just to clarify, that is still not normal. But 100% there is something odd with the right-hand side. But I think they're not reacting immediately, courtesy of it's only properly smoking when they're tapping that curb. So they might tell them, actually, do you know what? When you're going through the Ascari, don't touch the final curb at Ascari, because you're at maximum load at that point. And then you're asking that little bit extra by chucking it up and over the curb. They've not entered pit lane as of yet. And so I think Home Guard are well aware, as the Vortex car has had more issues at T1.
And it gets going again. So we stay green for now. So the Vortex.
And it is Philippe Bonnell behind the wheel now. So that's a drive.
Turn one, giving them issues again, the Vortex machine. And Roy Edlund carries on behind in the TCR machine for Home Guard Motorsport. The Cupra Leon competition TCR. It's not a Seat anymore.
It's not a Seat. I know. After having worked with Cupra with some of their eSport stuff over the last couple of years, I got very quickly out of the calling it a Seat. They were like, no. I was like, oh, sorry. I will say, of all of the drivers to have in that car when there is the potential issue, you'd be pretty glad it's Roy Edlund right now. Because surely if there's something wrong with the car, he's the kind of driver that'd be like, yeah, I'll let you know if there's a problem. He was so fast as well in qualifying. That Vortex car, by the way, I don't think anyone can be irritated with anyone in that car, because I think all three of them now have made a mistake this weekend, as the drone that's flying over gets really, really close going through Ascari.
Pilots we've got here in the DB crew.
Yep.
Car number 21, Haas Racing Team, in fourth now, so they've dropped off the overall podium, but it is very dependent on...
No! Another rear left.
Oh, Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, rear left puncture on their Porsche 992 Cup car. That's 3 punctures they've had today. We saw 4 for Toro Racing yesterday, but Willie Motors, having had none yesterday, they get 3 today.
And almost certainly this is something temperature related as well. Hazards are on, coming down into Ascari in the Willie Motorsports by Ebby Motors car. It's going to be a long lap. They had one on lap 1 of this race. They had one about, I think it's only about 40 minutes later. They haven't had one since, but unfortunately picking up yet another. This is going to be a little bit sketchy because it's heading into Ascari now. We're going to keep over to the left-hand side of the circuit as the likes of CP Racing and, of course, our race leaders in the Shera Sport PHX car make their way through. It's a little bit scary, but I will say that was very, very well handled by the Willie Motorsports, by Ebby Motors car. It's Sergio Nicolai behind the wheel right now. Again, heart goes out to them. They've not deserved that. The car that is on our screens at the moment is the car that had 4 punctures yesterday. And if there is a record that you want, well, having more punctures than that in one day is not it.
No, that is such a shame. Such a shame for that crew. Dear me. So an hour and 46 minutes to go then here in the Hankook. 12 hours of Monza, split into 2 parts of course. We did 6.5 hours yesterday, 5.5 hours today, and we've got an hour and 46 minutes remaining. CP Racing, they've got Shameless on board. He's been in the car for nearly an hour, so he's bound to be coming in fairly soon. So Elliot Earhart for Shera Sport has just put the Haas RT car down a lap, or the Haas RT car more accurately is maybe trying to get its lap back at this point in time.
But it's more so the fight for third is actually here as well. That car between them, like you said, is the Shera Sport PHX car. That is the race leader at the moment. The Mercedes, head of all of this that's coming up towards Ascari now, that is the CP Racing car. And then obviously 2 cars behind, you go to the Shera car, and then you get to Haas RT. That is 4 position. Yes, I know we're awaiting a pit stop potentially in the near future from CP Racing. But for the Haas RT car, they're starting to show some really good speed and starting to get after it a little bit here. Obviously, they were in contention for pole position. They were denied on the final stint. The Haas RT car is going to look to the inside of the race leader coming down to Curva Alboreto. Does not commit for a move. Of course, trying to get the lap back, but more importantly, trying to get after CP Racing. Coming out of the final corner now, and CP Racing, they are going to stay out on the race circuit, so we're absolutely going to get a battle for third to some degree. It depends on whether CP Racing actually obey the blue flags to some degree, allow the Shera Motorsport car to make its way through without trying to let the Haas RT car. It's just sent it down the inside, and Haas RT, Mattia Detri's got down the inside of Elliot Earhart in the first corner. That is not for position, but it is for unlapping themselves. So Haas RT now with a clear run up towards CP Racing.
So that is for the overall podium. So CP Racing, you know Shane Lewis isn't going to give this up easy, no way. Yes, he'll be thinking about the AM battle, the AM win with BMW Italia, Chato Racing, sure, but Shane's a real racer, he won't want to give it away easy. Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors have finally got their Porsche 992 Cup back in. Sabino De Castro has got he's rushing to put his helmet on. He's still putting on his hands device, attaching it to his helmet, and Sergio Nicolai gets out. They've had everything thrown at them today, this weekend. They've had everything thrown at them. tell you what, Mathieu Detry for Haas, our racing team, is getting closer and closer now as well to Shane Lewis. Wonder how hard Shane Lewis is going to fight this. Shane Lewis has been in the car for quite a while. I don't think he'll have much tyre left on the car to fight this too much. Mathieu Detry, the young Belgian touring car racer who's progressed up into GT3 machinery, is going to go for the move up the inside on the run towards Alboreto. This is for the overall podium. Shane Lewis says, not in your life, pal. Not in your life. It covers off the line. Out of Alboreto they come now. And Detry's just nipped in the inside, but Lewis is going into the pit, as does our race leader, Shera Sport PHX. They will need one more stop after this one if we stay green to the flag.
Yeah, I was going to say, surely that was going to be CP Racing into the pit lane. Certainly do so, and it gives Haas RT then over to third position. You're absolutely right. Anyone pitting now, and it'll be one more stop left to go. An hour and 42 minutes left to go in the race. There is plenty of time, plenty of racing up for offer here at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, and plenty of time to see it as well. Vortex out on circuit after a few issues for them. They've just worked their way through. Ascari, of course, they're running in second now, or not quite even second, they're still in third. But they are one of only two of the GTX cars still running, courtesy of 9 and 11, 9 and Elf rather, being in the pit lane. Although I've just seen it go green, I believe 9 and Elf have just left pit lane. I didn't see them go out because we've got a there we are. They are out of the pit lane. We could have literally just checked out the window.
Oh, fantastic! Great spirit there from the 9 and Elf team. They've also been another team that have had everything thrown at them this weekend with just little mechanical niggles, electrical niggles, and they've got the car fixed. Great work from that crew. They're a small team, a passion team, and the 9 and Elf, they sell, service and restore modern and classic Porsches, and race at the Nürburgring as well. They're very much a Nürburgring team, and that's certainly a place that puts toughness into you, that's for sure. So they're using that battle-hardened spirit there.
Just seen a great drone shot of the Philly Motorsports by Heavy Motors car go through Ascari. Obviously they're back out onto the race circuit after their latest puncture. I'm going to be ever so slightly critical, considering you've got a car which has had quite a few punctures. There's a driver change in it. It is De Castro now behind the wheel. Absolutely slammed it, full-on sim racing style, over the curb at Ascari, and I'm like, if your car is struggling with punctures, stay off the curbs as best you can. Stay off the curbs, and absolutely started throwing it back over them. And counter to how the other cars were around, they did not take to the curbs. And I'm not saying that they're doing it to themselves, absolutely not, but they're doing it to themselves. I think there might be a little bit of that. Again, we haven't seen every single lap. We haven't seen exactly where all the punctures come from. I don't really want to blame them because they are a nice bunch of guys, but yeah, you've got to say, if you're having those kind of problems frequently, you've got to do something about it. As CP Racing come into the pit. Oh yes, because they've come out of the fuel.
Yes, they kind of feel, and no driver change. Shane Lewis is staying on board, so that's interesting there. From he's going to do a double in the car. So just seen Shera Sports serve a penalty, 10-second penalty. That was they picked that up.
Yes.
Goodness, they picked that up about an hour and a half ago. That was the penalty that they got for refueling, a refueling violation. So 10 seconds penalty in the penalty box there for Shera Sport. So where are Herbert on this? Can Herbert and Robert Renauer and the crew, can they get home on a stop less than, they might need some code 60, but can they get home on a stop less than the Shera Sport PHX team? I think that's got to be their main bullet in the gun right now if they're going to try fuel save and be able to do that. Is it possible? Don't know. We'll see.
Like I said, at the moment, Robert Renauer's been in the car for 45 minutes. From a theoretical standpoint, they would have to run from when Robert Renauer first got into the car, from that point on, which in this case would be the penultimate stop. it would be 2 hours and 20 minutes, which, considering if you're extending each stint by 10 minutes, whilst it's crazy, it's just about possible if you have code 60s at the right spot. I wonder if there's been another problem as well, because we've got Hazard's back on the Q1 track racing car. It's driving around fine.
Yeah, it's going out a fair lick with the Hazard's on. It's the Q1 track racing car, the number 950. Porsche.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it was just maybe
switch them off now.
A misstep.
Now, coming back to the Herbert strategy, if I may, I think they can do it, but if they switch then, because they can't put Robert Renaud in for more than 2 hours, they have to get him out at the next stop if they are going to do it. So that means that then they could put Alfred in for the end, potentially. Paul Smith is down at, well, the heroes of the day, Neunendelf.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. Yeah, so I've just been speaking to the team who've been doing a little bit of repairs to the car. The problem was the battery was getting a bit too hot for that car, so they had to change the battery, and now they're back out.
As simple as that, a battery, but a battery getting too hot, that says that you're really putting it
under pressure.
Under a lot of pressure, yeah, but great to see Neunendelf getting back out onto the circuit. How many laps behind are they from their rivals in the GTX class? So they are Neunendelf 271 laps completed there. Yeah, they've dropped it. That took cost them 15 laps there. They're back now from RD Sainz. So for RD Sainz, they're in really in the driver's seat now with an hour and 36 minutes to go.
Again, you said it earlier, what spirit it is for the Neunendelf team to have worked their way through and all this, to have put themselves in that kind of position. They've been, like I said, they'll be disappointed, no doubt. They'll be irritated, again, no doubt, but the fact that they've put that kind of work in, they've gone racing. That was an incredibly fast stop for Team ACP Tangerine Associates. They'd already obviously put fuel in and clearly feeling the tyres can go long enough.
Paul Smith, what have you got?
Yeah, so Team ACP actually had been in the pits already. They had to come back right round because one of the car jacks was still down below the floor of the car. So they had to get that back in, get it popped up back into the car, and then they've sent it back out.
Right. Certainly was a quick pit stop, wasn't it? To push the jack back in. Wow. So Robert Renaud is now into the lead of this motor race for Herbert Motorsport, but Sheriff Sport PHX, the former leaders, they've done a pit stop and they've put Pierre Caffer in, so they've unleashed the Caffer.
Yeah.
So it's game on. It's a proper slugfest at the top of the field. Two superb German drivers and two superb German cars.
But this is what we said might happen, is that if they put Robert Renaud behind the wheel this late in the race, then it'll give the Sheriff Sport PHX car enough time to respond by putting Pierre Caffer behind the wheel. We know how fast Pierre Caffer is, and so the likelihood is that the gap, which was hovering around, I mean, earlier last time I saw the gap properly, it was around 1 minute 6. That gap's not really changing too much. Not quite sure why the Red Ant car just went completely offline down to turn 1, but it seems I'll have to get a little concerned then. Came all the way over what would be pit entry and then came in with a diagonal line on the race to turn 1. Someone just straight lined the Rettifilio though, and I kind of get the feeling it might be the BUGGYRA car. Nothing too major in the race, but still a couple of concerns here and there.
David Bersecki at the wheel of the BUGGYRA car, that was the one in question.
I saw Valentino Rossi yellow, and I'm like, that one, because it's got that bright yellow, that bright green on the front of the BUGGYRA car. I think it looks really good, by the way.
I think it looks fantastic. Yeah, I do like the Atlas BX as well with the chrome.
So do I.
Yeah, it reflects. So might be quite good for reflecting the heat away. In GTTCE, Roy Edlin for Holmgard Motorsport in the Cooper TCR leads from Atlas BX Motorsport, but question marks over the condition of that. We've been talking about it all weekend, how immaculately prepared that Sonax Holmgard Motorsport TCR machine is, but we believe something's not as normal on the the rear right corner, and again, big puff of smoke as the tyre hits the wheel arch.
Clearly it's not
a slow puncture.
No, clearly it's not a slow puncture, and clearly it's not a massive failure of some kind, because considering how well run that team is, almost certainly they would have been in the pit lane immediately. When did Roy Edlin get in behind the wheel? It was about half an hour ago.
He has been driving, Roy Edlund has been driving for 31 minutes. Yeah, so that car can go they've only got one more stop then.
Yeah, and I
they
think
can go deep.
They don't want to come in now to get onto, to then have 2 stops from this point. They just want that one more.
No, and that they could, but I mean, they could, and they might not even need a code 60, but a code 60 for them could be ideal, because they can fill their tank up fuel if they want to. We'll get an update from Paul Smith down in the pits, who is at Holmgard Motorsport. Paul, brave.
Well, basically, they're happy. They're happy with the car. They just want to take it to the end of the race now. They're not really fighting it. They just want to keep it safe and keep it on the grey stuff and get to the end. So they're not concerned about any problem.
So we're just speculating, clearly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's what commentators do best.
Well, we like to see, we like to report on whatever we can, but that's great. That's why we've got Paul Smith down in the pits, armed with his signature flat cap. That must be warm with that flat cap on.
I'm surprised it's still on, because he said when he was up here yesterday that it was hot enough that he did take the flat cap off. I can't corroborate that. You were the one up here with him. But yeah, no, I can't imagine.
Yes, he did.
I can't imagine it's particularly comfortable down there in pit lane for him. Bless him. But yeah, he's working hard.
Oh yes, he is. So an hour and 31 minutes to go, and the teams now. This is the question: can Herbert Motorsport, can they get home on just one more stop and effectively, because right now they lead the race. They have been sort of chasing Shera Sport PHX all day. If they can get home on one stop, Shera Sport definitely need one more stop, so then it will be kind of even Stevens. And I think that, you know, Robert Renard made the comment earlier on in the week that they have a really good balance of drivers, as did Alfred. He said the same. He says, a really good balance of drivers, so we can be a bit more flexible. I think actually, although yes, they can't use Robert Renauer's all of his time that they'd like to, but if they put Alfred in, it's a solid pair of hands for the run to the flag as well.
Yeah, which is what you
saves them a stop.
Yeah, no, there's the thing, like, you've got to kind of balance your car. You understand what can be done, what can't be done, hoping. The thing is, you kind of, that they are hoping for a bit of a code 60, but the thing is, it has to fall at the most unbelievably perfect time. It's basically got to be big enough that it lasts around about 20 minutes, and it's got to land somewhere in the next 5 to 10 if they're going to be able to extend it out in the way they need to. Unlikely, yes. Is the advantage in the hands of the Shera Sport PHX car and Pierre Caffer at the moment? I'd argue yes. Am I surprised by that? To be honest, yeah. I'm based on what we were seeing earlier on, based on the strategy calls that were made towards the end of the race yesterday, I thought Herbert Motorsports were actually in a really, really good position, because they hadn't used much of Robert Renau, whereas you know, the Shera car had used quite a lot of Pierre Caffer, and yet here we are on a glorious Sunday afternoon, and the advantage switches once again, thus showing that endurance racing is inherently unpredictable, and that's what's great about it.
That's what we love about it. Rubens Barrichello, a driver not necessarily with the background in endurance racing, has done quite a bit of it in the last few years, but Rubens Barrichello, former Ferrari driver in Formula 1, 11 times a Grand Prix winner, 3 of those here at Monza. He still holds the track record here from 2004, from the V10 days, and he is approaching this race with the same vigor and passion and intensity as ever before. He said it to us. He said to Paul Smith earlier, I'm a competitor. I only have one mode, and everyone in the team has got to push, and we go for a result. It's been fantastic to have Rubens here in this race in the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza, and I really hope we see him some more, and that whole crew coming over to race here, coming over from Brazil to race here. Willie Motorsport, they've had 3 punctures, they still keep cracking on. Oh,
see what I mean?
Yeah, big curb strike, huge curb strike there for Sabina De Castro. Yeah, you've got to be really, really careful with that. Hopefully they can get to the end without any more delays of that nature. So in 992, Red Ant Racing continued to lead, but Neuhofer Rennsport, despite that puncture, they've maintained second position in class.
Yeah,
they got that done and repaired, and they really minimised the time loss there.
It was swift time in pit lane, but also putting the work in before that to get them in position where should you have any problem. It's so easy in an event like this to get into a really, really strong lead and then lift off a little bit, slow down a little bit. Be like, no, do you know what? We've got 30, 40 seconds over the rest of the contingent behind. We don't need to push that hard. That mentality, whilst it's great, can be problematic. Neuhofer didn't have that. They just kept going. They kept going at their own speed. They focused on their own strategy. So when something did go wrong, they were left in a position where they could kind of fix it without actually losing too much. And Felix Neuhofer, like you say, behind the wheel. Yes, we know that Red Ant Racing are in a really solid position in the race lead. They are a good way down the road at the moment over Neuhofer at Rennsport, but still, it's about all the focus behind. Saif Alamari, by the way, who I did have a chat with yesterday, again, unbelievable. Most of the people in this paddock are really nice. Really, really nice guy, and clearly showing a lot of talent and ability. I remember working that car, the Rabdan Motorsports car, the one that's prepared by HRT Performance. They worked that one up onto the podium positions yesterday, and again continues to show that, running in 3rd position now.
That would be an incredible story for them, and also to get an overall top 10. I think it's a double effect. Yeah, absolutely double effect there. So, front of the field, actually, Robert Renauer and Herberth are leader, and they are actually a lap ahead of Pierre Caffer now. Yes, they owe us a pit stop, but they're a lap ahead as things stand right now. I think this race, if we stay green all the way to the flag, I think it's going to be tough for Herberth to get home with just one more stop. I think it's going to be tight, very tight. They're going to have to do a lot of fuel saving, but any kind of code 60, I think that could bring them into it. Pierre Caffer, Scherer Sport, they're probably they're hoping it stays green, because as all things being equal, when the pit cycles come out, it's going to put Scherer Sport PHX ahead. So really, they're going to be both of those teams are going to be watching every angle they've got, every split time of every car almost, to check, oh, is anybody going slow? Are we going to have that code 60? Because that is, you've got to be ahead of it. Yeah, you might even want to have spotters out on the track.
So, do you think teams at this level do that?
I actually don't know. I haven't met a team that have done it. But if you've got the manpower, and you could put some spotters out there. I mean, I'm not sure. It's definitely going to be what this race comes down to.
Well, of course, because all the cameras, effectively all the teams get is the broadcast coverage that we also get, plus the onboard that they have, and then potentially a panic scramble in the pit lane. That's all they really get in the teams. And I know that most of them are using a spare screen at the moment for a little bit of Le Mans 24 coverage as well, which doesn't have that long left to go.
I don't think that Herberth or Scherer Sport, they will be in the slightest bit fussed of anything else other than this race right
Absolutely
now. They will be completely focused on what they're doing. Far too much goes into it. They can always watch it on catch up.
It's not the same though.
I think they'd rather get the winners through tonight. Willie Motors coming down through
the curb strike.
They are really, I'm with you on this one, Lewis. The Willie Motors, Willie Motorsport by Epi Motors. They are really going hard over the curbs in the Porsche 992 Cup car there, and massive curb strike coming over Ascari as well.
I don't want to be like that
someone out to drive,
but it's kind of like my sympathy has lowered. So I still have sympathy for them. I still feel bad for them, yeah, but at the same time, I'm sort of like looking at it being like, you're almost asking for it, smashing the curbs that hard. Especially that one on the exit of Ascari, because the way it is, it kind of like is almost like diagonal up to a flat bit and then has sausage on top for the final bit, and then for the bit just before it where they also abuse. I know it's abusing the right side of the car, but you're still hitting sausage curbs on the right side, which then push it all the way, shocking the left side of the car consistently by banging onto those curbs. Sure, it's, you know, pace-wise, it's great, but pace is great right up until you lose minutes every time you get a puncture.
Yeah, it's not worth it, is it? It's not worth it. The lap times between Robert Renaud and Pierre Caffer, they're separated by not even tenths of a second on the lap charts. We're talking hundredths. They're on completely different parts of the racetrack, and indeed, different part of the racetrack for Herbert. Number 91, Herbert Porsche, comes into the pits, an hour and 22 to go. That confirms to us that they are, if they want to try and get home, they're going to need code 60.
For me, I think they're confirming it. I think they're confirming it. It's a 2-stop. They've got one more stop after this. There has to be one more stop. Obviously, we'll see if Robert Renaud stays behind the wheel.
That will tell us.
Because if he stays behind the wheel, 100%.
I think you've got to roll the dice here. You've got to taxi bizarrely. You've got to take Robert Renaud out and put Alfred Renaud in, and then and just hope that you get some code 60. I think that's their only card left in the pack for Herbert Motorsport. That being said, they are the masters of strategy here in this 24H series. The crew have been fantastic throughout the race, filling up the car with fuel at the moment. So Scherer Sport will get their lap back, and it will actually, of course, though, if they do have those 2 stops, if they aren't able to get home on that just one stop, they will be parked up in the fueling area for quite a bit less.
Yeah.
So they will gain a bit of time back. I don't know if it'll be enough though.
No, like I say, it's in an awkward position right now. The race could go either way. You're absolutely right, because effectively, the Herbert car, when it comes back into the pit lane to do another stop, it would be a splash. But then, to be fair, this is where I'm kind of sat there thinking, I'm like, okay, if I'm the team, and I'm thinking about how we're going to play this right now, I actually don't see the reason why you'd keep Robert Renaud behind the wheel. And it's not about his pace, it's about the strategy. Because let's say, for example, you switch them out, and then you come into the pit lane, you might have a chance where a code 60 will take you to the end of the race. If you have to do a splash though, and you think, look, let's take the risk and let's not even change tyres. Just come in, take the fuel, and come straight out the end of pit lane. You're then stationary for not very long comparatively, and that might just about give you the lead over the Scherer car, which has a full stop to come.
Yeah, and it could come down to, like you say, relinquishing a tyre stop. That saves you a lot of time.
Yeah, big time. But obviously you don't want to then do a driver change, because you'd have to do it. If you're going to do a driver change, you might as well just change the tyres anyway.
Yes, that's it. Well, we're going to find out in just a moment. Fuel has gone in, and where the Herbert Motorsport Porsche comes down towards its pit box, ready to fill up with fuel. Yeah, pulls up as well. Yeah, driver change happening.
Yeah.
So Robert Renaud is getting out of the car.
I think it's
right
the right
now.
call.
Yeah, I think that is. You've got to roll the dice. So Robert Renaud hopping out. We'll get information on who that is as well. Herbert team, they are such a finely tuned outfit. They are just going for it at the moment in that pit stop, making sure they get those new Hankook tyres on as quick as possible. Meanwhile, Haas RT in with their Audi, filling up with fuel. They could potentially, they're in the same boat, I think, as Herbert now, aren't they? They're hoping to get home on just one more spot. They're praying for some code 60.
Yeah, they'll be in the same camp right now. They'll be maybe even playing the same game. To be honest, if there's a strategy I would copy, it would be that of Herbert Motorsport, because, like I say, they do know what they're doing. Their finger is very much on the pulse, and they return their way back out onto the racetrack. 1 hour, 19 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. And the driver change is, as you said, Alfred Renaud is now behind the wheel, taking over from Robert Renaud. like I say, I think that is the right call. I think the wrong call was that they haven't used Renault enough today or yesterday, but
there's other reasons for that.
Exactly. There's a lot of things behind the scenes as to why.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
But or the Sheriff Sport P8X team, they have got to do one full pit stop. They've got to do fuel and tyres and drive change if they really want to. I think they would have to because of it being Pierre Caffa behind the wheel. I don't think Pierre Caffa's got enough driving time left in this race. They'll probably have to switch that out. Meanwhile, the Herberth Motorsport car has just done its full stop. They've put Alfred Brennauer behind the wheel, and they're potentially putting themselves in a position where they may only do a splash and dash. Depends on how confident they feel on the tyres. If the temperature drops, I think that's almost guaranteeing them just doing fuel.
Yeah, it's and this is where the experience in this championship comes in. What can you know, knowing the tyre, it's a spec tyre here at in the 24H series, a Hankook tyre, needing to know what it can and can't do in certain situations, and that only comes from seat time, from mileage, and that's something that Herbert definitely have in their pocket. You know, Sheriff Sport do also, but it's not a surprise that we're seeing Herbert and Sheriff Sport at the top of the field. Kessel Racing taking a pit stop, filling up their Ferrari 296 GT3. Again, they will be hoping for maybe just a little slither of code 60 to get them home from this stage. So, strategical games, I love it, it's great.
We had 4 code 60s yesterday. We've only had two today, one today? Two.
One quite short one.
Yeah, well, the short one, of course, was because of the Toro Racing car that was backwards at Ascari. And then the first one we had was because of the Vortex being off at the second Lesmo. So we have had a couple of code 60s, but for the weekend it's not looking too bad. I mean, 6 code 60s over a 12-hour race, especially with these kind of races, these kind of conditions, this difficulty, it's not necessarily too bad. My goodness me, that looks like a big penalty that you're looking at on the live timing.
I think that if there was a prize for the most penalties, I think Kessel Ferrari are up there. A 2-minute and 5-second penalty for exceeding maximum refueling amount for Kessel Racing. So difficult day for them. So as things stand, there's the last timing point. Pierre Caffa for Sheriff Sport PHX leads from Alfred Brennauer and Herbert Motorsport Porsche by 59 seconds. Now that is after pit cycle, so that's kind of as we are.
Yeah.
This is why if Herbert have to take another stop from here, they're kind of they can't win the race really. They need to be able to get home on the tank of fuel that they have and hope that Sheriff Sport have to pit. Well, we know Sheriff Sport have to pit, but it's Herbert in order to do that, in order to miss out that last stop effectively and jump back into the lead, they are going to need code 60.
Yeah, because even if, like, as much as I've said, splash and dash and stuff, even if the Herbert Motorsport cars comes in to do a splash and dash, the stationary time, the fuel rate down there is not particularly fast. It's faster than the pump that you'll use to fill up your own car at home, don't get me wrong, but it's not the speed that you see when they get the full-on pump going onto the side of the car. It's not as fast as one of those. So that being a little slower, plus the speed that you do in the fuel area, which is 20 kilometers an hour, plus then the speed that you do through the rest of pit lane, which is just 40 kilometers an hour. The pit lane, even just traversing it alone before you even think of taking on fuel, tyres and an extra driver, the time loss there is immense. And so realistically speaking, they need to save the stop. It'll be close, as what has happened to them, they were a little slow there off of the Roger, but I think it was to let the Haas RT car go through.
Yeah, the Haas RT car of Max Hofer goes by the Herbert Porsche. Herbert Porsche, I think they're on a no-risk strategy, but they're also on a huge fuel save.
It looked fuel savey to me.
Massive, huge fuel saves. As our Haas RT though, they came in on a very similar lap. So I think just one lap or so the either side. So, you know, as RT, they're in a similar shout. Somebody has maybe got the message to Max Hoffman, who's off like a starved rat. He's been fantastic this weekend.
But Haas RT definitely can't do it, because did Hoffa just take over? Oh yeah, no, he did just take over, never mind.
Yeah.
I thought that Hoffa had already been in the car for the previous stint. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, they're in the same boat, but yeah, clearly Haas RT not getting that memo. And they're just, well, look, we've got an hour and 12 minutes of one of the most historic race circuits on the planet. Is it the third oldest purpose-built racetrack?
Third oldest, yeah.
Brooklands and Indianapolis.
Brooklands was the first, and then Indianapolis, and yeah, it was very much a way to improve the Italian auto industry and to improve their chances in competition as well. And yeah, 3,000 people took 110 days to build this circuit. It was a remarkable thing. It was the Automobile Club de Milan who put together the project, and because the first Italian Grand Prix was not here at Monza, it was elsewhere, and they hosted the second one, won by the Fiat 804. Really, they've been hosting Grand Prix.
The thing is, in race circuits like this, what kind of captures my imagination with straight chicane, and it's still sort of acceleration throwing, you know how much history is there, but it's also how many types of cars can race with. That's where I kind of see it. Racing around here. It's not just, you know, Formula One, all of the junior category when it comes up to the open wheel world. Then you've got, for example, like this, WEX being here, obviously WTCC used to come here. It just shows that's what shows me whether it's a good circuit comes in and how much actually works here for the variety of category. And truck racing as well, that's been it as well.
Truck race, don't forget the trucks, yes.
Cannot forget the trucks.
So there's a and Shane Lewis right now. Shane Lewis has been in the car out 29 minutes. Attila Abreu has been in for 58 minutes. So they're both earning their keep here at the moment. And this GT3 AM battle really is going to go down to the future as things stand. speed.
No, which is absolutely no shock. I mean, he's been keeping his eye. It's not as if it's the first time he's stepped into a racing car since retiring. And of course, I mean, you said before about the 3 victories that he's had around here in Formula 1. Of course, the last victory he had in Formula 1, if I remember correctly, was around here in that Brawn in 2009. Yes. He's got around here, and to be fair, he did seem to, I know he had that crash in qualifying. He was going into Ascari and lost the rear a little bit. Afterwards, looked irritated, to say the least. And then, you know, speak to him in the morning and stuff, kind of seems a bit more relaxed, a bit more calm. The second the race starts, that intensity is there. The very second, and that's the kind of thing that shows why he's a professional. Because when he's out of the car, when he's out of the race, he's approachable, he's relaxed, he's walking around having breakfast in his sandals. And yet still, when the second the race starts, it's a light switch.
It is. It's it's almost like quite a contrast as well, to have that intensity, but also to that relaxation, being able to get
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Impressive speed right now, trying to chase down, like you say, the AM victory, 4th on the road in the overall, and still like trying to hunt down and find. I think Shane Lewis has got the speed to do so. They are running a lot slower than they were earlier on in the day. To give you a bit of a benchmark, again, that 49.404 I said, obviously kind of not really most representative because it is the fastest lap we've seen. The lap time they're doing now is a 1 minute 52.240. So that's pushing on nearly 3 seconds slower. Now, yes, I know, again, fuel load, tyre wear, but I think a lot of that is the heat.
It's the track temperature. Yeah, it's the track temperature. We'll try and get Paul Smith to see if we can borrow another engineer's temperature probe and find out what the surface temperature is, because it's got to be...
it's pushing close to that 40.
It's got to be, well, it's 37 towards the beginning of the race, and it's just been constant sunshine on the track since then. So, an hour and 4 minutes to go. Now, in the GT TCE category, that's a new category combined with GT4 cars and TCR cars. The TCR, the Holmgard Motorsport TCR, well, we called it TCR versus Goliath, and they are leading at the moment, our Holmgard Motorsport, a lap ahead of Atlas BX Motorsport. Troikan Yang at the wheel of their Mercedes AMG. They, in their GT4 category, subclass, they are leading by 6 laps from Tangerine Associates Team ACP. So that's that award that the Sonax Holmgard Motorsport team will be really wanting to get in their trophy cabinet. They're plodding along as well.
Have they pitted recently?
They've got one more pit stop to go.
But they've not pitted recently, just because I was kind of, when just seeing it there, it didn't seem as though the rear right was down quite as far as where we had seen over the previous one.
Could be the fuel load coming off.
It could be, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming with the TCRs, the fuel tank is very much over the rear axle. It does actually make it, the heavier the car is, it really slips and slides over the rear quite a lot, and it kind of would make sense because obviously they will fill it up from the right-hand side as well. So it would kind of lean towards making sense as to why it would be down and more so on that side. Not 100% sure if that is the reason. And as Paul Smith found when he went down them, they were as if like, yeah, and what? Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't you worry
about it.
But there's only ever one inaugural winner, and the inaugural winner of a category. And at the moment, that is seeming like it is going to be Holmgaard. Fingers crossed for them. 1 hour, 2 minutes left to go, meaning we are entering the phase of those final pit stops. So I get the feeling that pit lane's not actually going to... I was going to say pit lane's going to be busy. I don't think it will be for a little while. I think everyone's going to be waiting in hope of a code 60.
Well, RD Signs, they've had to come in and fill up, and that will be tight whether they can get to the end of the race in that Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo without another stop. To be honest, they're not under pressure though. They've really just got to get to the end of the race with no other delay. Neuden Delft with their delay with their battery issue, they're not in a position to challenge for that GTX win anymore. There's several laps lost getting that issue sorted out. Shane Lewis is absolutely, he is sending the mail right now. The last lap by a little bit, he was held up in traffic, but he was really putting in some hot laps and pulling the gap down towards his class rival. Paul Smith has the track temperature for us. Paul, what's it like down there?
That is indeed pretty toasty. Like I say, hotter than it was yesterday. Cheers, Paul, for that one. Wow, that is hot. Insane. Like I say, it was 48. Don't get me wrong, we didn't. I wasn't having it going every single time, so it might have got hotter than that yesterday. But considering coming into the circuit this morning, we were all like, it's going to be a cooler day today. There might be some thunderstorms, there might be a little bit of rain. The Italian weather said absolutely none of that. It's going to be roasting hot and even hotter than the day before. Good luck.
Well, many teams were saying we don't want it to get any hotter. We don't want any more issues and setup, etc. But they're gonna have to cope with it as this coming into this last hour. And if you're Scherer Sport, you're leading this race, that's the last thing you want to see is that track temperature climbing up over and over again. Now Neuhofer, they did come a cropper with a puncture earlier on, and Paul's got some news on them. Thanks for that, Paul. And they're not safe in second position by any stretch of the imagination, because Saif Alamari in the Raptor Motorsport car is only a minute and 54 behind. So they have appeared to have got that done and got out ahead, but oh yeah, they were playing it a little bit fast and loose there. Martin Ragginger is being installed, so he'll be in for the run to the flag in that machine. So they can. The difference is in 992. Class, the pro driver can do half of the race, so that's 6 hour maximum stint, so they can fill their boots with Ragginger time.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, I will say that seems very safe, going for a brake pad change. Now, also seems very risky, knowing that some of the teams have had issues with brake pad changes. Yeah, to actually even attempt it, because like we were saying earlier, once you start trying a brake pad change, you don't exactly, you can't just back out of it. You are taking that brake pad change from the start to the end. You can't just stick the wheel back on and hope for the best, because it won't work. So yeah, a little risky on that one. Thankfully it's gone through quite okay, but I think they would have been sitting there and in the back of their mind thinking, ooh, the brake pad's going to be okay. Like I say, this is a brutal, absolutely brutal circuit for brakes.
It really is. It really is. 150.7 last time by for Pierre Kaffer. Last time by 150.9 for Alfred Renauer. So pace at the front, very, very similar. Max Hofer in third, 150.6. Paul's down in the pits, bringing in our reports thick and fast.
In the pit lane, so he came straight past the fueling station, and they're all looking at, guess what tyre? It's the left rear. One of the mechanics have done the classic used car sales tactic, which is kick the tyre to see if it's any good, but I don't think that's a good judge of if you've got a puncture or not. But yeah, the team are looking at changing some tyres here on the car, and well, it all looks a little bit disorganised, unfortunately, by the looks of things. Yeah, they're looking at the inside wall of the rear left tyre again, and it does look like that they do have a puncture again.
Thanks for that, Paul. Sorry if you missed the first little part of that there, folks. So yeah, just there's more puncture woes there for one of our Porsche 992 Cup cars, and yeah, it's just certainly a character building weekend for that crew.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a crew that I would not want to be a mechanic on right now, that would be the one, because behind the wheel of that car is Rubens Barrichello. Yeah. So if anyone's going to be irritated, because that was a thing that he said about earlier on in the race. He said, I came into the pit lane earlier and the team wasn't ready for me, and so to come into the pit lane again and the team's not ready for him, yeah, he's not going to be particularly pleased. ETB Racing, though, are into the pit lane for what will be their last time. 56 minutes left to go in the race. They have been released and head out onto the race circuit. I will say yesterday, when I went down to ETP Racing and I had that interview with Antonio Saniero, when he got out of the car, the round of applause that he got from the team was mega. Because it was just sort of like, and I love that support from a team. It's like you get out, even if it's been an average stint or whatever. I mean, I'm sure it was a great stint, but fair enough. But out of the car, and instantly you're into the team, and they are proud of you. They are happy that you're the one driving the car. They're happy that they've been a part of this moment as well, and they're having the races going the way it's going.
Well, Pablo BUGGYRA has just got out of that car, and Antonio has been given the honour of taking the car to the finish. So what a cool experience for that young man. And at the moment, they sit in class. They're in the GT3 AM class. They sit third in class at the moment. Yes, they do. We've had a change for the lead in the GT3 AM class. CP Racing have gone past the Cicciato BMW, but that's because the BMW Cicciato car has come into the pits. Now, how much longer? This is going to be critical, because the gap was only sort of 20 seconds between them, Lewis. How much longer into the race can CP Racing go, and therefore how much less fuel can they get away with putting in and gain that time back? Also, I'm sure a revived Charles Espenlaub will be limbering up and stretching away, ready to jump on board that big Mercedes.
Yeah, I think he'll we were wondering whether we were going to get him in the car a bit later on in the race. Did ask him, obviously. There was questions as to whether it would be him or Joe Foster. At the moment, I think Charles Espenlaub will be like, no, give it to me, I want to go. It wants to be me. Obviously, we're waiting to see when they're going to be in pit lane. At the moment, with the 54 minutes left to go, I would suspect, looking at the time that they've got, Shane Lewis has been in the car for 1 hour 45 minutes. So he does have around about 10 to 15 minutes to go. Again, they cannot exceed 2 hours in the car. And so should he come in the next sort of 10-15 minutes, that means there should be around about 35 left to go in the race. At which point, again, 15 minutes less of fuel. It's around about 8 laps less of fuel. It's not too bad on the litre side of things. I know that pump does fill fairly quickly at the end of the pit lane, but it does take time. If you can save that kind of fuel, it might just be enough to get you close. And if, like you say, if you put Charles Espinal behind the wheel of the car, maybe he has the speed to come through. And like we say, it's not for any random position. Yes, it's for 4th overall, but it is for the AM victory. It is going to be a tight fight, and I do get the feeling that we might see the pair of those two on track in the same place at some point throughout. Of course, that being CP Racing and BMW Italia Chicciato Racing. As the race continues, taking a look at some of the onboard views around here and some of the differences between who's abusing what. Nicholas Jonsson, who had a bit of an interview from Paul Smith earlier, is behind the wheel of the RPM racing car at the moment, running 4th in the class for the RPM team, 11th overall.
So, 52 minutes to go. Any pit stops now are the final scheduled stops, so the teams will not be wanting to make any more unnecessary stops after that. The Antigua-backed team, Haas RT, they are in 3rd at the moment. Max Hofer making moves there at Ascari. Toro Racing, they had a little bit of a delay in the pits there, and they're got back going again in their 992. They're fueled up to the end of the race, and Lokai Low will take that car to the finish line. Brilliant stuff from that crew today. They've had some difficulties, but some good pace for that Chinese team, Toro Racing. Pierre Kaffer leads then for Sherrowsport PHX from Alfred Renauer Herbert Motorsports, and it's all going to come down. The gap is just increased a bit. It's 1 minute and 7 seconds between our two leading cars, but it's going to come down to, can Herbert Motorsport get home on the fuel that they have? We know that Sherrowsport PHX have to pit, so can Herbert get home on that? Now, Red Camel Jordans, they unfortunately they had an incident with the Vortex yesterday while leading in the 992 class. They haven't got back out today yet, but Paul Smith has a story.
They are actually going to try out and try and see if the repairs that they've done has fixed any of the problems, just to give themselves basically a test session. Is what they're looking at here. You might as well. You're at the venue. You've paid for your time, your entry fee. So yeah, might as well just test to see if the repairs that you've done are all good. It was all to do with the suspension from that incident with the Vortex yesterday. Shock absorbers, wishbones, steering arms. They've had to change a lot on that car, but they are looking to maybe hopefully get out just to give it a shakedown.
Very good idea indeed. It might be that car's not out again until the next race, so that's a great idea to get that shakedown done. And yeah, a lot of repair to be done at the wheel at that car. So CP Racing, they're into 4th position, but they lead critically. They lead their class. GT3 AM, Shane Lewis on board at the moment. He's got to be due a pit stop soon, but mainly whether there's fuel or not, he's only got 11 minutes of driving time left. So he was talking to us earlier on about how his left leg, his braking leg, was really sore today from the punishing that you get around this circuit. It's really tough. He hadn't had much experience here at Monza before, so he'd put a lot of preparation work into getting ready to come to this race meeting. And he's going to go for a late move there on the TCR machine, but 49 minutes to go. Who's got into the... so William Thomas Frere from BMW Italia Chicciato Racing, they've put in their hot shoe, unsurprisingly. CP Racing, I think they've got to be getting Charles Espinal ready.
You can't, if you want your chance of winning in the I feel bad for Joe Foster, who then wouldn't be driving today, but I think even he'd have to say, look, the chance of winning at Monza is important. The chance of winning any motor race is important. Obviously, in the AM category, it is going to be a critical one for them, and that's what CP Racing will almost certainly be fully focused on. Our race leader, though, at the moment still is the Shera Sport PHX car, but they do still owe us a pit stop. It will come in around about the next 10 minutes or so. So as far as they can push it, the further the better. We're expecting fuel, tyres, and maybe a driver change. I suggest they might need to get Pierre Caffer out to not exceed the pro driving time, but they'll be well aware as to how much driving Pierre Caffer has already done over the weekend. Again, they cannot exceed 4 hours of total driving from the pro. And at the moment, the lap times being set, it's slightly, ever so slightly in favour of the Herbert Motorsport car for the race lead. Very tight there off the corner as well, with Pierre Caffer getting delayed a little bit from the 720 Lamborghini Super Trofeo. But wow, yeah, this it's still all advantage Shera Sport.
It is for now. Yes, it is for now. And yeah, it seems like the Herbert Motorsport car, there is only hundreds of a second apart from Alfred Renauer and Pierre Caffer, and so I don't think Alfred Renauer is on a fuel save, that's for sure. And so it's just, they're just hoping that we go for it, and if we get code 60, fantastic. If not, then second is the best we can do from this position.
Out of the pit lane comes the Red Ant Racing car. Arnold Neuberling's got behind the wheel of the car, and that remains in the lead of the 992 category. Final pit stop ticked off. Neuerhofer are the cars that's directly behind them in class, but are a fair way down, so it's looking like it's fairly comfortable proceedings for the 903 as they continue to go round. Is it a comfortable gap?
Yeah, relatively so.
I think it's because Neuerhofer, when they changed their brakes.
They're relatively comfortable. You know, a puncture can change all that. Absolutely. That's well, we'll see. 46 minutes to go, and BMW Italia Cicciato, they'll be hoping to overcome the challenge from CP Racing Mercedes. Meanwhile, we've got two Porsche Cup cars in the fueling area. It's the RPM Racing car, Korn Racing, number 907, and the Q1 Track Racing Porsche, which has been in and out of the pits all day. It's had really a lot of issues, and it's got stuck in the fueling area now as well. It's got stuck behind the Krone Racing crew, and who's at the wheel of the Q1 Track Racing? It's Eduardo Minosi, so they have to push him back and then try and get back going again. And
dear!
Oh, problem. The rear right for the TCR home guard, rear right, and it looks like it's some form of tyre damage on the rear right of the leading GT-TCE machine.
It's not a puncture, I think it's suspension. I think it might be suspension. this is not a puncture on the rear right. The car is sat down on it. We were concerned with it. Obviously, Roy Edlund, when he was driving around, the team did not feel that there was anything majorly wrong with it, but like I say, we were keeping our eye on it. Maybe that was just them, you know, playing their poker well.
Yeah, and they're saying, "Oh no, we absolutely are worried about it, but no way are we admitting it on television," which is totally understandable.
Yeah.
That's not a criticism at all. Oh, this is just
that's not going to be a quick fix.
TCR, no, it's not, and it's starting to damage the bodywork as well. TCR versus Goliath. Oh. And it's not done yet, but that is right now. That's going to play into the hands of Atlas BX, who they're still a lap back, so they do have time in hand. It's going to be an additional pit stop though, which they really could have done without.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see when they get in the pit lane. It's on fire now as well. This might well mean that it's got to pull over. We'll have to wait and see. It is on to the back stretch. There is not long left to go before they're back into pit lane, but with it on fire, hopefully the team and stuff will have extinguishers on hand.
Get this to Marshall's post, I
think he might be. He's getting onto the brakes. No, he's not. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He is taking it to a Marshall post.
This will be code 60. This is a dream for Herbert.
It really is.
This is a dream for Herbert Motorsport, because they can then get to the end of the race without a stop. So that Home Guard Motorsport We haven't got the code 60 yet, but there it is. There it is. So that was Magnus Holmgaard did exactly what he should do. Get it to the nearest marshal's post, where they will be there with fire extinguishers. Oh, for Holmgaard Motorsport. They've been the hero of the race in that TCR machine, beating all the GT4s up to that point, and it's beginning to, and it's just unravelled in dramatic fashion with 44 minutes left in a 12-hour race.
And unfortunately, we were kind of like seeing it. We could kind of see something like that, akin to that, coming for the last hour or so. I did see the bringer of bad news, and king of all things flat cap was into the Holmgaard garage. So we'll see if Paul Smith has some update. But that said, if I'm Paul Smith right now, I am not chatting to anyone in that team, because they will be so frustrated and dejected. It is such a shame for the team that's worked so hard. I'm going to assume that car has remained stationary at the marshal's post. I mean, if they can get back going again, get round into the pit lane and somewhat repair the issue, then maybe there's a chance of them still finishing in second in this inaugural GT TCR crossover race, the little non-championship race between them. But yeah, there again, we're taking another look at the rear of the car on fire. It's not, I will say, if you're listening to as well, not seeing the pictures, the fire is not ridiculously bad. It's not as if the car is completely ablaze. It is just where the tyre has been rubbing against the rear right of the car, and it's just obviously too much. And pulling over to the right-hand side, and also, how painful is that? How close to pit entrance do you want to be before you pull over? That's a shame on every single level.
Just devastated for them. Absolutely devastated for them. For Herbert, this really depends how long this code 60 is, I think, because if this code 60 goes on for a reasonable length of time, they might be able to get all the way home without a stop, whereas Sheriff Sport are going to need one. In fact, Sheriff Sport are
I
in the
was
pitch
literally
right
about to say, they only need, they may need slightly more than half a tank, but they can only fill up half a tank now.
Yeah.
But if they only need half a tank,
and they could probably put fresh tyres on if they want to. Sheriff Sport, you might need that fresh rubber to go for it, because they're going to have to try and win it on pace now. Oh,
I mean, no, I still think the Sheriff Sport car might actually come out. Yeah, they might come out ahead.
Shane Lewis, I think, has made it in just on the limit of his driving time there, just.
Yeah.
And it's come at the perfect point. Chichato Racing did not get a code 60 for their final stop. CP Racing have, and of course in the AM class you can fill the whole tank up, so they can fill her up and go for it. Well, we were almost on tenterhooks there, thinking, are we going to run green to the end? Are we going to have a code 60? Did not expect that, to see that Holmgaard car that has run so well all race long. Sheriff Sport are putting on new Hancooks. Yes, they are. They've got 4 new Hancooks for Sheriff Sport. Did they pull Pierre Caffer out?
Literally what I was about to ask. Is Pierre Caffer still behind the wheel? We'll find out once it's got to the end of pit lane. I kind of get the feeling, yes.
Yes, they have. So they obviously he's going to be. He's got to be close to that 4-hour limit.
Really close.
Yeah, but they obviously they'll know they won't have done that. They won't have done that otherwise. So the car's having to be lifted up onto a flatbed. That's what's taking the time, which is great to see. Marshall signalling yellow flag, move over to the left to give them room to work. Billy Motorsport by Ebby Motors, they come in to make their final stop. Jack pulls off they go. Remember, 60 kph throughout, not just in the pit lane, but all around the circuit under a code 60 procedure. Magnus Holmgaard, and of course, this could mean then that they don't get. Now, will they get points in the TCR? Do they have to see the checkered flag? That's the question.
I mean, either way, they'll want to see the checkered flag anyway. That's just endurance racing. At the end of the day, CP Racing have come to the end of pit lane, and who is behind the wheel? Is it Espenlaub, or have they passed it over to Foster? Shane Lewis is still registered as being behind the wheel as it leaves the pit lane. Guess who it is?
Espenlaub.
It is Charles Espenlaub behind the wheel of the CP Racing car. So he is getting in for the final stint, and I think
he's come out ahead.
Yeah,
he's come out ahead of William Thomas Frere, but by how much? As we'll get that, we'll have to wait till the code 60 clears before we get an accurate read on that. Herbert are in. Herbert Motorsport, so clearly, even with the code 60, not enough.
No.
So Herbert Motorsport are in, but can they save enough time here to be able to get that back?
Like I say, for them, I think this is confirmation the race has slipped away. Like you say, it depends on how much fuel is left in each of the cars. I get the feeling that there would be enough left in, then filling up half the tank for them to get to the checker flag. Certainly so for the Herbert Motorsport car. Question for the Sheriff Sport car, there might need to be a little bit of fuel saving, but they've got so much of a gap over the Herbert Motorsport car now that everything's been equalised that I get the feeling that Alfred Renard, I mean, I don't see him closing down on Pierre Keffer in the final moments.
Well, let's see, because right now the Sheriff Sport PHX car, Pierre Keffer, is just coming out of Lesmo 1, so that's about halfway. Yeah, about halfway around the circuit. So Herbert, as long as it depends how much fuel they've had to do. Yeah, they've done their fuel. They're coming towards their pit box now. They pull in. Are they going to fit new tyres? I guess they are. If they're coming into the pit box, no driver change. So it's going to stay Alfred Renard in the car. They're putting new Hankooks on. And is this going to be enough? Are they going to be able to get out in time ahead of? I think they are. You know. Oh, it's that horrible moment when they get dropped off the jacks and you're waiting for the engine to fire. You're going, oh. Robert Renard's in his race suit. He's in his race driver suit. He puts on his yellow jacket and he helps with the pit stop. I love that. That's the owner driver. 1 minute to go to the end of the code 60 procedure. Herbert come out of the pit lane. Have they played this absolutely perfectly? Did they even need to go to the end without that stop? Have they got out ahead?
Well, yeah, but they'll still obviously be they're half a lap down, right? Because they'll be because Pierre Keffer and Sheriff Sport, like where they were ahead, the Sheriff Sport car I think is in by far the strongest position in the race.
Yes.
By the way, I want to update one thing as well. I did get a little bit of a note as the green flag comes out. Racing begins once more. I think that Q1 track racing car is out.
Right.
According to Paul Smith, he was saying they've parked the car due to issues with the left rear. Maybe they'll go out to do the final lap of the race. Again, just to get the classification, but a big shame there, unfortunately, for the 950 Q1 track racing car.
Huge shame for the Homeguard Motorsport crew as well. Oh, sitting there looking at the corner of the car and trying to figure out what on earth has happened. Now they can rejoin, but I really don't think they'll be able to after having the extinguisher have to be used. Oh, what a shame. So yeah, so after all that shuffling out, Pierre Keffer leads the race for Sheriff Sport PHX. Let's get a word from Homeguard Motorsport though, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just down here in the Homeguard pit and looking at the car, that right rear, it is pointing in an outward direction, is that tyre. So there's obviously some broken in that rear suspension. There is actually a little bit of a smoke coming out of the rear passenger door handle. So obviously they'll just want to check on that. But as they lift it up, that tyre completely drops down. So yeah, that suspension is just collapsed.
And that could be as a result of the heat that it's just been susceptible to. That it started to fail and then the fire took it out. What a gutting for Homeguard Motorsport. Absolutely gutting.
I don't think it's going out again.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I'm surprised. I mean, it must have been that it was too much of an ask. It wasn't a long enough code 60 for Herbert to be able to get home without taking another stop. But they've come back in second. Also out on track is the red Jordans, the red Camels Jordans.nl car that was involved in the incident yesterday, and you would never know. It looks shiny new.
Yeah, I mean, big respect to them. I don't think this will be instantly out and pushing hard. There may still be the couple of odd skew-iffed parts of the car, which they just need to kind of figure out and all that lot. But you're absolutely right, as you were saying earlier, as Paul was saying earlier, effectively treating the final half hour of this race like a testing session, because they've already paid their entry fee. They've already got the car here, they've got all the mechanics here, and like you say, the next time that car might be on circuit might well be on a race weekend. And so if you don't need to pay to take it out to a track and do some testing, try and find some other way. As the Holmgaard car, they're leaving it out in pit lane, and they're trying to do all the work, taking off the rear right components. This does not, I mean, this does not look like a team that's sort of sat there thinking, nah, we're letting the checkered flag come and we'll just see. They look like they are working fast and hard as the Vortex car skips over at the Rogier.
So I'm still surprised that Herbert didn't quite have enough there in the time to be able to save that stop. But clearly not. They'll know exactly what fuel's in the car. So that means then that Sheresport, they've basically maintained the same lead they had. A minute and 9 seconds at Sheresport PHX lead. Whoa! Vortex getting it all wrong over on the braking. The front right bodywork jumping up as it went over the curb. So podium, Sheresport PHX from Herbert, from Haas. Then in the GT3 AM class, it's CP Racing who've got that code 60, really worked well for them. And Charles Espenlaub has taken over from Shane Lewis. After Charles Espenlaub put in a huge stint earlier on, a double stint, and then they put Charles Putman in for a single stint, then double stint for Shane Lewis, and now Charles Espenlaub back in the car again. And he looking how much of a lead he has got over William Thomas Frere as things stand. Classified 330 laps. Espenlaub back's only 53 seconds off the back of the overall podium as well. So if any problems for Haas RT, and we could see CP Racing getting up onto the overall podium.
And Panu, who's behind the wheel of that Haas RT car, is their AM driver. So there is some potential there. Knowing how fast Charles Espenlaub has been, there is potential for maybe something there. But then you're going to have to be closing 1 second a minute, which is roughly 2 seconds a lap. And to be fair, Panu's pace at the moment being 151.3 is actually ever so slightly faster than Charles Espenlaub. I think partially that's down to traffic as well. And also not fighting too hard. I think Pano's got the pace. But you're absolutely right. If anything goes even remotely wrong for Haas RT, I'm pretty sure if we go down into pit lane and Sabine Haas takes one look at you, Peter Mackay,
no, nowhere near.
I think we might be in trouble.
So yeah, CP Racing, they've got a gap of around a lap on the BMW Italia Cicciato car. So that's a really strong lead to have at this stage of the race in the GT3 AM class, as the Vortex comes in for a pit stop after that slight incident. Ivo Breukers, he's been tasked as the test pilot for that repaired Red Camel Jordan's car, and making sure that it's all running straight and true, ready for their next outing as well. Hopefully we'll see them at Estoril. That's our next round here in the Creventic 24H series at the beginning of July. And Ivo Breukers with his brilliant open face helmet rally style. Ivo's long-standing endurance racer, and looks to be running very, very well indeed. At 202.4 last time by, so just getting the car up to pace and keeping an eye on things. So we in the 992 class, the Red Ant Racing crew, they hold their couple of lap leads over Neuhofer Rennsport. Neuhofer, with that puncture, they really have done a good job to hold on to second position. Rabdan Motorsport in 10th, though. What a story that would be to get on the class podium and an overall top 10.
Yeah, I mean, the response and return from Willy Motorsports after, I say some issues yesterday, some issues on Friday, and then again some issues today. For the fact that they're not a million miles away is very, very impressive. But you've got to say, Rabdan Motorsports by HRT Performance have been incredible over the weekend. They've had flashes of excellent pace, and they've showed exactly they're a team that mean business in this. And I've got to say, the stint yesterday from Saif Al-Amari was genuinely very, very impressive. As we're getting a couple of looks once again at the return onto the racetrack from that red Camel Jordans.NL car. Rival Brokers behind the wheel. It was Luke Brokers that was behind the wheel yesterday when they got hit from the Vortex V8 that was being driven, if memory serves, by Lino Amrouche. So those two came together. So they've not decided to put Luke Brokers behind the wheel of this car, and they've just decided to give Ivo the laps left.
Yeah, he's just getting quicker and quicker at the moment. He was done a 1:59.1 last time by, taking a couple of seconds off the fastest lap. Again, very much a shakedown, trying to see that everything's working all right, and yeah, going absolutely nowhere near the gaps. Doesn't want any more dramas after that car being rebuilt.
Just ticking off the laps, just again, Alese slowly building the pace back into the car. Also,
problem for Haas RT. Problem for Haas RT. Rear left problem for Haas RT. Just caught it on the onboard there with the Ivo Breukers. Haas RT. It's happened just at the Parabolica. Have they noticed before they come into the pit lane? Have Haas RT noticed? Well, they get the same pictures we do, but they'll also have the tyre pressure monitor. No, he's not gone in. Max Hoffer's not gone in. Or Mika Panu's not gone in. Excuse me.
Mika Panu has not come into the pit lane. We're taking an onboard look with Red Camel, and Mika Panu is heading down the start-finish straight, and for the Haas RT team, it is not going to be a podium for them. I'm not sure, it's not a puncture, it's is it? Yeah, no, it's bodywork rubbing. I don't know what's gone on. It is not a puncture. It will become a puncture at this rate, but it is not a puncture as of yet. So they need to rush this car back round into pit lane, try and keep the speed up whilst it's not punctured before they can get round in, and hope the tyre manages to keep on. But at heart-in-mouth moments for Haas RT that will need to return to pit lane with 26 minutes and 25 seconds left in this race. I was going to say, by the way, the red Camel Jordans.NL car, I don't know if you could see it from the onboard, there was slight left-hand down there, so I still think there might be something not quite straight on it. But yeah, for Haas RT,
I think this tyre's starting to go.
It's got to be. It's still inflated at the moment.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely still inflated. But it's taken a beating right now.
Yeah, and it's a stop they could really do without. Mika Panu's certainly driving quite quickly for the damage that's there.
And that's why he wouldn't have known, because if it was a puncture, he would 100% have known.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's not a puncture, it's bodywork rubbing on the tyre, he would have been like, what is that noise? And just kept going, because the car's still got pace, he's still got grip. Must come into the pit lane this time.
It's got to be showing on the tyre pressure monitor though. There's got to be. Well, we'll get a look, but we'll try and get Paul down to Haas RT, the number 21 garage. And
is there contact here?
I got hit by the BMW.
Yeah, he did get hit by the BMW.
Great spot. So the red Camel Jordans car is minding its own business out there on circuit, not doing anything, running on a normal racing line. The BMW Italia Cicciato car of William Thomas Frere gets into the back of the Haas RT, which ironically the Italia Cicciato BMW is in a battle with CP Racing. CP Racing could get up onto the overall podium here. Paul Smith.
Yeah, it is just bodywork that's fouling the tyre. We're just having a look to see if there's any damage to that. Oh yeah, there's damage to that tyre. And it's the wheel, the wheel shrouding around the wheel that they're going to have to cut off quickly to be able to get the new tyre back on, and it's not cutting. It's not cutting at all. They've got the gaffer tape, so the gaffer tape is out. Their cable ties even. They're trying everything to get this fixed.
Oh, well, Oh, thanks for that one, Paul. So it's Haas RT in Espenlaub goes by, but he's still got another lap to do.
They may still finish on the podium, Haas RT. It'll be tough. They need to get the tape on, swing it round, basically make it as secure as possible, stick the new wheel on and send that car now. They do not have much time. They don't care about the rear aero anymore. It's still got the rear wing on board, but you can see that this is basically, like I said, it's the bodge job. It's the motorsport bodge, if ever I've seen it, because they're trying to get the car straight out onto the circuit.
The timing. Our timing screen's having a moment here. So CP Racing being shown in third. On our graphic timing screen shown in fourth. So yeah, it's this is unusual. We'll get a confirmation as quickly as we can. But CP Racing, they're by our timing and scoring in the booth, he is classified in fourth position. So
they were quite close to the Haas car. So I think the graphic on screen is right.
I think so too. Yeah, I really think so too, because we saw that it was, well, we said it, didn't we? Oh no, Sandrine's going to have my head off for that, because I said, oh, if anything happens to the Haas car, then CP can get on the podium.
The car is not starting either. They've got the wheel back on. It is going from problem to problem to problem. There is an investigation for that incident.
And that number 15 car, the BMW Italia Ceccato car, has been in more than one skirmish. It's been with more than one skirmish, Paul.
Yeah, they've got the remote battery in. They're trying everything to get this car started. Is it the heat that's affecting the car from being able to start here? But they are really struggling. Oh my goodness, their arms are just flailing. This car, it's just sat. They're calling for it to be pushed. They're trying everything they can to get this car started.
Thanks, Paul. Paul Smith down there in the pit lane, and they have got it going, but for sure they have now lost position to Charles Espenlaub, CP Racing. CP Racing leading in the GT3 AM class and up onto the overall podium. So are they going to spray the champagne in 21 minutes time? What a dramatic last few moments here in the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza. Haas RT get back out onto track, and what could they have done there?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I think this is where, like, CP Racing, having given a few chats with them over the last couple of days, they're not going to want to take the podium like that. That's how it is. That's motor racing. That is racing at the end of the day. But it's kind of like it's not. It's not their driver. It's not the Haas mistake. It's not a Haas RT mistake. It's they've done nothing wrong. Just trying to lap the red camels, Jordan's .NL car, and that BMW's just come over and taken off the rear of the car. Is there further issues for the Haas RT Audi R8? It is indicating to come off the road. They're going to go straight over at the Roggia, and the car is coming to a stop. I think it's got no power. I think that battery problem is continuing. And I think for Haas RT, it's gone from we're going to finish on the podium to we're not sure we're going to finish.
What a horror show for Haas RT. This could bring out a code 60 where this car is. It's not going anywhere, and it's at a pretty fast point. If you get the second chicane wrong, that car is in a precarious position, and if buts and maybes, Herbers are thinking, if we didn't make that pit stop, we might have got home. But it was such a gamble for Herbert to basically bank on yet another code 60. We haven't seen code 60 yet. So race control not going for the code 60 button just yet. So Sherasport PHX continue to lead. They're fueled up to the end of the race, as are Herbert, so it kind of effectively freezes their battle. That is just around a minute in the favour of Sherasport as things stand. The yellow flag being waved at the second chicane to warn drivers that's coming through. I think they're maybe waiting to hit the code 60, waiting to see if that Audi can cycle.
I was going to say, the second that marshals have to go out to recover that vehicle, the code 60 will come out. They're waiting to see if Mika Panu can do anything about that car right now and push the car forward. A look into CP Racing right now.
Charles Putman he can't watch. He can't watch. An overall podium is in their grasp. And have a rest, Charles, because the stress that we can't We can't hack it here in the commentary booth either. 19 minutes to go. CP Racing up onto the overall podium, but it's heartbreak for Haas RT. And as you rightly said, Lewis, you called it just right. It's gone from being on the podium to
maybe not finishing.
Potentially a non-finish. They're going to hopefully they've got the fastest flatbed driver in Milan to get them back to the pits, and indeed we do have a code 60. That was very good race controlling actually, because you've got to let the car have a chance to cover it with double yellows at the area and try to, you know, give the car the chance to get back going, so we don't have an unnecessary code 60 procedure. But that's what we're going to have. Marshall's now jumped into action. Spare a thought for them in their orange fire suits. That must be toasty.
And also, let's be honest, spare a thought for the marshals that's been waving blue flags around all day. That
must be busy work.
They must be absolutely shredded around the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. But no, I agree with you. I think it's absolutely the right call that they were seeing if the Haas RT car could get back going again, and the second that marshals were then called to intervene with the car, then the code 60 comes out. You know, that like it's the best way of really going about it. I'm seeing Castle Racing going side by side with someone on the start finish straight, hoping they don't pick up another penalty today. We'll have to wait and see. But alas, yes, for Haas RT, it is the biggest of big shames. It's not going to finish under code 60, that is for sure, or at least that's what I hope, because it should be quite easy to recover that vehicle to some degree. It's about where they send it off to, because if they're going to stick it onto the flatbed, they're just going to drive it straight back off the circuit, at which point it's definitely not finishing, unless they stick it on the flatbed and drive it around the circuit.
Yeah, it's such a shame. Well, while we're under code 60, we're a step away for just a moment. So 17 minutes and 7 seconds to go then. We've got Paul Smith down.
Let's go. Okay, so Shane, you've raced pretty much all tracks in the world, at least Europe and America.
Yes.
How does Monza compare to them in terms of character and history? What's the history here?
Well, specifically as we go through turn 1, the first thing that I see at this like slow speed we're going is the original Monza bank track. Wish that I would have had the opportunity a long time ago to be able to drive that, because from there to the speed of Monza, this place has got just amazing history. I think still to this day the fastest average lap speed was at Juan Pablo Montoya set an F1 car. It just doesn't get faster than this place.
You're in a unique position this week. You ran during the private test in Monza 2020, but you did not race.
Yeah. You had to bring that up, didn't you?
I had to. Does that near miss make you more excited for this weekend's event?
I'm so glad we came back, because this is actually my first time to race Monza. So yes, we were here, we were all set up, and then during that time the other drivers couldn't get in the country. Everything going on with COVID and all the restrictions, and I was the only driver that made it, so obviously we couldn't do the race. So now, yes, it makes this super special. I was very disappointed a couple years ago, so I'm so glad we're back.
There are certain parts of the track, in terms of elevation or speed, you can only appreciate when you're here.
Interesting you say that. We did the track walk. We practiced first, and then they opened it up for a track walk for all the teams. And literally we walked the racetrack. And even as we go into the first Lesmo corner, you don't realize how much banking is here. When you're at speed, really traveling fast, you don't see the camber or the banking until you actually do it at a slower speed. I'm not much into walking a racetrack anymore, but now as I walked it, even coming up to turn 7, so the second part of the Lesmo corners, you don't realize that if you miss the apex by just a little bit, like right here, you see you come down here, down the inside, you need to be perfectly next to it, and that will just take it all the way out there. So I didn't get a chance to see the elevation changes, because there's a lot more. You look at it, when you're at speed or like an onboard camera, it looks flat, completely flat. But there's a lot more to this place. A lot more elevation, certain parts of the camber where the curbs go, yeah, there's a lot to it.
One of the main terms used to describe Monza is that it's an old school circuit because of the road course is much the same as it was back in 1922, and there's still a lot of, there are still plenty of gravel tracks around.
Yeah.
Be honest, are old school circuits more fun to drive?
Yes, in one way and no in others. Yes, because they have character. They were built to the topography of the land. They were built to go with the land. You know, all the elevation changes, everything taking place, they kind of flowed with where the land was. And so old school circuits have character to them that the new ones do not. The new ones, they're built obviously for good competition, but there's safety in mind, which is important. But I'll exchange a little bit of character for safety. I gotta be honest, I'll take a little character. And so even Monza's changed over the years from the big banking to this and adding chicanes, and just because they needed to slow it down a little bit. But I'll take an old school circuit anywhere around the world anytime.
So 13 minutes to go then as we go back to green in the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza. Scherrer Sport PHX with a bit of time in hand. They lead by 56 seconds there. They did actually just take a little splash and dash to make sure all was well. So the spirit of the race, Lewis. We've had many front runners, but after a long discussion and deliberation, 911 Racing in the GTX class, they're not going to get the win, but there was, you know, they missed qualifying entirely because of an unknown issue with the engine. They had to fly in or park, they had to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning to fix it. Today they looked like they could have won their class, and a battery issue taking them out of the way, but they got the car fixed and they're still going on. They are our spirit of the race, and well deserved indeed.
I absolutely agree. Like I said, that for me, especially leaning towards the person that had to go and get that part, who had to sort that part out, fish it out, really is an incredible achievement to get into the race. And again, that is 100% the spirit of endurance. That is the spirit of the race.
So Paul Smith is down in the pits. Paul, what have you got?
Yes, I'm down here in the 911 team, and I've got the team manager here. It's really been a challenging weekend for you, to say the least, but you're making it to the end of the race, touch wood. How do you feel from this weekend?
So what should I say? I just say in my first interview, I'm the proud team manager. That's what all about. That are the guys that are doing all this work. And I think today they get the running prize free because it was hot and they're working like hell, and it always goes in a good direction this weekend. The weekend is fantastic, and I think that we have a deal, and then tomorrow most of us go then over 1,000 meters. That's great.
Well, it started off with a very late Friday night, having to get the repair done, and then it wasn't without drama here in the race as well, having to change the battery. It's been a challenging weekend, but it must be feeling so rewarding to get to the end here.
Yes, at the end it runs everything good, and that's what makes us all happy, because you never know what's coming up next. But at the end Porsche is still fitting so far that we hopefully cross the line. We are not there, but at the end we all have fingers before the guys. Yeah.
Well, I think it all in the lens for us to do the presentation.
The official moment. Nice boy roll. Spirit of the Race Award. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Never give up. Well deserved. Congratulations. See you back.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations to 911. They are the true spirit of endurance, and they win our Spirit of Race Award. Well done to all the members of that team for keeping that car out on track and getting a strong finish in the GTX class. As we mentioned earlier, they're a team that know the Nürburgring Nordschleife particularly well, and that's clearly it's a school of hard knocks there, and that's made them tough.
Yeah, they've had to work to stay in this race. They've had to work all throughout the day. They've looked really, really strong at various points. They're getting closed in by the race leader now of the GTX category, being that 720 RD Sainz Lamborghini Super Trofeo. It's been a tough day for a tough weekend rather for a lot of teams, and a lot of it does come down to the heat, the humidity, the difficulties and brutalities of the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, and Like I say, I think that is a very, very solid award for them to at least take something away. Yes, they'll look to take second in the GTX category, but I get the feeling that awards like that sometimes mean a little bit more. Just shows how much they've had to do work-wise.
Well, they come in, as Jürgen, the team manager, said there, you know, they do this for passion. You know, they have a successful sales and restoration and racing business, but this part of it, this is their fun on the weekend, and this is what they do. So they fix Porsches all week, and they restore Porsches all week, and they go, what do we do for fun? Well, we go race them, that's what we do.
And then they have to fix them.
We have to fix them again, yes, absolutely, but brilliant stuff. Now, the front of the field, with 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Pierre Kaffer leads for Shera Sport PHX. This crew, this team has such a rich history, has evolved out of Phoenix Racing, one of the most successful teams in history at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and an endurance team tour de force. And they are just 8.5 minutes away from victory here in the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza. They've played the strategy right. Their drivers have driven their socks off, both Elliot Earhart and Pierre Kaffer. And don't forget Michael Doppelmayr. He did his time. He made no mistakes whatsoever. It's been a great three-pronged effort in that car. Speaking of Spirit of the Race, and another team who have won the Spirit of the Race award in the past, Lewis, Holmgard Motorsport, they are still trying to fix this car with 8 minutes left on the clock. Yeah,
it was I think it was a suspected broken rear right track rod, but as they've sent it back out, as they're sending it in the pit lane trying to get that car fixed, they've got 7 minutes and 40 seconds to get that car repaired to some degree, and then try and get themselves back out onto the circuit. At the moment, they've dropped back behind two of the GT4s, one of them being, of course, the Atlas car, and then the other one is the Team ACP 421. So at the moment, they are really third in the GT-TCE crossover. Again, that non-championship category. BUGGYRA will probably catch up with them and maybe even pass them. Again, that doesn't even matter right now. All they're focused on is the potential and the hope that they can try and get something fixed on that car and get it back out in the next 7 minutes and to become a classified finisher. Yes, they're going to win the TCR category. That was always going to be the case, but it's more so about, again, that spirit of the race, that spirit of endurance, and getting to the checkered flag. That is what every single driver and team wants above all else on this grid.
So the gap at the front of the field is now only just 21 seconds, as during that code 60, Shera Sport, they quite confidently came in, just had a bit of a splash and a dash and went out, and they've cut it pretty fine, but they still have that 21-second advantage. They'll be hoping for a clean sort of 3 or 4 laps to go as Shera Sport, they come up towards the line. It's just going to be 4 laps to go then.
Oh no!
No!
There's the fourth.
No! Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, 4 punctures today. We saw Toro Racing have 4 yesterday, they've had none today. Sabino De Castro and Willie Motorsport, they had none yesterday and 4 today.
Yes,
what do they have to do?
It's very odd, certainly. So it was straight back into the pit lane for the Willie Motorsports by Ebby Motors. Like we said, we were questioning whether the abuse of track limits, the abuse of the curbs might come back to bite them. I can't guarantee that that's what that is, but it does seem as though there's no smoke without fire on that one. It is a big shame for them because they have worked so hard this weekend. We were discussing about the spirit of the race. I mean, they are right up there, especially considering how they've had to continue in the race. A driver down, of course, Fabrizio Broghi, that driver they are down at the moment. So it's been a long weekend for Sergio Nicolai and Sabino De Castro. But yeah, adding a puncture to the list, it's a big shame. They are into pit lane.
What a shame for Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors. So hopefully they'll still get over the line, they'll still be classified, they'll get points, but not what they came for at all. It's been a punishing event for many of the teams. The real baking heat here at Monza has wreaked havoc with setup for the teams, and they've had to really try and make the most of that as the Haas RT Audi is brought back on the flatbed. And you never write anything off in endurance racing, but the likelihood of that car being fired back up again and then seeing the checkered flag is certainly slim. What a shame.
You're going to be a wanted man at dinner this afternoon.
Oh, yes, I'm going to be hiding behind the plant pod, I think. Pierre Caffer, Sheriff Sport, they lead then, 4 minutes to go. Herbether in second, and then in third, CP Racing in the AM class. They lead the AM class. They had moved into the lead of the AM class, and then another penalty for BMW Italia Cicciato Racing. They have served that penalty now. 30 seconds in the pit box for their responsibility for that issue with Haas Racing Team. That little tangle coming out of Ascari. So really, really unfortunate for Haas RT.
I mean, of course,
late in the race.
Of course, you're never intending anything from any sort of contact, but I think even that BMW Italia Cicciato Racing car, they're going to feel real bad about what's happened, because the thing is, when you make a little bit of contact like that, you never think you're literally sending that car basically out of the race. It was a light bit of contact over the rear end that ended up being a massive tyre rub. They had to bring it in to get the car repaired, to get a new rear tyre on, and then suddenly the car would not start again. It got back out after a bump start. It got all the way down to the Rogier, the second of the two chicanes, or two proper chicanes around here. Cattle Sky chicane if you really want to, but the second of those chicanes. And suddenly, the car stopped again. You'd never predict that was happening. You kind of think, oh, I've just hit the rear end of them. Oh, they'll be back in the pit lane. It'll be fine. They're still going to hang on to fourth. Sadly, that is not motorsport sometimes.
Sadly not. Sadly not. BUGGYRA, they've had a lot thrown at them, and they've not let it get them down. They had alternator issues. The alternator in a bizarre place, actually. It's not exactly a quick change out on that car, is it? Underneath the engine, virtually, really deep in the cavernous front of that big Mercedes. So, BUGGYRA, lots of lessons learned this weekend, but they've shown great speed in their Mercedes. Pierre Caffer has been the star of the show in the Sheriff Sport car. He's won the Nürburgring 24 Hours once overall, another time again in class. He's won his class at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. He's won in class at the Sebring 12 Hours, and indeed overall as well. A great CV for the man from RB Lehr, but he is going to take Sheriff Sport to a win here in the 12 Hours of Monza. If he can get through the next minute and 47 seconds, the win will be his. Pierre Caffer is driven for some of the best in the business. Risi, Manthey Racing, AF Corsa, of course here with Phoenix, Sheriff Sports, champion Audi Velox, WRT, Flying Lizard. He's driven from them all. He's driven for the best, and he's won with the best. And he's going to come out on top again here. It will be one lap to go when he gets up to the line. Coming through Ascari for the penultimate time, Pierre Caffer, and also for his teammates Elliot Earhart and Michael Doppelmayr. They won the inaugural 24 Hours of Sebring back in 2021 alongside Marcus Winkelhock.
Oh, really?
Yes, Marcus Winkelhock. It was meant to be Pierre Caffer, but he couldn't make it. I can't remember the reason why, but Marcus Winkelhock, talked about a super sub.
Yeah, right. Yeah. My goodness me, if you can get a driver like that into the car, it really shows the credibility of the team. Yeah, I mean, you've got to say that there aren't too many more superlatives you can throw the way of this team. They've strategized their way around the circuit well. They now head onto the start-finish straight to begin the last lap. Obviously, whoever they lap now, it'll be their last lap as well. So BUGGYRA, they're definitely going to go another lap down. So this is the last lap for them also. If everyone can survive this, they might get one more trip around the circuit. Some teams, though, with the heat going on, some teams might not even want to do that because, I don't know, something tells me some of the drivers in the cars are like, get me out of this car now. I wouldn't want to go anywhere near Charles Espinal after this. Oh, look at that, out of the pit lane. That deserves a round of applause. Homeguard Motorsport are out of the pit lane. They've had it back in the car. They're going out for the last lap to get classified. Major respect. Not 20 minutes ago.
Very slow though. It's going very slow. Are they going to try and just limp it around?
I think so. I think it's going a little fast now, but yeah, basically it's going to but they are being classified. That's important.
Limp the car.
final time comes Pierre Caffer for Sheriff Sport PHX. Here to Monza and seen off a stiff challenge. Strategical battle between them, some superb driving behind the wheel. Being prepared. Sheriff Sport are going to be your winners here at the Hankook 12 hours. Pierre Caffer takes the checkered flag. Audi win at Monza. The German crew delighted with their victory. Herbert Porsche ran them all the way, but they will come home in second with Alfred Renauer taking the checkered flag for that crew. To come home in second, we wait now for CP Racing, who are going to try and get on the overall podium.
Yeah, I think weirdly enough, by the way, that Roy Edlund and the Holmgaard car are actually going to go behind the leader, but still trying to finish the race. Obviously, massive congratulations to that Scherer Racing. As we're saying, obviously Charles Espinal coming around the final complex in a few moments. Seconds away from the line. It's been a mega drive. There is exactly what I was saying. Leading stuff coming through on the TCR. Ever seen. TCR machine on to win their class. Don't forget, not in GTTCE, but in the TCR class. Paul Smith is down with Elliot Earhart, our winner of the 12 hours of Monza.
The cars coming across the line, but Elliot, congratulations, winner in the Hankook 12 hours of Monza.
Yeah, amazing.
Máte to vole nafocený všechno.
Because we lost maybe 30 minutes before the end of the race because there was a code 16.
Ať se ti to nerozmaže. Dome, pojď.
Another code 60 and we can refuel 50 liters and it was enough for the victory. Thanks a lot for the team, for the whole job, for all the drivers, Michael and Pierre. Yeah,
I mean, all the drivers done a fantastic job, you included, but Pierre put in a heck of a performance out there, didn't he?
Yeah, he's an official, or he should do it. It's his job. He did an amazing job this weekend, and yeah, it's cool.
But well, I mean, where does this take you now? Estoril next time here in the series? You must be looking forward to that now.
Yeah, for sure. The next one is Estoril.
Congratulations. Well done.
Great stuff, Paul. Great to hear from our winner there, Elliot Earhart, as Roy Edlund still limping the Holmgaard Motorsport TCR machine around. So while they'll get it back to the end of the race. So confirming then your podium, Pierre Caffer brings it over the line for Sheriff Sport PHX. Second is CP Racing, the winner in the AM class and on the overall podium. What a performance from the American squad. Second in GT3 AM BMW. Chato Racing had some great speed, and fifth overall, third in the hotly contested AM class. Antonio Siniero takes it over the line for E2P Racing. Your winner in the 992 category is Red Ant Racing. They come home in Kessel Racing came home 7th overall. Second in 992, Neuhofer Rennsport. Maren Draginger bringing the car over the line there. And on the podium, and in the overall top 10, Rabdan Motorsport by HRT Performance. Christopher Zocken brought that car over. A podium for that Rabdan Motorsport crew. It was fantastic.
Yeah, they've showed their speed and ability this weekend, showed what they're all about. Like you say, it's kind of one of those things when you're in one of the lower categories, to get a podium in the 992 category is hard enough. It is a tough contested category. But then to get inside the top 10 overall, we're speaking about maybe one or two of the 992s might have been able to get their way into contention for an overall podium. That wasn't the case, but to have three of the 992s inside in the top 10 shows exactly how fast they all are. The Herbert car is in the pit lane. It is already down there. Already plenty of photographs and stuff being taken of the team. Like I say, as much as we give all of our plaudits to the Scherer Sport PHX car, there is a lot of similarity between the pair of these teams. and also giving a big shout out to her team. They put on a great show today.
Those are two heavyweights which are both Audi and Porsche, but in Herberth and Gerard Sport PHX, what Herberth are able to do with a small team, small family team, and they fight with the very best of them. Really, yeah, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well, Paul Smith is going to be down there with our winners in just a moment to have a bit of a chat, see what their thoughts are after that. We're waiting for CP Racing to make their way into Fermi as well. They'll be absolutely delighted. Pierre Cafracente's teammates, Elliot Earhart and Michael Doppelmayr. Yeah, Michael Doppelmayr. He was so solid in his stints. He's had a certain time to meet, and he absolutely nailed it there.
Yeah, certainly so. Final few cars coming into pit. I did see CP Racing had come in, as well as Holmgard Motorsport, who are actually coming into the pit lane on this. GT4s, though, are not. That is odd. Either way, that Holmgard car has come onto pit lane. I'm sure to be classified as a finisher. CP Racing already being joined. It is Espen Lau behind the wheel, already being joined by his teammate Shane Lewis straight into the side of the car. Again, that's got to be an amazing feeling.
Oh, just the best feeling in the world. Yeah, Shane, your teammate opening the door saying we're on the overall podium. Fantastic. Holmgard Motorsport, they limp their car home.
To nevím, proč dělají.
Coming as our TCR winner,
Ty vole, to musí být nádhera, ty vole. Ty vole, to si co nejrychleji z hlavy, ty vole, já moc to chtěla smářit.
Because the...
Já jsem spočítal, že 1924. Adame, tak je to za náma, co na to říkáš?
Je to za náma a další věci před náma. Já, co na to říkám, super. 3. místo tady v Monze, myslím si, že můžeme být rádi. Měli jsme menší technické problémy, ty jsme naštěstí vyřešili, takže za mě spokojenost a teď už budeme jenom slavit.
Já chápu, že ten výsledek asi nebyl úplně, co jsme očekávali, ale nakonec v celkovém pořadí 3. místo se počítá. Myslím, že ta ztráta na vedení by tam nemusela vyznat, ne?
3. místo se počítá a v celkové tabulce stále zůstáváme na 1. pozici, takže můžeme hodit, že to co spokojení.
Super, díky.
Za mě to je
Good job, Ollie.
Thank you.
Are you happy? It's over.
Very.
Are you hot?
Very.
How was the last thing?
I mean, it was okay. It was just to make it to the finish, so easy peasy.
Easy peasy?
Yeah.
Excited for the next race?
Yeah, so we have a few weeks break until then, so I will enjoy it.
You will enjoy the race?
I will enjoy it.
Okay, good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ali, baba! Gratulation, kočičko.
So to be people in class and it's just an amazing rating of the day. Competitors out I gotta tell you, my last two, I have never been that hot in a race car in a very, very long time.
Dvě Ferrari jedou vedle sebe.
Ferrari won.
We celebrate as
Ferrari. Celebrate.
Yeah, you press the buttons.
AMG was a great as a crew. Did you see those pit stops? Pit stops are what made us do it, that's for sure.
It was a heck of a stint from you.
Because then at the same time, so you could hear like people cheering for Ferrari. Yeah, I saw the timing. I was damn it, I missed the finish.
Looking forward to Estoril because that's it.
Děj se, jak jedou vedle sebe.
Temperatures inside of there were
Ale Cadillac.
Because you know it's always good to springboard from a win. When you show up, you've got that momentum to go forward.
Congratulations, Shane.
Thank you so much.
But when you get him on the podium, he's delighted with that, Shane Lewis, and yeah, you know, and it's a team that are got big links back to Texas. They say it's hot. It's hot. So, your final classification then, Shera Sport PHX are your winners by 24 seconds from her.
We'll start right left and move to that. Yeah?
Yep. So it is the end of this 12-hour race. 5.5 hours is over. We finished P3, podium position. A little bit of being stationary in the pits for around 35 minutes, but we managed, fixed the car. The team is pretty happy that we're still on the podium. So yeah, next race will be in Estoril, Portugal, a much longer race. So we will see you there, and see you in the next race.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
But what a story for the TCR winner, our only TCR in the field. Didn't quite get the win in GT/TCE, but with a car that was on fire half an hour before the end of the race, they get it out to get classified and score points in their class. That is what it's all about. They're our TCE winner.